Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 161, The Knight Who Removed His Helmet. 1. I am a knight. The moment those words left his lips, Helmet Knight felt as though the chains binding his body loosened. Whether it was merely a feeling or if something weighing him down had truly disappeared, he couldn't tell. Ah, he laughed. It wasn't just his body that felt lighter. The anguish filling his mind vanished the moment he uttered, I am a knight. His narrowed vision expanded, and he began to feel uncomfortable with the helmet on his head. He reached for the helmet. The moment his hand touched the seam, he felt the fog in his mind dissipate. As the haze cleared, forgotten memories began to return. Helmet Knight quietly closed his eyes at the change. Why were the memories returning then? The curse placed upon him by the Carnival King couldn't be so simple. Was it because his life was nearing its end? Like a flame burning fiercely before it died? Was it his final struggle? Was it because he had found an answer and freed himself from the curse? Or perhaps it was because he had returned to the land where he had once achieved glorious victories. Maybe the sword marks left on the ground stimulated his memories. Perhaps it was because he could trust himself, having found an answer. If not, was it because someone had remembered him? If so, that someone would undoubtedly be Bernstein. Should he have been grateful to him or to the boy before him? Countless questions arose. Numerous hypotheses floated in his mind, but Helmut Knight chose none of them. There was no need. He simply felt gratitude. Gratitude to Bernstein, to Nadjan, and to everything that had brought him there. He remembered himself, reflecting on his life. He undid his helmet. He traced back his life. The fog lifted from his memories, and he began to recall himself. He still couldn't remember his name. Everything had its order. The first thing that came to mind was the phrase, hero of the empire, pillar of the empire. The hero who saved the nation from chaos, the first pillar supporting the empire. Originally, the pillars of the empire were referred to with the Hanya for pillar, Chinese letter, but in recognition of his achievements as the leader of the Golden Horn Knights, the empire broke its 800-year tradition. From then on, the pillars of the empire were also referred to with the Hanya for horn, Chinese letter. The first horn of the empire, the first pillar supporting the empire, and the first horn piercing its enemies. If the empire were a ship, he was its prow, the sharp horn that shattered obstacles with its ramming charge. The accomplishments he achieved as the first horn of the empire were truly endless. He hunted fallen stars, slew demons crossing the borders of the outland, quelled the empire's civil wars, and saved the empire from crisis time and time again. Hero. It's as if King Arthur returned. He is the true wielder of Excalibur. Hero, truly, a great hero, the first pillar of the empire. Every citizen of the empire knew his name. Not just the empire, but everyone on the continent knew him. Whenever he carved a new star in the sky, the entire continent cheered. The world has always been enamored with the existence of heroes. He lived hearing praises that he had returned like King Arthur, that he had achieved feats rivaling King Arthur's. He strived to live up to those praises. When he nearly pulled Excalibur from the stone, drawing the sword halfway from the rock, even the ancient heroes of the night sky must have been astonished. He could never forget those glorious days. Truly, they were happy times. He always won. He always shone. He believed he could continue to do so forever. Having grown up reading the chronicles of King Arthur, he believed he could write the next story that King Arthur had not. Like countless heroes, he dreamed. The Empire's enemies are plentiful even in the Outland. There are many who threaten humanity. Therefore, as a hero, as a knight, I shall cut them down. That was the role given to him. I will win with honor, pride, and glory. That was the price for the praise he had received. You are a hero. You must be a hero. Between the Empire's hero and my lover, you chose to be a hero, then you must pay the price. I love you. I love you, black, black, black. Please do not regret this choice. I hope you die as a hero at the very end. If that is your dream, I hope you achieve it. Now my life will be added to that dream. Since it is you who tramples my dream, I consider myself fortunate. Having sacrificed so much to be a hero, he had to pay an exorbitant price. I, defeated by the Carnival King, losing his comrades, forgotten and forgetting, he lost everything. Still, he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to be a knight. He had to be. He had sworn before so many, before the lover he had killed. I must be a knight. That vow pained his life. The self in his mind shone brightly, but the self in reality was pitiful and shabby. His armor rusted, the horn on his helmet broke, and his soul and body decayed. He endured. He endured and endured, believing himself to be a knight. Yes, he was a knight who knew honor and pride. He had to act as a knight. What am I? As a mere human, he questioned himself. What value did it have? Could he accept the end? What end awaited him? To be forgotten by all, to have even the fact of his existence forgotten, to ultimately become a mere beast. Could he accept that end? Is being a knight worth more than such an end? He couldn't answer that question. Indeed, it was too horrifying. The glorious days, the achievements he had built, all were forgotten. The moment he died, even the remaining records would disappear. The curse placed upon him was such, it was the denial of his entire life. If all the achievements and stories he had built disappeared, would he still be a knight? Could he be remembered as a knight? Unable to answer the question he had posed to himself, he wandered the outland. All the stars had crumbled. His soul and body, unable to gain new stars, rapidly deteriorated. The Empire's emblem engraved on his armor wore away. He transformed into something grotesque and became a being other than human. Like the beasts wandering the outland, he became a fallen one, a forgotten star, a fallen star. Ah! When he removed his helmet and looked at his reflection in the water, a hideous monster stared back at him. The visage could never be called human, let alone a knight. It wasn't just his appearance that was changing. He felt his inner self twisting grotesquely as well. Someone kept whispering in his ear, "Kill the young stars. Kill the new stars that have just set foot on this land and take their stars. Hunt the weak stars. Then you can postpone the terrible end awaiting you. Perhaps you can even regain your glory." Yes, there's a just cause, isn't there? The honor of his comrades rested on his shoulders. If he died, they would become clowns. That could not be allowed. To abandon his honor and pride for their sake, wasn't that praiseworthy? Isn't that what the holy flame guardian Schlein is doing? I, too, can do that. Persuading himself was easy. Self-justification was all too easy. Acting on it was also easy. He was still a strong being. Moreover, it's a win-win situation. Then what reason was there not to do it? Simple. It was not something a knight would do. It was an act without honor or pride. The younger version of himself would have firmly stated that such actions were unacceptable, but the old and weary version of himself couldn't be so resolute. Honor, pride, what do I gain by upholding them? By abandoning them, there was much to gain. Then there's no need to cling to useless things like honor and pride. Is there, if I kill a young star and take their star? Can't I live longer? Can't I prolong my life? When his thoughts reached that point, he widened his eyes. What was he thinking? He felt disgusted with himself at the thought that had momentarily crossed his mind. Not just his outer appearance, but even his inner self was becoming a monster. You're truly about to abandon honor and pride, to become not a knight but a monster. Clank. From that moment on, he kept his helmet on and firmly fastened the seam. He never removed it again. If he didn't cling to outward appearances, like the helmet, armor, and demeanor of a knight, he felt he could no longer call himself a knight. Thus, he became the Helmet Knight. Hiding his grotesquely transformed inner self, he wandered for 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 150 years. He simply wandered aimlessly. At the end of that wandering, when even the armor and helmet could no longer hide the festering within, I am Najin, squire of Ivan, a knight of Atanga. I accept your duel request. This is a duel, isn't it? The helmet knight faced a boy. The boy was a young star. Young, but he possessed a star that shone brighter than anything else. A star so dazzling it hurt the eyes of those who beheld it. The boy's star illuminated helmet knights. They say honor and pride are poison, don't they? The boy's star illuminated a star that could no longer shine on its own. Let's have a drink. I'll be your drinking companion. He got drunk on honor and pride. While with the boy, Helmet Knight could be a knight. Holding on to the dreams he had forgotten, the things he had lost, he embarked on his final journey with the boy. He gifted a knightly end to the knight who had groaned under his duty. He performed a funeral for a fallen star who had lost himself, allowing him to shine one last time, sometimes chased by the fallen, sometimes hunting the fallen, and sometimes sharing trivial stories by the campfire. Helmet Knight pondered the story the boy had told him, the story of a knight who shone in a place without stars. He deeply immersed himself in the life of the knight named Ivan, seeing similarities with himself. At the end of the story, the words Najin spoke pierced deep into his heart. If you wish to be a knight, then aren't you already a knight? Yes, indeed. Those words were true. Helmet Knight laughed. I wish to be a knight. Laughing, he opened his eyes. Then I am a knight. Aren't I? Najin answered that question. Of course, you are already a knight. Helmet Knight laughed more joyfully than ever. Clank. The seam of the helmet came undone and fell away. Without removing the helmet, he looked at Najin. This is the third request, Najin, the final wish he had saved. A wish for himself, or perhaps for the boy before him. Duel me. He made a wish to the stars. Grant me an honorable end. Najin gladly agreed. With the fiercely burning campfire behind them, they prepared for the duel. The rules of the duel dictated that the one who issued the challenge must first reveal their name. Helmet Knight had not forgotten that rule. Now I can reveal my name. The fog had lifted. All his memories had returned. Remembering himself, he felt confident. I am. He gripped his helmet and remembered his name. I am Alderan Vassaglia. He recalled all the names by which he was known. As he thought of the words to introduce himself with, he smiled. The first horn of the Empire, sword master of Britannia, leader of the Golden Horn Knights. He even remembered the name of his sword. The founder of the Triumph Sword. Having remembered everything, he threw off his helmet. Even without the helmet, he could consider himself a knight. No, by removing it, he became a knight again. When he threw off the helmet, he revealed the face of a monster, a grotesquely distorted face that could not, even in jest, be called human. He had 8 eyes, multiple mouths on his face, and his head burned like black flames. Truly, the helmet had hidden a monster's face. Najin did not see him as a monster. He raised his sword and shouted, I am Najin. If the opponent had revealed their name and affiliation, it was only proper to do the same. He knew the rules of the duel well. Squire of Ivan, knight of Atanga, disciple of Alder and Vassaglia, the first horn of the empire. He planted the lance he had carried on his back into the ground, and a trainee knight of the Golden Horn Knights. Alderan smiled with satisfaction. To his disciple, his junior and the morning star, Alderan shouted, to an honorable duel. Please grant me an honorable death. With those final words, death caught up with him. The rationality he had barely held onto grew faint. The flames engulfed his head, numbing his reason. He did not become a beast like the silent knight. To the very end, he wanted to be a knight. A knight could not crawl on all fours and howl like a beast. Even though half of him had become a fallen one, Alderan was still a knight. He took his stance. Standing on the boundary between the fallen and the human, between unconsciousness and consciousness, between beast and human, he gripped the sword at his waist, his symbol, the symbol of the Empire's hero. It was the sword he had been unable to draw because he could not consider himself a knight. Alder and Vassaglia drew the triumph sword. His swordsmanship had brought him victory in countless battles, making him a symbol of triumph. The sword had led an era, his very symbol. The moment he drew the sword, stars fell from the sky, the stars Alder and Vassaglia had possessed. 8 shattered stars fell, scattering their last brilliant light. At that moment, Najin's eyes widened. The information that had not connected, the puzzle pieces that had been obstructed by something, all fell into place. Najin realized the one standing before him was not a wandering knight of the outland, nor was he a fallen one who had become a beast. The one standing before him was the sword master of the empire, a hero who had led an era. Thud, Najin gripped his sword. Come! There was, perhaps, one final lesson. To give that lesson, Alder and Vassaglia raised his sword. To receive that lesson, Najin gripped his own. 2 stars shone, one rising, one falling. Chapter 162, The Knight Who Removed His Helmet, 2, Alder and Vassaglia. If you looked through the Empire's history books, you could find that name. No one knew who Alderan actually was, to be so prominently recorded. What great deed had he done for there to be no surviving records of him? Imperial chroniclers would tilt their heads in puzzlement over that gap. He certainly seemed to have been an important figure. Perhaps the records were lost during the Dawn War. Maybe he was a traitor, and his records were erased. Many documents were burned during the Dawn War. With no way to confirm the facts, people could only speculate. Various theories circulated. One chronicler claimed, Alder and Vassaglia must be a traitor. It's obvious, seeing that all records of him were destroyed. The next day, that chronicler was found in his own home with his head severed. The same fate befell other chroniclers who made similar remarks. They were discovered with their fingers cut off or their tongues torn out. Outraged by such horrific acts, the Empire intervened. Who would dare threaten an imperial chronicler? The imperial family even stepped in to investigate. Before long, the inquiry was quietly dropped, not because they failed to find the culprit, but because the culprit was too colossal a figure to be punished. The hero of the Dawn War, Gerd, was the culprit. Summoned by the emperor to explain himself, Gerd gave a brief reply to the emperor's question. I have not forgotten. What do you mean? The great hero of the empire, my teacher, and the one who was the empire's first sword. Gerd showed his own blade. The triumph sword. Decades passed. On the day Gerd himself rose to the seat of empire's first sword, his first act was to add a few lines beneath Alder and Vassaglia's name, the former empire's first sword. Teacher of the current first sword, Sir Gerd. Founder of the triumph sword, the prototype for today's imperial swordsmanship. He re-engraved his master's name in the empire's records, determined not to forget the promise he had shared. Even if the records were distorted or erased, Gerd would keep correcting the history books. Again and again and again, the Empire's first sword, Alder and Vassaglia. Najin had heard that name before. It would be more surprising if he hadn't. Alder and Vassaglia was the master of Gerd, sword master of the Empire, and the founder of the triumph sword Gerd used. Why? When he spoke his name, Najin felt a strange sense of confusion. Why didn't I realize it sooner? There were plenty of clues. Helmut Knight had hinted at some connection to Gerd, and the sword technique he taught Najin resembled the Empire's style. Only then did Najin grasp why the knight's swordplay felt so familiar. It was Gerd's swordsmanship. He felt baffled by his own failure to connect Helmut Knight to the name Alder and Vassaglia. The moment Najin turned that fact over in his mind, Alder and Vassaglia is dead. Out of nowhere, a line appeared in his thoughts. He was a traitor of the Dawn War. Records were lost during the Dawn War. Alder and Vassaglia went missing. One after another, he became a fallen star and was hunted down. Alder and Vassaglia is a forgotten one. No one knows what happened to him. Alder and Vassaglia was the name of a soldier who died in the Dawn War. Dozens of lines of contradictory information Najin had never heard flooded in, twisting the truth. He couldn't pick out which were lies and which were real. The man before you is not Alderan Vassaglia. Frowning, Najin pressed his fingers to his temples. He felt disoriented, but the confusion didn't last. Well, well, Merlin's voice echoed by his ear. With a dismissive wave of her hand, as if swatting away a bug, she scattered the false information from Najin's mind in an instant. Who do you think you're messing with? He's mine. She wound an arm around Najin's neck and whispered into his ear. Focus. This is something you need to finish with your master. I may not be a knight, but I'm King Arthur's companion. I know that an honorable duel mustn't be disturbed by meddling. She smiled. Go on and become a knight. Thank you. Merlin, Najin took a step forward. His mind was clear. The heat that had swarmed his thoughts vanished, leaving his field of vision wide open. With unclouded eyes, he looked to his master. Alderan, likewise, gazed back at him. Their eyes met for the first time. The aura in Alderan's uncovered stare was chilling, but not because he looked monstrous. It was the uniquely oppressive might of a sword master. Aside from Merlin, it surpassed anything Najin had ever felt. Not even Yule, Gerd, or Karen could project such an overwhelming presence. Najin's body trembled reflexively, and he let out a disbelieving laugh. He had guessed Alderan would be formidable, but it was beyond all reckoning. He stood against the Empire's hero, the former Empire's first sword, the sword master who dropped half the stars of the Carnival King. One who had possessed 8 stars, standing beyond any other sword master on the continent. Logically, he could never win. If it were a fight to the death, he would be slain in a single second. That wasn't what it was, though. It was an honorable duel, and a sparring match between master and disciple. Najin gave a swordsman's salute. Alderan acknowledged it and lowered his sword. See Runch. With his free hand, Alderan grabbed and crushed his own heart. Najin's eyes shot wide open. He understood what that meant. A swordsman's heart was where mana and starlight gather. Destroying it was tantamount to declaring that he would not use mana or star power. Alderan's silent statement was that he would not use sword aura and would face him only with the sword. In his hazy consciousness, where he could lose his reason at any moment, he couldn't perfectly control his mana. One slip, and a sloppy, frenzied sword aura could run wild. Alderan wouldn't allow that. A knight, or a swordsman, must perfectly restrain and control everything. If he could not control it, then he would choose not to use it. One blade that answered only to his will was enough. Wielded a sword, not sword aura. Alderan chose to remain a swordsman. It was both an act of consideration for his disciple and proof of his own confidence. I'm still a sword master, even without sword aura. Kid, Alderan's face showed no emotion. Come, give me all you have. He didn't say a word, yet Najin sensed what he meant. Defeat me. Najin felt certain it was no mere fantasy. The Alderan he knew was that sort of man. Gripping his sword, he went forward, challenging his master, the massive wall that towered before him. Sword masters are humans who have reached transcendence. With a single swing, they can slash apart targets tens or hundreds of meters away. One stroke can control an entire battlefield, bending the limits of common sense. They are walking calamities, each the equivalent of a national strategic weapon. All of that isn't accomplished by a mere sword alone. Their mastery of imagery goes beyond simply imbuing the blade. It envelops the surroundings in their will through sword aura. Thus, sword aura is inseparable from how a swordsman's realm is measured. So then, could someone who does not use sword aura still be called a sword master? Doesn't even a sword seeker show progress through stages of sprouting, blossoming, and full bloom, guided by their sword aura? If a swordsman can't summon aura at all, wouldn't they lose even to a sword seeker? Najin had heard of such debates in the Order of the Sword. Karen, the sword saint who led the order, once told him about it, laughing as he recounted the outcome. They were making a fuss about something so trivial, so I beat them all to a pulp without using sword aura. An adult doesn't lose to a child just because he can't use a bit of hand-to-hand combat, right? Same idea here. If you stop being a sword master without aura, you never were a sword master to begin with. At the time, Najin hadn't thought much about it. Having faced a single strike of Alderin's sword devoid of aura, he had no choice but to grasp the meaning. Kang. Even without sword aura, the blade Alderan swung traveled dozens of meters to tear up the earth. When Najin parried that blow, he almost lost his sword. Sliding backward, he couldn't help but let out a laugh of disbelief. Naturally, that stern master had no intention of going easy on him. As if declaring that foregoing aura was already enough of a handicap, Alderan pressed onward. Indeed, that was how he had taught Najin, by pushing him brutally and precariously to the brink so he would learn through desperation. That time was no different. Najin felt no complaints. Instead, he smiled, calming his stance. He let out a long breath. Even before drawing it back in, he shot forward, sword slashing, sword aura surging from his blade. Alderan wasn't using aura, but Najin was. He couldn't afford to show off by refusing to use it. He'd be crushed in a few exchanges if he did. Blocking each blow that spanned the distance between them, he closed in. Boom! Following Alderan's own teaching, he put his full weight into each step and swung his sword, not his aura. Even so, the technique he unleashed was the triumph sword Alderan had taught him. Skark. His upward slash split Alderan's attack in two. The bisected shockwave smashed the ground on either side of him, and Najin drove forward. Now he also understood the name of his swordsmanship and its gravity. It was a hero's swordsmanship that always triumphed, standing as a symbol of victory. Because those who followed him watched, Alderan had to win every battle. He needed to be their symbol. Thus, every blow he landed was laden with that responsibility. Najin imitated that, not for those behind him, but for the master standing before him, watching over him. I haven't yet learned the ultimate form, but I have learned your swordsmanship. I know how you wield it. After all, you've shown me already. Crash. He parried another slash. Alderan stomped the earth and swung again. Najin's blade rang, Kang, as it met the oncoming strike from a distance. In that same instant, Alderan had already arrived in front of him. Seeing Alderan raise his sword high, Najin's eyes went wide. He urgently raised his own sword in defense. The moment blades collided, the impact nearly drove him to his knees. His knee buckled, and the earth beneath him caved in. Even though his aura absorbed most of the blow, it was still this fierce. The difference in weight. The difference in realm. Of course, Alderan didn't end it with one strike. He continued swinging. He was a sword master in motion. Each time his blade advanced by a fraction, the air around the tip sliced like a razor. He had no sword aura, but the fierce storm coiling around his blade served the same function. It was nearly absurd to watch. With no magic or other means, he was forming something akin to sword aura through pure physical force. Boom! Knocked back. Najin slammed into a boulder and finally stopped, but Alderan didn't. He pursued immediately, swinging again. Najin ducked just in time as the blade swept overhead, cutting the massive rock behind him clean in half. Still, Alderan's blade didn't slow. He'd swung from left to right, but ignoring any momentum, he whipped it back to the left. The motion was seamless, almost like a single continuous stroke. Najin tried to fit his own sword into the path, but it wasn't a full stop. With a ripping sound, his body was flung aside. Even after blocking with his sword, the force still hurled him away. He rolled across the ground but managed to stand. He'd regained some distance, yet that was hardly an advantage. If anything, it meant Alderan had room to use a more powerful technique. Alderan calmly adjusted his grip and assumed a stance. The moment Najin recognized it, his eyes widened. It was the stance for the battle ram. Why is he taking that stance with a sword? The battle ram was meant for a lance, wasn't it? As if to answer that question, Alderan twisted his blade. The winds, swirling around the tip, rushed along the blade's length, spinning like a storm. This is insane. Najin couldn't hold back his words. He poured out his sword aura to the limit and swung with all his might. At the same time, Alderan thrust his blade toward Najin and used battle ram. The earth cracked, boulders shredded. The force of it ravaged the ground, and the stormy winds screeched with a piercing, cawing. His experience fending off the battle ram used by the hornblower came to his aid. Najin cut through the swirl of wind, teeth clenched, enduring the battering force. Gritting his teeth against the shaking of his blade, he swung upward. Thwack! The storm split, but he had no time for relief. Through the parting vortex, he saw another surge rushing in. Battle ram! What had been a secret move for the hornblower was nothing of the sort for Alderan. He unleashed it in continuous succession. Seeing the raging wind again, Najin's eyes trembled. Chapter 163, The Knight Who Removed His Helmet, 3. Using battle ram with a sword instead of a lance made it a bit weaker than the hornblower's, but that was only in relative terms. The storm Alderan conjured with each thrust of his sword was terrifyingly powerful nonetheless. Kagagagagag. Seeing the ground and boulders shredded into fine particles on contact with the gale, one could easily estimate its destructive force. Besides, for Alderan, it wasn't even a secret move. He could unleash it in rapid succession, almost easily enough for just probing or harassing his opponent. Najin managed to split the first battle ram, but it threw off his stance. The second one followed, and he couldn't fully parry it. Swinging his blade in a clumsy arc accomplished nothing against the technique of a sword master. T-Chuck. Caught in the storm, he was knocked far back and coughed out the breath he'd been holding, blood gushing from his mouth. His trembling fingers closed around the hilt of his sword. He let out a hollow laugh. He's strong. Incredibly, absurdly strong. Even without using sword aura. That's his power. Najin had known Alderan was a monster, but it still defied imagination. That is what a sword master was. His stars had fallen, his mana was sealed, and his consciousness had gone hazy. Still, Alderan remained the Empire's hero and a sword master. Spitting the blood from his mouth, Najin immediately fixed his stance. There was no time to rest. For Alderan, Battle Ram was merely a way to open distance and create an opening. He could sense that the true threat would come after. Flash. Sure enough, his instincts were correct. The instant Alderan's blade flashed from a distance, a series of slashes converged on him. 1, 2, 3, 8 strikes arrived in staggering succession. Najin's limited future sight didn't help much there. His eyes didn't literally see the future. They only read the opponent's preliminary movements and extrapolated from there, skipping the middle steps to predict the outcome. SRRKK. Unfortunately, a sword master's actions often consisted of nothing but cause and effect. When Najin tried to skip the middle to anticipate the future, Alderan simply eliminated the middle, turning that predicted future into the immediate present. Alderan swings, the slash forms, the slash lands, no room for an in-between. The moment his blade flashed, the murky arc was already right in front of Najin's nose. Najin flung his body aside. One slash tore past him at point-blank range. As he rolled across the ground, he swung his sword to split the second slash, but that opened a gap, and the third slash closed in. With his stance broken, he somehow blocked it, only for his posture to crumble when the fourth and fifth came. This can't go on. All he could do was keep falling back while Alderan continued his onslaught. That would only lead to a tiring retreat and eventual defeat. Blocking each strike, he recalled the man's teachings. Give up on trying to defend against every technique perfectly. That only works on someone weaker or equal to you. Against someone stronger, be bold. Alderan had taught him many things. How to survive in the Outland, the basics of battle, the mindset of a swordsman. Remembering those lessons, Najin put them into practice. Endure some damage and charge in. Create bold openings. Give up what you must and protect only what you must. You can't protect everything. This isn't anything special. You've done it unconsciously, but doing it by instinct and doing it with understanding are different. He accepted the risk of injury and used the recoil of his sword aura to twist Alder's slashes off track as he plowed through them with his own body, forcing a head-on approach. He was wounded and bloodied, but he didn't let it stop him. Yes, like that. Najin closed the distance. It was already an unfair fight to begin with, and his only chance of improving the odds was to get in close. Alderan had methods to strike from dozens of meters away, but Najin didn't. I need to pull him into my field, even if it wasn't exactly advantageous. At least being in close quarters might level the field somewhat. As those lessons from the past floated through his mind, Najin found himself strangely amused. Memories of his battle against Ivan near the time he escaped the underground city returned. Ivan had truly tried to kill him, but also genuinely taught him the sword in the process, and he gained Ivan's swordsmanship from that. This wasn't so different. Alderan wasn't intentionally trying to kill him, but in his dimmed state of mind, pouring forth his full power could easily end in Najin's death. A single misstep, and the boy's life would be taken by Alderan's blade. Najin couldn't allow that to happen. He had no intention of letting his master suffer the dishonor of killing his own disciple. On the contrary, the greatest honor for a master would be to meet his end at the hands of a student who surpassed him. He intended to grant him that honor. He leaped forward, scattering blood in his wake. Learn from what you see, then surpass it. Seize insight at the brink between life and death. Surpass your limits. As always, he needed to grow right there, right then, or he would never beat that man. Kang. At last, he forced his way up close, clashing swords with Alderan at near point-blank distance. Eyes wide, he focused on Alderan's every movement to learn, to surpass. Kang, blades clashed, sparks jumping between them. Alderan deftly deflected the recoil of Najin's sword aura, instantly thrusting at Najin's neck. Swords tangled, a resounding cacophony echoing across the wasteland. Skak, time and again, each blade grazed the other's flesh. One moment's slip, and Najin would be decapitated. That precarious, tightrope-like combat never let up. If anyone saw it, they would never believe it was a simple spar between master and pupil. They'd be half right. It was indeed a spar between master and disciple, but also an honorable duel. Left, right, each strike is chaining into, I can't block that one. Move aside. Next. It was a rematch against an opponent he'd already lost to, and a duel meant to grace the final days of a night moving toward death. Najin threw himself into it completely, nearly forgetting to breathe as he searched for a way to win. Of course, there were plenty of ways to achieve victory in a fight. He could stall for time and wait for Alderan to lose control, and then, when the sword master burned his life force to exhaustion, strike at the right moment for an easy triumph. That would be a victory in a fight, not a victory in a duel, which had to be honorable and fair. Only a head-on victory carried meaning, and Najin believed it wasn't impossible. There is a chance. It's slim, but real. Alderan had torn out his own heart and sealed away his sword aura, deliberately balancing the scales. He must have done that believing Najin would be able to defeat him under those conditions. Of course, as things stood, it still wasn't enough. Alderan had set the stage on the assumption that Najin would grow right there and then. The scale wasn't even yet, it still tipped in Alderan's favor. To level it, Najin had to advance further. Seriously, Najin let out a shaky breath and chuckled. He really is the most demanding teacher. Grow now, surpass me now, or die by my hand. You wouldn't burden your master with such disgrace. Would you? That seemed to be Alderan's silent dare, and Najin laughed at it. To answer his master's firm faith that his disciple would grow, he swung his sword. Challenge and break through. Responding to its wielder's will, the boy's star burst in a brilliant white blaze. Alder and Vassaglia felt his consciousness growing ever fainter. He had lingered for a very long time on the boundary between the dead and the living. Although the memory of who he was had returned, he knew he had little time left. His body and soul had exceeded their limits and were disintegrating. He was just a flame burning fiercely before it went out for good. Before long, that flame would devour him entirely, leaving only ashes. Despite knowing that, Alderan stoked the fire even hotter so he could shine one last time, if only a little more gloriously. His consciousness blurred. His judgment waned. He began to forget who he was fighting. Whenever that happened, the person in front of him glowed bright, brighter than anything. A shining star, an utterly radiant glow. That light held Alderan's scattering mind together. He recalled, "Yes, that is my disciple." With that in mind, he swung his blade. "More, more, more, keep chasing me. Sharpen your blade further. Move faster." Matching Alderan's expectations, Najin's sword strokes became neater and keener. Alderan broke into a laugh. Just as he'd anticipated, Najin was growing. All the boy needed was a perfect example. A good teacher for him wasn't one who could lecture theory gracefully, but a swordsman who could present a flawless example. That would help him more than 100 well-chosen words. Seizing what was left of his consciousness, Alderan showed his perfected swordplay. Kang! Each time their blades collided, each time sparks flared, Najin mirrored Alderan's movements as if reflecting him. Until then, he had never mastered the Triumph sword. It wasn't just the ultimate technique, but every move had some flaws. That was inevitable. Alderan's moves had been flawed while in his diminished form, and Najin had naturally learned a flawed version. Then, Alderan had returned to a transcendent. Displaying his perfected technique, he filled the gaps in Najin's form. The tilted scale leveled out. Bleeding, thrown back again and again, rolling across the ground, Najin got up each time and charged back in. Desperate to close the gap, even if it cost him blood and bone, he followed Alderan's movements. In that process, he grew stronger. Alderan was glad to see it. Teaching a disciple like that was truly gratifying. As his mind dimmed, he recalled his last lingering desire. A final wish. He had been forgotten by everyone. That pained him. It tormented him to think that his deeds, the sword style he had built, even the Golden Horn Knights, had all slipped into oblivion. He didn't fear death. He only feared dying without leaving anything behind. He had always wanted to leave something of himself behind, a successor who would remember him and carry on all that he was. It seemed impossible, so he had given up on that dream. Najin made him dream again. Alderan Vassaglia's disciple, the strong wine he'd once savored, and a squire of the Golden Horn Knights. He had said he would awaken from that dream and pay the price, but that no longer seemed possible. Better to drink the liquor until it killed him, better to dream until the end. "Would you do that for me?" He didn't say it aloud. He didn't ask. He only swung his blade. "Of course I will." Matching his stance perfectly, Najin answered. Alderan smiled soundlessly at that reply. "Then I will carve it into your memory. 800 years of the Empire, the blade of the Empire's first sword. All that I am." Alderan's consciousness scattered completely. All that remained was a single night. He assessed his condition. He couldn't use sword aura, and he couldn't summon mana. Even so, there was a swordsman before him, likely a sword seeker, judging from his skill. His blade arcs were sharp. The boy bore a certain resemblance to himself. It felt like gazing into a mirror. He hadn't fully caught up yet, but with each clash, the boy grew stronger. If he backed away, he would surely claim victory. Creating distance from such a relentless opponent wouldn't be easy. Besides, wouldn't that be improper? He was a knight. Though he had lost his memories, he hadn't forgotten who he was, Alderan Vassaglia. The hero of the Empire pressed the boy back. Blood splashed, the boy was hurled away, but he never retreated. Such a proud adversary. The knight grinned contentedly and tightened his grip on his sword. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to teach the lad something, to give him his best. Perhaps it was respect for an opponent so worthy. He couldn't say. He didn't need to. It wasn't important. He was locked in a duel, eager to settle the outcome. The knight raised his sword. He didn't recall it, but it was the very place where he once claimed a glorious victory. There, he had cut down the Carnival King's core and dropped half her stars. Though he no longer remembered that feat, the sky had not forgotten. The fallen, shattered stars glimmered. They provided no special power. Once fallen, they could only shine faintly. Their light illuminated the night. Sword lifted high toward the heavens. He gave his utmost. Taking a stance with his blade, brandished, as if thrusting into the sky, bearing the name First Horn or First Sword. It looked like he was hoisting a battle flag in its lofty elegance. The flags draped around him fluttered in the wind. Alder and Vassaglia was always at the vanguard. If the Empire was a ship, then he was its horn-like prow, the first blade to strike. He was also the first name called whenever one spoke of the Empire's first sword, its first horn. From that iconic posture came the ultimate secret of the Triumph sword. Alderan never gave it a grandiose name. He simply used the word that symbolized him, triumph. The Empire's first sword brought his blade down. The first sword, triumph. Chapter 164, The First Horn. Alderan Vassaglia, 4, The First Horn, triumph. The Empire's first sword, Alderan Vassaglia, brought down his blade. Raised high as if to pierce the sky, the sword fell toward the earth without sword aura, any imagery, or any sort of magical element. It was a purely physical swing. Countless swordsmen and mages relied on magical means to break free from the laws of the world and surpass the limits of the flesh. Sword, aura, mana, magic, there. One swordsman seemed to ask, "Why do you need all that? A swordsman only needs a single sword." Originally, sword master referred to those who surpassed their limits with the single blade given to them. If so, shouldn't one be able to transcend physical limits without relying on sword aura? Alderan Vassaglia answered that question through his actions. Of course, it's obvious, making it a reality. He showed it to the world. Triumph. The technique held no complicated theory. There was no hidden truth piercing the nature of the world, and the blade's trajectory was as simple as it got. It was just a straightforward strike from above, descending downward, straight and true. That was the value Alder and Vassaglia revered. A knight had to always be righteous and direct. A hero of the Empire had to always win in an upright manner. That was the guiding principle Alderan upheld throughout his life. He proved that principle through his sword. With each fraction the sword moved. The air quivered. As though compressed by an overwhelming mass, the space around the blade distorted. Pressed down and twisted, space hit a breaking point and shattered. Like splintering glass, it crackled apart. Following the sword's path, the landscape fractured. Pulling the fragments of space along, the blade reached the ground. T-chuck. The earth split. Alderan's feet remained planted on the ground as he swung downward, but that single blow tore through the clouds above and cut all the way beneath the earth, and sword aura burst forth from the tip of his blade. Rather than being born of mana, it was a tempest created solely by the sword's force, a phenomenon born from piecing fragmented space back together. It was more like raw devastation than a normal sword aura. Quagagagagagag. Alderan's power surged and crushed everything in its path. Like a ship's bow smashing through an iceberg to forge ahead, it advanced straight forward with unstoppable momentum. Najin witnessed it all with his own eyes. It was a single strike without the middle step, leaving only cause and effect. Watching the blow approach, shattering space like a glass pane, Najin thought, in spite of himself, that it was beautiful. The strike couldn't be more exquisite. He wished he could simply watch in awe, but of course he couldn't. The blow was aimed at him. In that instant, he stopped consciously thinking and let his instincts take over. Before his mind could react, his body moved, spurred by every warning bell going off. He couldn't evade it, he couldn't deflect it, he couldn't fully block it. All he could do was minimize the damage. By reflex, he chose which part he would sacrifice. Tick. The moment his sword aura met Alderin's, time seemed to stretch. He watched as the collision point ruptured space with a sharp T-chuck, and fractures spread into his own sword aura. Anything that strike touched was annihilated as it forged forward regardless. When a transcendent being swung their blade, a certain law took hold, and mere mortals could not resist it. Countless futures streaked through Najin's mind, images of his body ripped apart. Ordinarily, that wouldn't be the future but reality itself. Alderan was rejecting the use of sword aura. He wasn't in a flawless state, and there was no imagery behind that strike. That gave Najin room to fight back, and he knew how to escape that grim future. It wasn't because he'd just discovered an insight, nor because he'd deduced an answer with his eyes, but because he'd been taught. While instructing him, Alderan had explained his secret move and how to counter it, almost as if he expected a day would come when his own disciple faced him. Recalling that lesson, Najin moved. Don't try to block it. You can't. Don't try to dodge it. You can't. Deflecting it. If that were possible, the Carnival King's heart wouldn't have been cut down. Give something up. Choose the part that's least important. Use the impact, the recoil in reverse. Sacrifice something, throw yourself into the backlash, and escape the strike's range. That clown, Quixote, used that method. Even so, he lost an eye and his mount. Now I'm far weaker than I was back then, so you can likely break my strike in the same way. Alderan had spoken with a laugh, calling it easy. But Najin, tasting the Triumph sword's secret firsthand, found nothing amusing about it. Damn this master. What's so easy about this? His sword shook. His sword aura split. Bones in his left arm began to break apart. He made a choice of what to sacrifice and what to protect. Offering up his left arm, he found a brief opening to hurl himself aside. The recoil, gale, and shockwave passed over him. As he threw himself into that chaos, Najin's body cried out. Bones snapped, flesh tore, blood splattered. Inwardly, he cursed his master for teaching such a defense. Engulfed by the aftermath, he was thrown skyward. T-chuck. The last thing he saw was the world splitting in two. The clouds in the sky had been cleft asunder, the ground gashed in a perfect line. He kept his eyes on the sword aura as it shot far into the distance. Seizing all of that, he plummeted, thud, thud. A jarring impact rattled his body as he drifted in and out of consciousness. His spinning vision suggested he'd been blasted high, then crashed down without bracing himself properly and was bouncing across the ground. His sight kept blinking in and out. In that short time, cycling through fainting and revival, he barely managed to remain aware. He still had his sword. Even after all that, he hadn't let go. At least that was something. The problem was that the arm and hand gripping that sword were bent at a grotesque angle. Walk. In the chaos, he stabbed the sword into the ground and skidded to a halt. Having at last stopped, he exhaled a breath he'd been holding. Blood poured out with that breath. It wasn't just blood. He felt like bits of things that shouldn't have come out were being coughed up too. Ugh, kook. Letting the air out was possible, but drawing it back in was no easy task. After spewing out the blood clogging his throat, he finally breathed. Each inhalation sent pain lancing through his lungs. Excalibur's healing power worked on him, but in doing so, it restored his shattered nerves before fixing the rest, magnifying his pain. That very pain snapped him fully awake. He regained all sensation, including what had been numb. Gritting his teeth, he raised his right hand and clamped it onto his half-severed left shoulder. Lightning flashed in his vision. The pain nearly knocked him out again, but he forced Excalibur's healing to focus there. Ha! He let out a long breath and twisted his mouth into a grin. Though that grin trembled, he didn't hide it. There were two reasons for that faint smile. First, because he felt he could finally understand the Triumph Sword's ultimate move. Second, Najin looked ahead. The dust and debris kicked up by the blow gradually settled. As the force unleashed by Alderin's secret technique ebbed away, his figure emerged, eyes locked on Najin. Alderin did not charge and did not swing his sword at Najin. He merely waited for the dust to clear and for his fallen opponent to stand. As if to say, a truly splendid duel demanded nothing less, and insist it should not end until both had given their all. Seeing that, Najin couldn't help but smile. Even having lost his memory, a knight was still a knight. Moved by a certain awe, he rose slowly. Though he staggered, he managed to plant both feet firmly on the ground and lift his sword. Only then did Alderin raise his sword as well. "Whew," Najin exhaled, his breathing calming. "He is unbelievably strong, outrageously strong." Even without sword aura, his body half eroded to the point of collapse. Alderin Vassaglia remained the mightiest foe Najin had ever faced. He had poured everything out just to reach the edge of Alderin's toes. If he used Excalibur, perhaps he could narrow the gap further, but aside from any consequences, Excalibur was not fit for that duel. Najin still couldn't control that sword. He didn't wield Excalibur, it wielded him. A swordsman is someone who swings a sword. You must not be ruled by your weapon or its aura. You must wield the sword with conviction. That was what Alderin had told Najin while training him. Don't let yourself be controlled. If you are, how could it be called your power? Najin stood by that. It was his final pride. Unfortunate. Najin felt regret. He wanted to face Alderin under the exact same conditions and achieve a true victory in their duel. He wanted to wholly surpass his master and give him the perfect final moment he deserved. But he was too weak for that. Much too weak. He needed to push his sword aura mana and starlight to the limit just to clash blades with Alderin. It left a bitter taste, yet precisely because of that. I must win, no matter what. Najin desperately recalled the Triumph Sword's ultimate form Alderin had just displayed. It was the first time he'd seen it in its complete state, but not the first time overall. While Helmut Knight, robbed of his memory of self, had tried over and over to recall that technique, Najin had watched him struggle, attempting to reproduce what he'd forgotten. He vividly remembered those desperate gestures. At last, when Helmut Knight recalled himself, rose again to transcendence, and became Alderin Vassaglia, he saw exactly how Alderin's sword changed and how the missing pieces fell into place. Kook. Thinking of all that, Najin gripped his sword. Exhaling slowly, he raised it. His talent for copying what he'd seen once or twice didn't help with Alderin's secret technique. Even though he understood it in theory, he couldn't reproduce it. He still hadn't reached transcendence. Between him and a transcendent, there was a gap he could not close. Just because he couldn't fill that gap didn't mean he'd give up. As always, Najin took what he had and forced it to bridge the distance. Gazing up at the stars shining above, he stretched out his hand once more. Tack. Like Alderin, he stepped forward. Like Alderin, he lifted his sword toward the sky. Of course, he couldn't split space or conjure a storm simply by swinging a blade the way Alderin did. Flash. Instead, he had his own sword aura. A constellation's power coiled around Najin's sword. Following Alderin's teaching, he wrapped the blade in aura. Compressed to its limit, it distorted the air. High above, Najin's star gleamed, amplifying his sword aura. Sword aura mana, starlight. Najin poured everything he had into recreating Alderin Vassaglia's technique. Responding to that, Alderin shifted into position once more. Splurt. Blood poured from Najin's every movement. His wounds kept bleeding, yet his stance never wavered. He was determined to transcend his limits there and then. Pash. Each time Alderin moved, pieces of his body flaked off into dust. The moment he unleashed that Triumph Sword's secret move, his body had already reached its limit. but his spirit had not. Driving his body beyond its breaking point, he pushed forward past the end. They stared at each other. Master and disciple locked eyes, their blades glowing. The fallen star and the rising star both shone. The first horn neither moved first. Triumph, almost simultaneously, both swung their swords. Alder and Vassaglia, as always, set an example. He was ever a model knight and a hero. Those who followed him ran the path he opened. Once again, he merely fulfilled that role. His 8 shattered stars glimmered. Najin, as always, learned by observing those who advanced before him and through walking in the footsteps of the heroes who once traversed the world, glimpsing their lives and mastering their skills so he might surpass them someday. His 3 stars and the 4th star that was awakening glimmered. Najin, Alder and Vassaglia both swung their blades. The same stance, the same stride, the same breath, perfectly identical arcs. The outcome might differ, but the form was in perfect unison. For the rising star, the one-horned star shines. For the fallen star, the star of dawn gleams. Chapter 165. The first horn, Alder and Vassaglia, 5. When Najin brought his sword down, a surge of sword aura erupted from the blade's tip. It didn't cleave the world like Alderan's attack, nor did it rend heaven and earth or smash everything in its path. Even so, it was undoubtedly the Triumph sword's secret technique. Had anyone else witnessed the strike, they wouldn't have been able to label him as a mere sword seeker. His sword aura tore through the ground, racing toward Alderan. A mere sword seeker could have never wielded such a technique. The blow neared the realm of a sword master and approached transcendence. He, a mortal who had yet to ascend, dared to challenge a transcendent. He hurled himself at that insurmountable wall. Everything had its price, and Najin bore the full brunt of the technique's backlash. Burst capillaries stained his vision red. The wounds across his body burst open anew, scattering blood. The leg, bracing his weight, snapped with a sickening crunch, and he felt the muscles in his sword arm tearing apart with a wet rip. The price paid. His sword aura hurtled forward. Opposite it, Alderan's sword aura charged in like a tidal wave, destroying all in its path. At last, the 2 linear forces collided. Both attacks bore the name Triumph, a technique that symbolized victory and returning home triumphant. In a head-on clash, they could not both be victorious. Where one prevailed, the other must fail. The result was obvious. T-Chuck. It was Najin's defeat. The clash of their sword auras failed to hold for even a second before cracks branched across Najin's aura like fractured glass before it shattered. Such an outcome was hardly surprising. Though he had nearly touched transcendence, Najin was not truly transcendent. He could not inscribe laws into the sword he wielded, nor fully comprehend the weapon as an extension of himself. A vast gap lay between him and Alderan. Even should he borrow mana, starlight, and sword aura, he could not fully bridge that chasm. Could not, yet, Passak. He could at least lay down a bridge to cross. Najin's sword aura left a flaw in Alderan's. It turned what had been a flawless strike into a slightly imperfect one. Though it lacked the power to obliterate everything in its path like, Najin's attack succeeded in creating a small opening in the transcendent technique. As ever, Najin did not miss that opening. Following the sound of shattering glass, his sword aura splintering all around him, Najin stepped forward with great force, then leaped with the second step, charging toward the onrushing wave. In that single motion, he moved faster than Alderan. From the outset, he had prepared for a second strike. Alderan had intended to end it in a single blow, but Najin had planned for what came after. The surging wave, that towering obstacle in his path, by chance, Najin possessed the very technique to pierce it. Planted in the ground before the fight began stood a single lance, the lance of the crossed star he had received from Silent Knight Crunbell. Quoom, using the momentum of his dash, Najin slammed the ground. The lance, half buried, sprang back toward him with a thump. Snatching it in one hand, he spun once in place, driving that rotation into the lance's tip. He pictured the storm's silent night Crunbell had shown him. Drawing on that memory, he thrust the spinning spear forward. Battle ram. Like a horn mounted at a ship's prow, it split the oncoming wave of sword aura. Crashing against the slight fracture Najin's first strike had left, the storm unleashed from the lance deepened that crack with a sharp T-chuck. In that moment, one of Najin's stars blazed forth. Breakthrough, the star that collides head-on and smashes through. The star Najin gained from surpassing Crunbell shone more fiercely as he borrowed Crunbell's technique. Crack. Again, the sound of shattering glass, and a portion of Alderin's sword aura ripped away. It didn't destroy the entire wave, but it opened a gap wide enough for a single person to pass through. Following the opening carved out by Battle Ram, Najin bolted through. Najin ran, but not nearly as fast as he normally would. He stumbled, nearly falling as he tried to put weight on his broken leg. Over and over, he almost toppled, managing just barely to steady himself. Dragging that injured limb, he pressed forward in an awkward run. By any standard, the charge was a poor one. Be it through the eyes of a sword master or by his own judgment as a sword seeker, it was painfully inadequate. In combat, one's physical state is always relative. Alderan was no different. He, too, was in no condition to fight normally, likely even worse off than Najin. With each move, bits of his body flaked away like dust, while Najin poured blood from his wounds. Neither could move swiftly. They were both wrecked. They had both long since reached their limits, yet the duel was not decided. Kang, at last. Najin closed the distance and swung his sword. Their blades clashed at close quarters. In such tight proximity, there was no space for grand techniques. In the mere moment it took to breathe out and inhale again, their swords crashed into each other multiple times. At that range, the outcome hinged on pure skill. Kang, kagagagak, the blades tore at each other as though vying to devour each other. Normally, it would be impossible for someone of Najin's level to best a sword master in such an exchange. The master's swordsmanship would always reign superior. But from the start of this duel until then, he hadn't been utterly outmatched at close quarters. Against a different sword master, it would have been hopeless. The difference was that his opponent was Alderan, who had taught Najin everything, including how to fight him, where his weaknesses lay, and how to handle and exploit his style. Clang. Throughout the time he was instructed, and even earlier than that, Najin had sensed that his journey with Helmut Knight would end in just that way. Ka. Gagagag. It was both a spar between master and disciple, and a journey's close for a knight and his squire. HHK. Ah. At the same time, it was a kind of funeral. In preparation for his final moments, Alderan transferred all he had to Najin. He had given him Crunbell's lance, taught him the triumph sword, and shared his own story. Najin knew the existence of the one called Helmut Knight, and remembered the hero of the empire known as Alderan Vassaglia. All that remained was to ensure Alderan did not become one of the forgotten, so that he could die a knight. Hoping that his master would remain a knight to the very end, Najin swung his sword. Clang, his limbs felt heavy. The world seemed to shrink before his eyes. The clang of colliding blades echoed through his mind like distant thunder. Half-conscious, his body moved on instinct. He parried, deflected, lunged, and retreated. Dodge this. Block that. Each moment required a decision. Blocking a sword master's blade again and again, he kept pressing forward. As ever, he refused to bow before overwhelming odds. Pushing, the heavens acknowledged that as a grand feat. The fourth star, on the verge of completion, flared. Indomitable, what it needed to fully ignite was just one final step. Paradoxically, it was not Najin himself who provided that step, but the very foe crossing swords with him. Alderan's fallen star shone fiercely one last time, a star that had never retreated, never yielded. He once bore it but lost it the day he knelt to the Carnival King. It glowed again. It, too, bore the name of Indomitable. A fallen star was drawn to a rising one, a dead star serving as sustenance for a new birth. Drinking in that starlight, Najin's star was completed. Coom! He slammed his foot down hard. The starlight propped up his failing body, pushing him past his limit. The difference it made was slight, but one step was all it took. He moved that one step faster than Alderan. His sword, suddenly accelerating, reached its target a single heartbeat sooner than Alderan's. Wreathed in that constellation's light, Najin's blade slashed forth. SRRK. Najin's sword carved through Alderan's heart. The pursuing starlight scorched Alderan's body. The duel was over. A victor and a loser were decided. Alderan's body collapsed, and Najin dropped his blade to catch him. Along the line his blade had traced, Alderan's body began to crumble. White flames ate away at him, leaving him frighteningly light, so light that Najin was startled. Ah! Alderan parted his lips. His monstrous features made his expression unreadable, but the sigh he released was soft. I lost. It was the knight Alderan speaking, not the helmet knight who had traveled with Najin. The one lying there had no memories of Najin, only those from his life as a knight. I lost, Alderan said again, voice strangely buoyant even as he acknowledged his defeat. It was as if he had finally set down a burden he'd long carried. He let out a small, gentle laugh. Well done, truly. Those were his last words. His body grew limp. Death had caught up to him. Najin sat in silence, holding his master's remains. Though he had won the duel, there was no joy. He clenched his teeth. He looked to the sky. Up there shone his own constellation, 4 stars. With Alderan's end, Najin gained another star, and it didn't stop at 1. Alongside those 4, new radiance gathered, making a 5th. In a single battle, Najin had achieved 2 heroic feats. One star was indomitable, and though the other had yet to fully rise, Najin sensed its name already. Requiem. Ever since setting foot in the Outland, he had granted death to the Forgotten Ones. Holy Fire Knight Schlain Bagelman, Silent Knight Crunbell, and the Empire's first sword, Alder and Vassaglia. He had bestowed upon each of them the end they desired. Those who had forgotten themselves or were on the verge of forgetting. It wasn't easy to grant the dream they've lost sight of, even to themselves. It was an incredibly difficult thing, yet Najin had done it several times, enough to be called a feat. A single trigger would finalize the 5th star. The battle had yielded much, 1 star fully awakened, another at the threshold, the swordsmanship of a sword master, the triumph sword's secret technique, countless new skills. Najin's swordsmanship leapt forward by several stages. He had gained so much, yet he felt no elation. As much as he had gained, he had lost as well. He slowly set Alderan's remains upon the ground and removed the military flag of the Golden Horn Knights, the one so tightly fastened around Alderan, clutching it in his own hand. After a long exhalation, he knelt on one knee before Alderan. His name was Alderan Vassaglia. He bore the title of Empire's first sword, the star named the One-Horned Star, and he belonged to the Golden Horn Knights. Najin spoke a eulogy. He was the commander of the Golden Horn Knights, a knight who understood pride and honor. He never yielded to anyone. Not even 150 years of time could force him to his knees. He was a hero of the Empire until the very end. He knew little of proper funeral rites. He didn't know how best to extol someone's deeds, nor how to polish them into a stately tribute. He lacked elegant words and refined phrasing. Even so, he recited the eulogy as best he could, echoing what Alderan himself had once done. Partway through, his words petered out. No, that wasn't right. He didn't want to mimic someone else's words for Alderan's final moment. He would speak them in his own way. Clutching the Golden Horn Knight's standard, Najin continued. Up to your last breath you remained a knight. He managed a small smile. Down to the very last moment you were truly a knight. Rest in peace, master. Najin would have said so, but he never finished. His voice was drowned out by a sudden din. Kakak, kakakakakak. Laughter rang out. Kik, dungeriak, kung, quarong, jiriririk, hik, ihihik, kal, kiarururuk, ah, ahahak. The mad cackles of clowns echoed all around. From somewhere came the sound of instruments playing, raucous and wild. Less music than a clashing cacophony, a jarring disharmony reverberating in his ears. Flicker, a star glowed in the sky. Like a firework exploding in radiant colors, that single star's light spread across the heavens. The sky above seemed splashed with paint, no other stars visible than the constellation of 10 stars, the Carnival King. The sky, blotched with swirling pigments, ripped apart. Chapter 166. The Clown with a Helmet. 6. The sky, stained with paint, tore apart, screaming like a living creature in a cry that resembled the sound of shattering glass, bleeding. Drip. Blood fell, red, but not entirely red. It was a mix of red, yellow, blue, green, purple, every color imaginable. The paint dyeing the sky flowed down through the cracks. Plop, 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 falling like rain, it coalesced into the shapes of stars of pain in the sky, lower than the heavens, so close that it felt like you could reach out and touch them. Tack, footsteps echoed across the wasteland. Tack, heels hitting the ground reverberated. With each step, the laughter grew louder, no longer an auditory hallucination. Shadows wearing masks rose from the ground, synchronized with the footsteps. Tack. The shadows were dressed in ridiculous outfits, each holding a musical instrument, clowns. Tack. They danced to the rhythm of the footsteps and played their instruments clumsily, bursting into laughter and playing as they pleased. There were dozens of the clowns playing their instruments, but their music was discordant. Rather than a harmonious melody where notes intertwined, it was a cacophony where every sound ran wild, creating chaos. A noise that would make listeners frown and cover their ears filled the wasteland. Tack. Even amidst the noise, the sound of footsteps, click, could not be drowned out. A woman walked, leading the dozens of clowns. Her steps were slow, but speed is relative. From the moment she appeared, Najin couldn't even breathe. She walked toward him as he remained frozen in place. Russell, the demon's long, flowing black hair and trailing garments all lent to her form as a beautiful woman. She bent down and picked up something that had fallen to the ground. A helmet, the one Alderan had thrown off. Holding the helmet, she walked toward Najin. Every fiber of his being screamed. Breaking free from the bindings that held him, he leaped backward, grabbed the sword he had dropped, and immediately took a stance. Tremble, his sword shook. Was it the after-effects of the battle with Alderan or the instinctive fear he felt toward the being before him? He couldn't tell. She was overwhelming. No, she was something on a completely different level. Najin instinctively knew that the being before him was the Carnival King, the demon with 10 stars, the ruler of the Outlands, the one who had defeated Alderan. Merlin, standing beside Najin, also maintained an unusual aura. Her eyes were wide open, and the 11 blue stars in her hand shone brightly, as if they were about to descend at any moment. Ah, the demon spoke. She smiled as she looked at Alderan's corpse, not at Najin. So, you met your end as a knight, did you? Her voice was soft, as if greeting a long-lost lover or welcoming a dear friend. It tickled the ears. I lost the bet. A promise is a promise, right? What a pity. The beast that blows the horn, the golden-horned ram, the sword that shines like the sun, it's a shame to give them up. Truly, it's regrettable, she laughed. I have you now, so I'll be satisfied with that. Najin couldn't understand her, but he soon would. When the Carnival King gestured toward Alderan, a giant curtain descended. Like the curtain falling before the start of a play, it covered half the night sky. Wrapping the curtain around her like a cloak, the Carnival King raised her arm. Rustle. Thin threads flowed from her fingertips and wrapped around Alderan's body and his fallen star, erasing the period that marked the end of the story. The carnival king turned the page and began writing a new sentence. A clown lives by laughter, so even their death must be ridiculous. Laugh, chatter, sing, and dance, clown. Forever, 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 Alderin's body rose, his fallen star, pulled by the threads, hung in the fake sky created by the carnival king on the curtain she had draped. There, Alder and Vassaglia's constellation was preserved. At the same time, his body began to move, making creaking sounds, not by his own will, but controlled by the threads of the carnival king. He moved like a puppet. Najin watched it all in a daze. His pupils shook. What am I seeing right now? He couldn't understand what he was witnessing. No, he didn't want to understand. His mind refused to comprehend. The carnival king didn't let Najin remain in that state. She gestured. Picking up the helmet tied to the threads, she gently cradled it in her hands, as if it were a precious treasure. Then, clank, she placed the helmet on Alderin's head. Helmet Knight had become a knight by removing his helmet, by throwing off his helmet. He had declared himself Alderin Vassaglia. What was he now that he wore the helmet again? Alderin Vassaglia became the Helmet Knight once more. No, he couldn't even be called that anymore. He was just a clown wearing a helmet, a clown who danced ridiculously to entertain his master, an instrument without a will of its own. Grin. The carnival king smiled as she stroked the helmet-wearing clown. The corners of her mouth stretched wide. Her eyes, stained with paint, half-opened in crescents holding marking and ridicule. She ridiculed Alder and Vassaglia's final moments. She laughed at, mocked, and insulted the noble end he had met as a knight. A noble death. What does that matter? Who says nobility can't be a laughingstock? Everything is a matter of presentation and expression. She turned the stage into a farce. Ha ha ha. The master of the stage turned the knight's death into a joke. Laughter echoed from the audience. The clowns dancing on the stage hysterically laughed at Alderin's death, rolling on the floor. From the beginning, Alderin Vassaglia himself was not part of the deal. What the carnival king had offered was only Alderin's comrades. She had never intended to let go of the hero who had pierced her heart and made her star fall. No matter what end he met, it was of no concern to her. Struggle, writhe, suffer and suffer again. I will turn it all into a laughingstock. Your 150 years are nothing but a ridiculous farce, dancing on the stage I created. Ah, Najin, who had witnessed it all, felt his mind go blank. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Just moments ago, his mind had been filled with thoughts of how to escape the carnival king, how to survive, whether to call Merlin, whether to draw Excalibur, countless calculations and judgments. Not anymore. A massive flame consumed all those thoughts, judgments, and reason. In their place was rage, a rage he had never felt before. It turned his mind white and paralyzed his reason. Grind. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Stop! His voice cracked. Najin dropped the sword in his hand, but it wasn't because he had given up the will to fight. Quite the opposite. His hand gripped the air over where Excalibur was stored as if he wanted to crush it. The space around his fingers distorted. Merlin's eyes widened as she grabbed Najin's wrist. She shouted into his ear, but her voice didn't reach him. With bloodshot eyes, Najin watched Alderin, wearing the helmet, creaking beside the carnival king. He watched his teacher, who had endured 150 years to meet the end he desired, only to have that end insulted. He watched the clowns laughing, mocking, and letting the world drift away. The place where Alderin had gloriously triumphed, the sanctuary where he had closed his eyes as a knight, the end Alderin Vassaglia had desired. The carnival king was turning it all into a ridiculous farce. Najin couldn't bear the insult to the knight, the mockery of his final moments. Soon, Alderin's body moved, pulled by the threads. Creak, clatter, grind. The clown wearing the helmet danced ridiculously. From the mouth that had once spoken of chivalry, ridiculous laughter spilled out. The sword that had been a symbol of the Empire's hero, and the helmet that symbolized the Golden Horn Knights were stained with paint, losing their original colors. The first horn of the empire had become a clown. Ha ha ha! Pulled by the Carnival King's strings, Alderan moved and swung his sword ridiculously in the air. Laughing, snap, something in Najin's mind broke. He let out a roar. He didn't understand what he was shouting, but he knew what he had to do. Bang! He charged at the Carnival King. Calculations, rational judgments, plans, none of it mattered now. If he didn't charge, he wouldn't be able to endure. Excalibur was about to be drawn from the void, and Merlin's star was ready to shine from the sky above. It hadn't happened yet, but with one more step, the future would become reality. Flash! When the situation was about to reach a point of no return, another star shone before Najin and Merlin. The Thorned Martyr, the constellation with 8 stars who had ascended to the heavens long ago, burned brightly. The authority known as Descent, an authority possessed only by high-ranking constellations, lived up to its name. The authority could focus starlight to move the true body to a specific location, akin to teleportation. Although it had the limitation of only being possible where the starlight reached, it was still an overwhelmingly advantageous ability. However, few constellations used the authority for a simple reason: descent consumed an enormous amount of starlight, and the moment it was used, the constellation's true body would weaken. Revealing the true body was akin to exposing one's weakness, attracting the attention of other constellations. A weakened constellation, massive as they were, was a tempting prey. Exposed to countless stars that would hunt them, descent was akin to suicide for a constellation. Still, the Carnival King attempted it. She did so in the place where she had been defeated by Alderan Vassaglia, a forbidden zone for her. The moment Alderan's death blurred the boundaries of the forbidden zone, the Carnival King descended her true body there. She'd been defeated there, and her body and soul would erode just by standing there. Yet she willingly ascended in an act close to suicide. The Carnival King, who had not shown a single crack in hundreds of years, revealed her weakness at that moment. Flash! A star did not miss that opportunity. A star that hated demons, a star that had devoted its entire life to killing demons, and even after ascending to the heavens, created a sect to continue hunting demons. That star had been watching the Carnival King's star and did not miss its chance. The constellation with 8 stars, the Thorned Martyr, the fire that burns for 1,000 years. It was a fire that would continue to burn, a flame of hatred that would not extinguish until all demons in the world were burned to ash. Whoosh! The star cloaked in flames called her apostle. Not just her apostle, but also the stars bound to her by contract. Even if it meant consuming all her starlight, she would not miss that moment. Screech! As the sky tore apart, a massive sword strike split the space between the Carnival King and Najin. The threads the Carnival King had extended toward Najin, along with her clowns, were shredded into pieces by the sword aura. In the wasteland where only the Carnival King's star had shone, 6 stars suddenly appeared. The heaven-slaying star, Yule Razian, appeared with them. Bow! As she fell toward the ground, she swung her sword. A sword aura hundreds of meters long split the battlefield. The sword's cry, resembling a human scream, drowned out the laughter of the clowns. The sword strikes did not stop there. The sword swung repeatedly, aimed for the Carnival King's head, falling like a guillotine. Amid the sword aura ravaging the area, another star appeared in the sky. Though it did not have multiple stars like Yule, its brightness was no less intense. That single star shone a cold blue. Thud! A man suddenly appeared in front of Najin, grabbing the back of his neck and throwing him backward as if to say, "This is not your battlefield." After cutting down the swarm of clowns with a single swing of his sword, the man spoke. Carnival King. Najin had heard that voice before. Unlike then, it was filled with deep anger. "Do you remember me?" The sword master of the Forgotten Kingdom, Kirchhoff, pointed his sword at the Carnival King, one of the three constellations involved in the fall of Londonal. Two sword masters had entered the battlefield. The Carnival King burst into laughter, covering her face with 5 fingers. When her fingers left her face, a clown's mask appeared in their place. Chapter 167, The Battlefield of Stars. 1. The sky tore apart above the two sword masters. It wasn't a metaphor. The sky literally split open. Beyond the torn sky, countless stars shone brightly. Yule and Kirchhoff were just the beginning. The Carnival King was a constellation with 10 stars, and in the Outland, she was considered the strongest after the Round Table. The moment such a constellation revealed her weakness, the hyenas wouldn't miss their chance. Flash! Stars lit up as numerous constellations attempted to descend upon the land. Even constellations that would normally be too weak to attempt a descent stepped through the passage opened by the Thorned Martyr. The Thorned Martyr, the patron deity of the Starblood sect, had ascended to the heavens long ago, so she couldn't descend. The process was too complex and time-consuming, but she had spent hundreds of years accumulating starlight through faith, and she used it to open a passage for the stars to pass through. A justification for the stars to descend had appeared. Under her beacon, the constellations gathered. Not all of them were heroes, nor did they all have noble intentions. Of course, there were a few heroes among them, but most were crows coveting the Carnival King's stars. That was fine. The Thorned Martyr didn't care about their motives. 1,000 years ago, 300 years ago, and even presently, her purpose remained unchanged. Kill the demons. Wipe out all the demons from this land. Killing demons, as long as that purpose aligned. It didn't matter who you were. They were all comrades sharing a single goal. Whoosh! Dozens of constellations rose into the sky stained with the Carnival King's paint, descending to kill her. As the massive beings descended, the space around them began to creak. Dozens of constellations, led by the two sword masters. The pressure they exuded was indescribable, a force capable of erasing an entire nation without a trace, and they pointed their blades at the Carnival King. Dozens of spears, swords, bows, staves. Amidst the dazzling array of weapons and shining stars, the Carnival King's response was simple. Ha 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 ha! She laughed, a ridiculous, raucous laugh, like a clown. Tipping her head to the side, she raised both arms and clapped her hands together with a loud smack. Silence fell. The laughter stopped. The clown's performance ended. The voices of the constellations that had descended vanished, and even their breathing quieted. No one dared to break the unnatural silence. Flutter. In the silence, a giant curtain descended from the sky, separating the audience from the stage. The black veil covered the heavens. Thud. Right then, the connection between the stars in the sky and the constellations on the ground was severed. Cut off from their stars, they were no longer constellations, just humans with immense power. The constellations panicked at the sudden fall, and the Carnival King clapped her hands again. Smack! The performance resumed. The clowns began dancing again, laughing so hard it seemed the world would collapse. The laughter grew louder and more chaotic. Flash! The Carnival King's star shone. Flash, flash, flash! Stars were embedded in the artificial night sky she had created, stars she had collected and who had chosen to live in her shadow. The clowns, who danced only for her, answered their master's call. To face the dozens of constellations, hundreds of clowns set foot on the ground. Leading them was the star of scorn, Quixote. Shattering the weakened boundaries of the forbidden zone, he appeared with Bernstein's head impaled on his spear. Even as his body burned in the flames Bernstein had unleashed in exchange for his life, Quixote didn't stop laughing. "Let's go, Sancho," Quixote charged, his spear gleaming. Hundreds of clowns followed him. Bound to the Carnival King, they too were not free from the nature of the forbidden zone. Even as their souls and bodies eroded, they charged forward. To protect their master, their lady, Their princess, their queen, their lord, their knight, their lover, their captain, their wife, their child, their belief. They willingly walked into the jaws of death. To the clowns, the carnival king was everything. To them, she was the most precious being, worth sacrificing even their lives for. Brainwashed, they willingly burned their lives at her slightest gesture. Ha 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 ha! The carnival king laughed and laughed, as if amused by the clowns sacrificing themselves for her. As if their pitiful state delighted her, she spared no ridicule for them. For them, it was the highest praise. Nourished by their master's mockery, the clowns marched. Originally, the carnival king never left her domain. She operated behind the scenes and the curtains of the stage. In that moment, she'd chosen to step onto the stage and reveal her weakness, putting her at a disadvantage. Countless constellations, like moths to a flame, rushed to exploit her weakness, but they had overlooked something. Even weakened and with her weakness exposed, the Carnival King was still the Carnival King. The fact that she was a constellation with 10 stars hadn't changed. Ha ha ha! The laughter didn't stop, and the clowns' march didn't cease. Though they were swept away by the attacks of the Transcendents, they rose again and charged at them. The clowns were already close to being the Forgotten Ones, and you can't kill someone who's already dead. Drinking in the Carnival King's starlight, the clowns revived again and again, mocking the constellations. If you think you can overwhelm us with numbers, you're fools. From the moment the black curtain descended, the stage had been set with the Carnival King as the lead. In the play, the countless constellations were mere supporting characters. Even if dozens of supporting characters gathered, they couldn't compare to a single line of the protagonist's dialogue or monologue. Kill her. No, focus on this side first. We need to remove the curtain in the sky. Damn it, I told you to target her first. If she's alive, she'll just keep. Ah, seriously. Everyone move aside. I am fire, I will burn the battlefield. Ah, Quixote, it's Quixote. Damn it, the star of scorn. Isn't she supposed to be weakened? If she's weakened, then why does she? Where's the great warrior of the Starblood sect? We need to stick with them. My head, my head. Ah, damn it, we're being overrun. Over here, over here. They weren't even supporting characters. They were extras, mere props decorating the stage. The cries of the constellations were reduced to mere noise. Perhaps they might have uttered more noble and dignified lines, but extras exist only to highlight the lead. On the Carnival King's stage, their lines were distorted and echoed meaninglessly. I will open the path. Run, run, damn it. I told you we couldn't win. The voice that came out carried a completely different meaning. The constellations couldn't tell what was true and what was false. With dozens of individuals acting independently, the advantage of numbers was meaningless. I hit her. Ha! But why? Wait, did it really work? The star is rising again. Crazy. Damn it, I told you that wouldn't work. Even if their attacks managed to reach the Carnival King, she simply sacrificed one of her stars to them. If she gave one away, she had hundreds to spare. She could just replace them. A lead character never died at the hands of an extra, so their blades could never deal a fatal blow to her. But not everyone was like that. There were constellations who hadn't been reduced to extras. Unlike the opportunists who had descended to target the Carnival King's stars, these beings had a firm purpose for joining the battlefield. They had a reason for why the Carnival King had to die. These beings silently cleared the clowns, creating a path to the Carnival King. They were more than extras, they were supporting characters. Following that path, figures who could become the leads of the stage began to run. The heaven-slaying star, Eurasian, the black square star, Kirchhoff, their stars weren't obscured by the Carnival King's black curtain. Without losing their light, they swept through the clowns as they charged. Kirchhoff stomped the ground hard, his eyes wide open. A blue sword aura surged on his blade. Swoosh. The moment he swung his sword, the sky silently tore apart. A portion of the black curtain the Carnival King had draped was cut away. and the stars hidden behind it once again illuminated the land. As the constellations, reconnected to their stars, ran wild, Kirchhoff continued to swing his sword. With each swing, the battlefield was dyed blue. His sword aura resembled blue petals. Blue flowers bloomed across the battlefield. Amid the blooming flowers, Kirchhoff shouted, "Look at me, Carnival King!" At the tip of his sword bloomed a blue flower, the national flower of Londonal. Londonal still stands here. Londonal has not been forgotten. In my blade, Londonal lives and breathes. The Carnival King couldn't distort those words because he had the right. Her gaze turned to Kirchhoff and Yule Razian, who was rampaging beside him. 6 stars, and 1 star in terms of the number of stars. Yule and Kirchhoff weren't particularly impressive constellations, but stars didn't always represent absolute strength. Of course, the more stars a constellation had, the stronger they were, and constellations with many stars could wield many authorities, giving them an advantage in battle. But battles were always relative. There were many strong beings in the world who defied the number of stars. Kirchhoff was one, Yule Razian was another, as were Karen, Gerd, and most of the heroes known as constellations. Screech, a sword cry resembling a human scream, drowned out the laughter of the clowns and even the Carnival King's laughter. A sword aura traversed the battlefield and grazed the Carnival King's mask. Crack! A piece of the mask fell off. Beneath the fallen piece, the Carnival King wasn't smiling. Sitting on the ground, Najin blankly watched the battlefield. It wasn't that his will had been broken, it was just that there was nothing he could do now. A battlefield of stars, a battlefield of transcendence. On that stage, Najin, who hadn't yet reached their level, wasn't even a supporting character, let alone the lead. He wasn't even a prop decorating the stage. He was merely an audience member. He couldn't step onto their stage and could only helplessly be a member of the audience. The rage that had turned his mind white subsided. All that remained were ashes. A hollow laugh escaped his lips. He didn't know if he was laughing or crying. His teacher had been insulted. His final moments had been defiled. Even though the cause of it all was right in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Grind. He gritted his teeth. His head bowed. His tightly clenched fist trembled. Merlin looked down at him, biting her lip as she watched the boy sitting on the ground. She shared the emotions he was feeling. She wanted to descend right then, rip off the clown's head, and place it before Najin, but she knew that wouldn't be the right answer. Najin, Merlin called his name. Najin slowly raised his head. Merlin bent down, meeting his eyes, and reached out a hand. Stand up. There's nothing you can do, but you can't stay sitting here. Plan for the future, find something you can do here, and do whatever you want. I'll help you. Najin opened and closed his mouth repeatedly. Then, suddenly, his gaze fell on Alderan, kneeling beside the Carnival King. The Carnival King was gripping Alderan's helmet, whispering something into his ear. Najin didn't know what she was whispering. He didn't understand the meaning of her actions. Even in that urgent situation, the Carnival King, protected by Quixote, didn't stop whispering into Alderan's ear. He found what he had to do and slowly stood up. Merlin. Yes. Tell me, did you see where my sword fell? Merlin nodded. She pointed in a direction. Najin staggered in that direction. Then he grabbed the sword he had dropped. She realized what Najin was planning to do. She closed her eyes tightly, then let out a long sigh. You're going to do it? Yes. Can you see? Not very well. That's to be expected. Can you guide me? Of course, that's the guide's role. She wrapped her hand around Najin's sword-holding hand, acting as Najin's eyes. She pointed the sword in the direction it needed to be swung. Najin slowly raised the sword. His wounds tore open, and blood gushed out like a flood. His complexion turned pale, but he didn't stop. He gripped the sword and took a stance. With his blurred vision, he didn't see reality. He saw his inner self, the direction Merlin was pointing. What he envisioned was the first horn of the Empire, Alder and Vassaglia. Amid the stars of the transcendence filling the night sky, Najin's star shone. Though few in number, his constellation shone brightly, not inferior to them. For a moment, the gazes of the constellations and clowns turned to Najin. Even the carnival king stopped whispering into Alderin's helmet and looked at him. The insignificant boy's starlight drew their attention. They saw it, a boy who hadn't reached transcendence, imitating transcendence. The first sword, a sword raised high enough to pierce the heavens, triumph. Najin swung down the sword, shining pure white. Chapter 168, The Battlefield of Stars 2. As Najin raised his sword, he thought to himself, I can't hear or see well. Relying on Merlin's whispers and directions, he took his stance. His half-closed eyes were not looking at reality, but at his inner self. He immersed himself in his own being. The imagery condensed on his sword scattered a halo of light. A golden flash erupted over the pure, untainted white sword aura that wrapped around the blade of his longsword in white and gold. Throb. He frowned. Even the act of raising the sword was exhausting. He could easily predict what would happen to him after swinging the sword. He would likely collapse, bleeding profusely. Just standing there was already close to a miracle. He wished that miracle would last just a few seconds longer. His hand, gripping the sword, trembled violently. Squeeze. Merlin placed her hands over Najin's. Though her touch had no physical form, he could feel her emotions, worry, anxiety, and a slightly stronger sense of encouragement. He couldn't help but smile. Merlin, yes, thank you. You're going to thank me with just words. Merlin sighed as if to say, you better show it. Najin steadied his breathing. The trembling in his hand had already subsided. The moment the shaking stopped, he swung the sword. The first sword, Triumph, he brought the sword down, just like Alderan. Countless constellations had descended on the battlefield. Looking up at the sky, over 100 stars shone in their respective colors. Even transcendents were reduced to mere extras there. Naturally, there was no place for Najin, who hadn't yet reached transcendence. Everyone thought so. No one paid attention to the boy sitting in the back. There was no need to focus on someone who couldn't even step onto the stage, but he didn't let them ignore him. His stars shone. The light they emitted was incomparably weaker than the starlight of the constellations. It could even be called insignificant, young stars that couldn't even form a proper constellation. Despite that, his pure white stars shone. Drawn to that pure light, the constellations fell silent for a moment. On the chaotic battlefield, all action ceased. Those swinging swords, thrusting spears, or drawing bows stopped and turned to look. The boy raised his sword, drawing in starlight as the boy who hadn't reached transcendence imitated their power. The moment he swung his sword high into the sky, a sword aura erupted from its tip, and a white light raced across the battlefield, followed by a golden halo. It swept through the clowns and charged toward the carnival king. The eyes of the constellations who witnessed that strike widened. That was undoubtedly a strike close to transcendence. Of course, any of the constellations gathered there could unleash a more powerful strike. None of them were weaker than Najin, but they instinctively felt it was different. They couldn't explain what made it different, but their intuition told them that his strike, born of pure starlight, deserved a leading role on the battlefield. Open the way, someone muttered. Clear the path. The mutter spoke for everyone. The constellations roared and pushed back the clowns. The extras, who had been reduced to supporting roles, charged to clear the way so the boy's sword aura wouldn't lose speed. The supporting characters deflected the magic and techniques the clowns scattered to block the boy's sword aura. The constellations, who cherished their starlight so dearly, consumed it as if bewitched, paving the way. They opened, cleared, and polished the path for Najin's sword aura to race forward. How dare you? Quixote moved to block the strike, but Yule and Kirchhoff stopped him. Just moments prior, they had been the leads of the battlefield, but they yielded that position to Najin. They removed the final obstacle. opening the path to the Carnival King. Using Merlin's eyes and ears with the help of the stars, Nadjan's strike finally crossed the battlefield and reached the Carnival King. SSSHHK. Her mask, swept up in the sword aura, split apart. A few strands of her severed hair fluttered in the air. It wasn't a significant injury, far from fatal, but what Nadjan had cut wasn't just the Carnival King. Alderin's helmet. Nadjan had cut through the helmet the Carnival King had placed on Alderin. The helmet, split in two, fell to the ground. His sword aura, born of pure starlight, momentarily severed the threads the Carnival King had draped over his master. Normally, Alderin Vassaglia wouldn't become a forgotten one. He had destroyed his heart, and Nadjan had cut through it. With his heart severed by pure starlight, he should have met a complete death. That's how it should have been, but the Carnival King had revived him. Using her authority, she had stitched together his torn heart, turning him into a forgotten one so he could move. To make him a clown, she first had to revive him. After all, a variable disrupted her plan when Nadjan severed her threads. What remained in the place where the threads had been was a forgotten one who hadn't yet become a clown. Twitch. The forgotten one's hand twitched. A forgotten one was someone who, having forgotten themselves, craved starlight and repeated their actions from life. What Alderin had done in life was incredibly simple. Whoosh. The moment the helmet was removed, Alderin's body moved. Thud. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot out and grabbed the Carnival King's neck. Gripping her neck, Alderin Vassaglia straightened his bent knee and lifted the Carnival King's body into the air. Alderin Vassaglia was a knight, the first horn of the Empire. A knight does not compromise with demons, and the Empire's hero does not yield to the Empire's enemies. Even as a forgotten one, he had not forgotten his duty. As Alderin choked her, the Carnival King revealed emotions other than laughter for the first time. Shock, fear, and then ecstasy and frenzy. Contradictory emotions colored her face in halves. Soon, countless clowns rushed to save their master, grabbing Alderin, pulling his arms and threading him with strings. Thud, thud, thud. Shaking off all those hands, he rampaged among the clowns. With a beastly grip, he refused to let go of the Carnival King's neck. Smashing through the clowns, he roared. Even dozens of clowns couldn't stop him. Without even holding a sword, he tore through the clowns with his bare hands, slamming the Carnival King into the ground while still gripping her neck. The ground cratered with a loud boom. He repeated this several times. Even as his arms were torn and his skin was ripped by the clown's grip, he didn't stop. Thud, crash, boom. With Quixote joining in, they finally managed to subdue Alderin and free the Carnival King. But in doing so, a huge gap was created. Everyone there was a transcendent before they were constellations. Beings who had reached the realm through countless battles. They didn't miss the opening. Now, now, the tide began to turn. The Carnival King, freed from Alderin's grip, touched the marks left on her neck. With her mask removed by Nadjan, her bare face was no longer smiling. Raising her head, she looked at someone. Her gaze wasn't on the constellations charging toward her, nor was it on Alderin, roaring like a beast while restrained by Quixote. She was looking beyond them at Nadjan, standing in the distance. The boy who had severed her threads, an existence outside the stage, whom she hadn't even paid attention to, had created a variable on the battlefield. The Carnival King slowly brushed her cheek with her finger, blood staining her fingertips. Nadjan's strike had cut through her mask and wounded her face. It had made her bleed, if only a little. The first blood she had shed in 150 years. It had been a full 150 years since her true body, hidden behind her mask, had been injured. She felt a whirlwind of emotions toward the being who might become her natural enemy. Following in Alderin Vassaglia's footsteps, Nadjan and the Carnival King's gazes met. Quixote, the Carnival King pointed at Nadjan. Kill him. After swinging his sword, Nadjan collapsed without seeing the result. A pool of blood formed where he fell. The price for imitating transcendence without having reached it was steep. Stay awake. Merlin's voice felt distant. His eyelids kept drooping. He tried to force them open, but sleep washed over him like a tide, and he closed his eyes. Blink. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Hey, Merlin's voice sounded loud. He realized he had briefly lost consciousness. In his hazy mind, he saw someone standing before him. Are you coming to your senses? Noticing that Najin had woken up, the person spoke. The voice was familiar, a flat, emotionless voice. Yule Razian. She turned to look at him. Najin couldn't understand why she, who should have been deep in the battlefield, was standing before him. Perhaps sensing his unspoken question, Yule spoke and gave him an intent look. The tide of the battlefield has changed. The Carnival King, trying to flee after retrieving the Forgotten One, changed her course. The clowns are all charging at you now. It seems that Demon really wants you dead. She pointed ahead. Countless clowns, their eyes glowing, were charging toward them. The constellations blocked them, Kirchhoff and Yule holding the line. That demon, always busy protecting herself and minimizing losses, is now willing to take losses just to kill you. Fascinating. Yule swung her sword indifferently. My patron guard is speaking. She says to protect you. She didn't need to give such an order, but she's still a troublesome being. Well, whatever. With each swing of her sword, screams echoed across the battlefield. In a voice that didn't match the screams at all, Yule said, You did well. The one who brought change to this battlefield wasn't the transcendence, but you, who hasn't even reached transcendence yet. You should be proud. She turned to look at Najin. Najin. Najin opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His voice wouldn't come out. As if she didn't expect an answer, Yule smiled at him. It was the first bright smile she had ever shown, a smile of pure joy. You always manage to delight me. If the Carnival King feared variables and hated those who created them, the woman before him stood at the opposite end. She was a murderer who loved and reveled in variables. The Inquisitor of the Starblood sect laughed, as if she couldn't contain her joy. Smiling, she lightly said, Rest now. She extended her sword. There's much I want to discuss, but it can wait. Turning her back to the boy who had stepped onto the stage and performed beyond expectations, Yule swung her sword. Najin had done more than anyone expected. He had accomplished something none of the countless stars gathered there could. The world called those who changed the tide of a battlefield heroes. If so, then Najin was a hero. As always, the world was fascinated by heroes. The constellations gathered there were no different, though they were called crows, hunters, or opportunists. They too had once been heroes. On the battlefield a hero was born on, the stars shone to imitate the hero. The transcendents imitated the boy who had imitated them. The stars, shining in all colors in the sky, staked their lives to achieve greatness. The sword Aura Najin had unleashed didn't bring victory to the war like Alderin's had, but it created a turning point toward victory. In his own clumsy way, Najin had lit the beacon of triumph. Countless stars were drawn to that beacon. Grabbing Quixote's leg and dragging him down, charging at his warhorse to unseat him, tearing into Quixote even as their own bodies were pierced. They began to close in on the Carnival King. It was closer to madness. The flames ignited by one boy spread and consumed the battlefield. Watching the scene, Najin slowly closed his eyes. His mind was hazy. With the last of his strength, he glared at the far end of the battlefield. By chance, his gaze met the Carnival King's. No, it wasn't by chance. The Carnival King had been watching him the entire time. The moment he looked at her, their eyes meeting was inevitable. Their gazes crossed. Turbid eyes stained with all colors and platinum eyes, shining brightly reflected each other. The ruler of the Outland, with 10 stars, and the boy with 4 stars who had just set foot in the Outlands. They instinctively realized that they could never coexist. They were natural enemies who couldn't endure each other's existence without killing the other. I must. though their backgrounds and beliefs were entirely different. The conclusion they reached was exactly the same. I must kill them. Chapter 169, Interlude on the Continent 1. What is your dream, Commander? One day, while marching through the Outland, Alderan pondered for a moment over the question posed by his subordinate. A dream? Ha! Recalling an old memory, he chuckled. He had had a dream when he was very young, to become a hero like King Arthur. When he was a boy, the adults laughed when he said that and dismissed his dream as the naive ambition of a young boy, thinking he would forget it once he faced reality. As time passed, and he became the first Horn of the Empire and the Empire's sword master, no one laughed at his dream anymore. It was no longer an unrealistic fantasy. Hearing Aldarin's words, the members of the Golden Horn Knights also burst into laughter, saying things like, "We expected nothing less from the commander." It wasn't mockery, but a hearty laugh, the kind of laugh that meant, of course, that's what the commander of the Golden Horn Knights should aspire to. Ha, as expected of the commander. By now, you must be able to pull out Excalibur, right? I heard you almost pulled it halfway out when you were younger. Alderan laughed off his subordinate's words because he knew that, even though he had become much stronger since then, he still couldn't pull out Excalibur. What the sword demanded wasn't strength. It wasn't something as refined as talent. Excalibur demanded something wild, something that couldn't be described with lofty words. Alderan wanted to become a hero, like Arthur, but Excalibur wanted more. It awaited someone who dreamed of something greater than the great hero who hung in the highest reaches of the sky. Someone who would surpass Arthur and go even further. Someone with that conviction and quality. It did not wait for someone who wanted to merely become a hero like Arthur, but someone who would surpass Arthur and rise to even greater heights. The moment Alderan realized that, he knew he wasn't that person. I won't be able to pull it out. If the commander can't pull it out, who can? Who knows? I'm curious about that too. Alderan stood up. I don't know when Excalibur will be pulled out, or who will pull it out, but there's one thing I'm sure of. He laughed as he put on his horned helmet. Whoever pulls it out, there'll be a pain in the ass, the kind of person I'd least want as a disciple. Whoever becomes their teacher will have a hard time and probably suffer quite a bit. Someone who aspired to surpass King Arthur and had the talent to do so, naturally, such a person would be an arrogant genius. Whoever became their teacher would have a headache. His subordinates laughed, and Alderan shrugged and added one more thing. I'll definitely pass on that. Blink. Najin slowly blinked. The ceiling was unfamiliar. When he turned his head slightly, warm sunlight streamed in through the window. Natural sunlight. Something rare in the Outland where only starlight filled the sky. He frowned. His memories were hazy. Trying to recall the blurry memories, the last thing that came to mind was Yule's back. He had tried to stay conscious, but it seemed he had fainted in the end. What happened after that? And where was he? It seemed like a hospital room, but he couldn't tell exactly where. Ah! He tried to sit up but failed. His whole body ached. As he frowned, a sharp voice rang in his ear. That's what happens when you push yourself too hard. He rolled his eyes to look in the direction of the voice. There, sitting by the bed, was Merlin. Your arm's about to fall off. Ha! Where does it make sense for someone in your condition to imitate a transcendence technique? I swear, ha! Who? Merlin kept sighing as she brushed her face. He could feel the relief mixed in her sighs. Even as she scolded him, she was relieved that he had woken up. He smiled weakly. I'm sorry. You're good at apologizing, huh? I can't even smack you for that. Muttering to herself, Merlin shook her head. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked down at him. You tried to pull out Excalibur, didn't you? Najin remained silent. And you knew that, even if you pulled it out, you wouldn't be able to defeat the Carnival King. I knew. You knew what would happen if you pulled it out, right? He knew. The moment he pulled out the sword, constellations numbering several times those who had gathered to kill the Carnival King would descend upon that land. Before, It would have been hard to imagine such a scene, but after witnessing the battlefield of stars, he could vaguely picture it. A war that would literally turn the world upside down would break out, and in that war he would be powerless. He knew that in his head, but at the time he hadn't thought about it. No, to be precise, he had thought, it doesn't matter. He had lost his reason to the rage that turned his mind white. It was the first time he had experienced something like that. When Najin remained silent, Merlin let out a long sigh and spoke. Considering the special circumstances, I'll let it slide this time. There was no way out, and it happened suddenly. I was also preparing to descend. I'm sorry, really. If you're sorry, make sure to consult me next time. I was really, no, very disappointed, you know. Merlin tapped Najin's forehead. I feel the same way you do. I understand, so don't try to go ahead without me. I can tolerate a lot, but I can't tolerate that. It was her reverse scale. I'm your guide and companion. I'm not a subordinate to be dragged along, but someone who walks beside you. Understand? Merlin leaned down, her flowing blue hair draped over Najin's head like a curtain. His eyes were filled with only Merlin's face. Her icy blue gaze is a little terrifying. Najin thought, answer, yes, swear it, that from now on we'll act together. I swear. Only then did Merlin smile, seemingly satisfied. Okay, then I'll forgive you. You almost died so many times, and from my perspective, it was truly maddening, she whispered in Najin's ear. It was cool, not as your guide Merlin, but as a great constellation with 11 stars. A human who wasn't a transcendent, a young star who had just risen, had changed the tide of the battlefield of stars. Merlin praised that feat. Oh, you've come to your senses, I see. While Najin was talking with Merlin, the door opened, and a familiar figure entered. The woman with white hair, Yule, waved her single hand at Najin. One of her arms was missing. I came to explain what happened afterward and to ask you a few questions. Yule pulled up a chair and sat by Najin's bedside. Noticing his gaze on her missing arm, Yule shook her empty sleeve. Ah, this is nothing. I cut it off myself. What? I was stabbed by the clown knight's spear. The spear he calls Sancho is coated with a deadly poison. If I hadn't cut it off, the poison would have spread throughout my body. The severed arm is undergoing purification at the Starblood sect's main church, so it should arrive in about a week. Yule spoke as if it were no big deal. I'll have to live with one arm for now. It's not inconvenient. Just ring the bell by the bed, and a servant will come running. You should try it too, it's quite nice. There was indeed a bell by Najin's bedside. Where is this? A church in a city near, but outside the outland. So they were on the continent. Najin slowly sat up. Leaning against the head of the bed, he let out a long breath. His body ached, but he wanted to sit up to listen. Can I ask what happened after that? Of course. You were there on that battlefield, and you were the lead. You have the right to know the outcome. It could have been conveyed through someone else, but Yule coming herself was also an acknowledgement of his achievements. It was that boy who had drawn the Carnival King there and changed the tide of the battle. After you tore off the Carnival King's mask, the tide of the battle turned. Led by Sir Kirchhoff, the constellations pushed her back and the momentum shifted. Realizing this, she eventually chose to retreat. Quixote and the Carnival King retreated. Yule mentioned that they had inflicted significant damage on her in the process. Quixote lost 1 star and severely damaged another. The Carnival King lost a total of 17 stars, and 84 of her puppets were completely destroyed. She spoke indifferently. This is a historically significant event. The last time the Carnival King suffered meaningful damage was 150 years ago. Even then, it's unclear who did it or how, but records show that her star shook in the sky. Najin knew who had done it. He opened his mouth. What happened to Sir Alderon? Alderon Vassaglia. He died long ago. Didn't he? Yule tilted her head. The knight whose helmet I cut off. A knight. If you're talking about the Forgotten One who went berserk after you cut off the helmet, he retreated with the Carnival King. They dragged him away, cutting him into pieces. Najin's expression stiffened. Reading his expression, Yule asked, "Was he important to you? Come to think of it, it seems the Carnival King's purpose for appearing was related to that Forgotten One. This is quite surprising, considering her nature." Yule hummed and stroked her chin. She never leaves her domain. She is fundamentally thorough, calculating, and more of a ruler than a warrior. She doesn't take risks. Despite being a constellation that had existed for over 1,000 years, records of the Carnival King were extremely limited. She rarely revealed herself, and when she did, everyone in that space became clowns, so no proper records remained. Thus, her descent was an unusual event that drew the attention of constellations and sects. For her to attempt a descent, especially into a forbidden zone unfavorable to her, is very strange. The Starblood sect focused on the background of such an anomaly. If so, there must have been something she absolutely had to obtain, even at the risk of descending. The Starblood sect speculates that it was the Forgotten One she took with her. Yule looked at Najin. "Do you know anything about that Forgotten One?" "He wasn't a Forgotten One. He was a knight." Najin spoke calmly. "He was my teacher." "Your teacher?" "Yes. His name was Alderan Versaglia. He was the former First Horn of the Empire, and his records were erased by the Carnival King." Yule frowned. "Please tell me again." "His name was—" After listening to the end, Yule tilted her head. "That's strange. To me, what you're saying sounds like, his name is Black 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 Black. He was Black 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 Black, and Black 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 Square Black 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 Black. It seems some kind of power is interfering." Najin wrote the name on a piece of paper and showed it to Yule. Again, Yule only shook her head. "I can't see it. I suspect it's the authority of a constellation. There are records of similar phenomena with the Forgotten Kingdom of Londonal and some forgotten constellations. In this case, even if you find a way to bypass it, the information will be distorted. It's better not to hear it. Misinformation could be more harmful than no information." Yule paused for a moment and looked at Najin. Since earlier, there had been no change in his expression. His breathing was no different from before, but she could feel a thick killing intent emanating from him. The flames burning behind that indifferent expression, and the fact that the sticky killing intent wasn't directed at her made her feel a pang of regret. After a brief conversation, she suddenly remembered something and let out a short sigh. "Be careful when you go outside." "Be careful? What do you mean?" "It's going to be a bit chaotic." Najin tilted his head. It was the continent, not the outland. Yule rang the bell she was holding. A servant entered, and after she gave some instructions, the servant soon returned with a newspaper. Handing the newspaper filled with dense text to Najin, Yule said, "You'll understand when you read it." The newspaper showed his status in the Empire. Chapter 170, Interlude on the Continent, 2, The Scholars of the Grey Tower, where stars were observed and constellations were recorded, were famously slow and lazy. They woke up late in the evening, yawned, observed the constellations a bit, and then went to bed early in the morning, repeating the cycle. As a result, their sleep schedules were completely messed up, and since there was little change in their work, their lives were very static and even boring. Stars and constellations were like that too. There was no significant change in a day or two, and it took at least a year of observation to notice any real changes. In other words, missing a day or two of observation didn't really affect their work, and the workload itself wasn't heavy. Money-eating hippos. Wouldn't it be fine to drastically cut their budget? If you want to taste the meteor of Neuta, the Grey Tower Master, it wouldn't be bad to try. Work less, earn more. I want to get a job at the Grey Tower too. It's a way to live life on easy mode. The Grey Tower's reputation within the Empire wasn't very high. It was seen as a place where lazy geniuses worked, a top-tier workplace where people did little work and earned a lot of money. That was the dominant perception of the Grey Tower, but about 2 years prior, that perception changed. Someone pulled out Excalibur. Arthur and Merlin's constellations shook in the night sky to cause a realignment of celestial bodies, and amidst that chaos, even a malevolent star moved. Events that should have happened over hundreds of years occurred in rapid succession, forcing the scholars of the Grey Tower to scream. On top of that, the birth of the youngest two-star constellation, who acquired 2 stars simultaneously, pushed their workload to the brink of overflowing. Scholars who had joined the Grey Tower to live an easy life and earn money comfortably found themselves busier than ever, barely managing to complete the records of the realigned celestial bodies just as they finished. A gift arrived for them that Najin sent from the Outland. Why is that falling? Ha! Ah, Senior, 4 stars just fell out of the sky. They're worn-out stars, but they've been in place for over 150 years. Why are they falling now? 1 month after Najin left for the Outland, 4 stars fell, the stars of the holy flame guard night shrine. There. A star is falling there. No, it's rising. What's that star? I've never seen it before. There's no record. 2 months in, 6 stars that had fallen long ago suddenly rose, shone brightly one last time, and then exploded, scattering. Ah! Oh my God! Amidst it all, 1 star rose, the 3rd star Najin had raised to the sky. The moment the scholars of the Grey Tower confirmed the star belonged to Najin, they clutched their heads. When they realized his star was connected to the fall of the previous stars, they screamed. The fall and birth of stars messed up the celestial bodies. The laws had to be recalculated, and their positions had to be remeasured. In other words, it meant they had to observe the sky from the beginning, all over again. They screamed not because of the birth of the youngest 3-star constellation, but because their entire year's work had gone down the drain. Just as the Grey Tower was being praised for finally earning its keep under the Empire's budget, they had to start working again, cutting back on sleep. 4 months after Najin left, a scholar of the Grey Tower, looking up at the sky, burst into the kind of laughter that would have made the carnival king clap if she were there. The other scholars, looking at him with expressions filled with, "What's wrong with him?" picked up their telescopes one by one, and soon they too started laughing. The fall of 8 stars, the appearance of the carnival king with 10 stars, the intervention of the Starblood sect's patron deity with 8 stars, the descent of dozens of constellations, the scattering of constellations, falling stars, the battlefield of stars, and the rising stars. Observing the chaotic state of the celestial bodies, they let out hollow laughs and muttered, "What the hell?" And then, flash, amidst the battlefield of countless falling stars, Najin acquired his 4th star, even a 5th star, seemingly ready to be completed at any moment, shone beside it. The first to receive the records released by the Grey Tower were the imperial family and the historians who recorded the Empire's history. The Emperor burst into laughter. The historians quietly clutched their foreheads. They no longer had the energy to scream, nor any hair left to pull out. 4 months after Najin left for the Outland, the Empire faced chaos for the umpteenth time. Najin unfolded the newspaper he had been handed. Who is Najin, really? A 19-year-old sword seeker who, within 2 months of setting foot in the Outland, acquired 1 star, and after another 2 months, has now acquired another. He has shattered the records for the youngest 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, and 4 star constellations by a wide margin. Age is just a number. Grey Tower scholar claims, this is inhumane treatment. Work improvements are needed. Imperial historian Durek, in a drunken rant at a gathering, said, "What the hell is that guy dueling sword masters or something? Does he have 10 lives?" The Grey Tower claims this is unprecedented. A large-scale descent of constellations has been observed, and it has been confirmed to be related to the Star of Dawn. Amidst the sensational headlines, Najin read the newspaper with a slightly overwhelmed expression. Why are they making such a fuss? Every article was filled with superlatives like legendary, unbelievable, astonishing, and miraculous. Why are they going this far? To him, the person in question, the exaggerated praise felt burdensome. Merlin, watching him from the side, gave him a look of disbelief. Do you know how long you were in the Outland? About 4 months. And what did you do in those 4 months? I got 2 stars. Yeah. So how do you think that looks to people on the continent? Najin thought about it. The empire had been thrown into chaos just by him acquiring 2 stars. Normally, the more stars one has, the harder it was to acquire new ones. But in his case, the pace had only accelerated. 2 stars in just 4 months. Najin nodded. It's surprising. It's beyond just surprising. As Najin continued to check the newspaper, Yule spoke up with her usual indifferent expression. Your current status in the Empire is equal to or even higher than mine. Ha! Don't people scream and cheer wherever I go. It'll be similar for you. Your face isn't as well known as mine, but there will be plenty who recognize you. People do scream wherever you go, but it's not exactly cheering. Najin slowly nodded. If you enjoy the commotion, I won't stop you, but it would be wise to be careful when you go outside. Thank you for the advice. Yes, then rest well. I still have some work to take care of. Yule stood up. As she turned to leave the room, she suddenly stopped and turned her head back toward Najin. I've been thinking. She stroked her chin with her one remaining hand. I have no personal bias, so I see the world very objectively. It seems I saved your life. It wouldn't be strange to call me your life savior. Najin slowly nodded. It wasn't wrong. Yule hadn't saved him alone, but it was true that he had been able to escape that situation thanks to her. To save you, I sacrificed a large amount of starlight and even one of my arms. Oh, my arm hurts. It's throbbing. It's very uncomfortable. She didn't look like she was in pain or discomfort at all. Without even trying to act, Yule spoke in a monotonous voice, like she was reading a textbook. Glance. She glanced at Najin. He had a feeling he knew what she was getting at, so he reluctantly spoke. Thank you. I will definitely repay this debt. I recommend repaying it in a material way, not through spiritual or ideological means. For example, through duels or sparring. I'll consider it. Yes, I'll be waiting. About a week later, Najin was able to get out of bed. His body wasn't fully healed yet, but he had recovered enough to move. Getting up, he made his way to the storage room where his belongings, recovered by the Starblood sect's battle priests, were kept. His longsword, the lance of the crossed star, and the military standard he had been holding when he collapsed. He stood there for a while, staring at the standard bearing the emblem of the Golden Horn Knights. I am Najin, a disciple of Alderan Vassaglia, the first horn of the Empire, and a squire of the Golden Horn Knights. He had said that to Alderan. Since Alderan Vassaglia had become a clown, Najin was the only remaining member of the Golden Horn Knights. Staring at the standard that Alderan had kept closest to his heart, he remained silent, expressionless, silent, still. Outwardly, he seemed unaffected, but Merlin, who shared his inner world, could feel the turmoil within. He was quietly seething with anger, the fierce flames and killing intent directed at the Carnival King. I will definitely kill her. Another goal had been added. As he pondered this goal, Najin let out a long breath. He didn't let himself be consumed by anger. He suppressed his emotions, looking forward to the day he could unleash them. By the way, Merlin, why do I still remember Alderan Vassaglia? My teacher, it seems like all information related to him is distorted. Even Yule Razian, a transcendent, couldn't escape that distortion. Why was he unaffected? Did Merlin intervene like in the Outland? Najin thought so, but Merlin shook her head. I intervened back then, but I haven't since we returned to the continent. You just remember. Then how? I don't know the exact reason, but I suspect it's related to the stars you've acquired. The stars Breakthrough and Indomitable were deeply connected to Crunbell, Alder and Vassaglia, and the Golden Horn Knights. Merlin pointed out the stars. Stars are something only you can possess, something no one else can interfere with. They are also a part of you. Since your stars contain their stories, you can't forget them. Crunbell, Alder and Vassaglia, the Golden Horn Knights, the first horn of the Empire, the battle ram, the triumph sword, and so on. Their characteristics and stories were embedded in Najin's stars as something no one else could interfere with, something only he possessed. Najin clenched the star floating above his palm along with the Golden Horn Knight's standard. The captain of the Golden Horn Knights, the first horn of the Empire, Alder and Vassaglia. Recalling the time he spent with the helmeted knight, Najin vowed that, no matter what, he would kill the Carnival King and restore his honor. Packing his belongings, he stood up. There was someone he needed to meet, someone who remembered Alder and Vassaglia. There was only one such person on the continent, the first horn of the Empire. Gerd, he needed to meet that old sword master. He didn't head straight back to the Outland. He needed time for his body to fully recover, and there were people he needed to meet on the continent. Looking for a carriage to the Empire's capital, he walked through the city with his robe pulled low over his face. It feels a bit excessive. Merlin had suggested he be careful since people might recognize him. Honestly, he wasn't sure yet, but since Merlin recommended keeping his face covered, he did so. As he wandered the city, Najin suddenly looked at his hand. He was unconsciously fiddling with the ring he wore around his neck, a habit he had developed recently. The artifact Dieta had gifted him before he left for the Outland gave him a comforting warmth, so he often found himself unconsciously touching it. Even then, as he looked at the ring, the image of a brown-haired girl popped into his head. It wouldn't hurt to visit her while I'm back on the continent. A flash of blue hair caught his eye at the edge of his vision. Hum, hum, a dissatisfied expression on her face. Merlin stared at the ring in Najin's hand. When he asked what was wrong, she sulkily told him it was nothing. She had been like that for a while now, so Najin didn't think much of it. As he looked for a carriage to the Empire, a familiar emblem came into view on a building, the emblem of Dieta's trading company. Why would Dieta's trading company have a presence in a remote city near the Outland? Najin tilted his head and entered the trading company. Clunk. The building was large, but there weren't many employees. The few employees there were too busy with their work to pay much attention to the new customer. Here. He tapped the table of an employee with the back of his hand. Only then did the employee look up and respond differently with, "If you're here to pick up an order, go to that counter. If you want to place an order, use counter number 3. For requests, go to the building next door." He waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. Najin suddenly remembered what Dieta had said. "If you need to find me, just show this to an employee." He took out the emblem Dieta had given him, an emblem carved with a bright yellow gold flower. He placed the emblem in front of the employee. The employee gave it a casual glance. Clatter. He stood up from his seat and looked back and forth between the emblem and Najin. His eyes widened when he saw Najin's face, which had been hidden under the robe. Chapter 171, Interlude on the Continent 3, the city of Lancert, located near the Outland. An employee of the Dieta Trading Company's branch there blinked at the emblem placed before him. That emblem, where had he seen it before? It didn't take long for him to remember. Ah, he had seen it during employee training. He recalled being told that anyone bearing an emblem with the company's insignia was a VIP and should be treated with the utmost respect. When that memory surfaced, the employee's eyes widened. His eyes nearly popping out of his head, he examined the emblem before him. The Dieta Trading Company produced various types of emblems, and their value varied depending on the design. The emblem before him bore a golden flower, not a gold coin, but a golden flower. It was an emblem granted to only one person. The employee remembered how the branch manager and executives had repeatedly emphasized, if someone with this emblem visits the company, do not question it or hesitate, send them straight up. He also recalled who the bearer of the emblem was, a distinguished guest of the Dieta Trading Company's chairwoman, someone who could meet her privately at any time and have her cancel all her schedules. On top of that, that same person had prompted the company to establish a branch in the remote city bordering the outland. The employee swallowed hard, shot up from his seat, and stared at the man before him. The face hidden under the robe finally came into view, revealing a young man with grayish hair and sunset-colored eyes, the one who had recently stirred up the empire. The man was the company's most distinguished guest, who had contributed immensely to the rise of their stock. The employee bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, greeting the figure who deserved multiple V's before the word VIP. Not long after, a carriage provided by the trading company arrived for Najin. When he fumbled through his pockets to pull out his wallet, which he hadn't used in a long time, the employees panicked and waved their hands. No, no, please. Feel free to use it. The Lancet branch of the Dieta Trading Company welcomes your return, Sir Najin, and we will do our utmost to ensure your comfort during your stay in Lancet. The branch manager himself bowed deeply. Najin boarded the carriage, which set forth with a smooth start toward the Empire's capital, where the Dieta Trading Company's headquarters was located. The ride was quite comfortable. He glanced out the window of the moving carriage at the blue sky, warm sunlight, fresh air, and peaceful atmosphere. It was so relaxing that it made him sleepy. Having not experienced the continent's embrace in 4 months, it felt strangely unfamiliar. It's peaceful. Normally, you'd see a forgotten one or two by now. Common sense says such things shouldn't exist on the continent, right? The journey to the capital took a while, so they stopped at small towns along the way for food and lodging. Eating a well-cooked steak, Najin suddenly remembered the giant's special meat he had eaten in the outland and couldn't help but smile. That was pretty good. After about a week, he arrived at the capital as a distinguished guest of the Dieta Trading Company. Thus, he was able to enter the city without any formalities. The empire's capital, Camelot, was always astonishingly splendid, but neither the dazzling artifacts nor the architecture could capture his attention. He simply looked up toward the imperial palace, surrounded by 5 towers symbolizing the empire's pillars. Najin's gaze fell on the tower at the forefront, the residence of the first horn of the empire, Gerd. The moment he looked at that tower, he felt a gaze in return. Just as he was looking at it, the old man residing in that tower was also looking at him. He was certain of it. Come to think of it, they say the capital is like that old man's front yard. From the moment you set foot in the capital, you were within Gerd's range. Najin had heard such rumors. Believing the rumors to be true, he stared at the empire's first pillar and moved his lips. Though countless people, noise, and buildings stood between them, he and Gerd conversed. The 7 stars hanging above the empire's first pillar twinkled briefly as Najin informed Gerd that he would visit soon, and the man granted his request. Arriving at his destination, the street where the continent's most prominent trading companies kept their headquarters, he stepped out of the carriage after a slight bow. Flags bearing each company's emblem hung from the buildings. He looked around, tilting his head. Isn't the Dieta Trading Company's building supposed to be around here? He remembered it being nearby when he had visited with her, but the building in its place didn't bear the company's emblem. It seemed they had moved. This way. Najin, an employee in the Dieta Trading Company's uniform, guided him directly. How long had they walked? Najin blinked. This is the company's headquarters. Yes, this is the correct location. In the central area, between the towering headquarters of Rocktide Trading and Cornell Trading, 2 of the largest trading companies on the continent. The Dieta Trading Company's building stood tall, its flag hanging high. It occupied a respectable building that didn't pale in comparison to the headquarters of the continent's top trading companies. Looking at it, Najin couldn't help but smile. It seemed that, while he had been struggling in the outland for 4 months, the chairwoman hadn't been idle. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta, had achieved a success story in the city of opportunities, Cambria, and was a person of envy for many merchants. Building a trading company that represented a city from scratch in just 5 years was no small feat, but merchants belonging to large trading companies, not small businesses, often pointed out the limits of Dieta Trading Company's growth, saying, "Isn't it just a company that only works in Cambria?" To be called a large trading company, one had to exert influence across the entire continent, not just one city. It was a frog in a well, a company only highly regarded in Cambria. They looked down on the Dieta Trading Company and laughed, saying it wouldn't grow any further. But it didn't take long for that laughter to turn into astonishment. After the subjugation of the red and white dragons, Dieta monopolized the materials and began to move, and the tide turned. In an instant, she established herself in the empire's capital and formed a contract with the Platinum Tower, a behemoth among behemoths. Those who witnessed the process dismissed it as just luck, a seasonal business, and said, "It will collapse as easily as it rose." But those voices didn't last long. Exceedingly fast and aggressive, the Dieta Trading Company expanded. What spurred its expansion was none other than a statement from the Platinum Tower Master. "You know the chairwoman of the Dieta Trading Company. Right, she's so diligent and bright. Not like the young people these days. She's polite, well-mannered, and quick-witted." I muttered to myself, it would be nice if there were something like this. And guess what? She sent it to me the very next day. I didn't even ask for it. How thoughtful of her. Cypria Gashivskaya, the eternal radiance, who was the center of the Empire's logistics and managed most of the Empire's artifacts, standing as one of the pillars, supporting the Empire as the master of the Platinum Tower, didn't think much of her contract with the Dieta Trading Company, but over time her stance changed. At first, she sent her secretary to sign contracts with Dieta, but at some point, she began summoning Dieta to her tower. A great mage, one of the Empire's pillars, was meeting privately with the chairwoman of a trading company. Every time Dieta visited the tower, Cypria's attitude changed. "She's so polite, she speaks so beautifully." She went from indifference to a smile. Chairwoman Dieta sent a gift. Again, what is it this time? Wait, this is from the Ramarian Mountain of 134. How did she know I like this? What? She sent a letter too. Wait a moment. Where's my pen? From calling her that girl to Chairwoman Dieta, Cypria even personally replied to the letters Dieta sent. "Chairwoman, welcome. I've been waiting for you." At some point, Cypria began emerging to greet Dieta whenever she visited and went arm in arm with Dieta, chatting and laughing as they ascended to the top floor. The mages of the tower were left wide-eyed. It was the first time they had seen their usually stern tower master smile so brightly. "The trading company I originally contracted with, what was it? Rocktide Trading. How much longer is the contract? 6 months. 60 years is long enough. Maybe it's time to change." When she casually mentioned being reluctant to renew the nearly 60-year exclusivity contract with Rocktide Trading, the company was thrown into a panic. The chairman of Rocktide Trading personally brought gifts to the Platinum Tower, but Cypria simply sent him away with an indifferent expression. At that point, it was only natural to wonder, how on earth did Dieta manage to win over Cypria Gashivskaya? What method did she use to charm the notoriously difficult Great Mage? Merchants could only marvel at Dieta's eloquence, which had won over a transcendent in less than 4 months. 4 months after the Dieta Trading Company set foot in the Empire's capital, large and small trading companies gathered under her company's flag, and based on the companies she had acquired, she began expanding her distribution network across the continent. Given she did it all in just 4 months, merchants jokingly said that the heavens should grant her a star. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta, just as the name, Najin, the star of dawn, was endlessly repeated by adventurers, knights, and mercenaries. The name Dieta was constantly on the lips of merchants. A merchant of legend, a born trader. Sit with her, exchange a few words, and you'll find yourself signing a contract as if bewitched. If you want to negotiate properly, don't talk to her for too long. Don't engage in long conversations. It's better to face her in writing. She'll enchant you. The young chairwoman with golden flower-like eyes found that her status endlessly rose. Of course, Najin had no way of knowing all of this. Ah! Recognizing Najin, the headquarters employee swallowed hard and guided him to the top floor, while others had to bring all sorts of bribes to secure a meeting with Dieta. Najin had no such need. The moment he showed the emblem, the path to the top floor opened smoothly. Thus, he arrived at the top floor reception room. There, Dieta was waiting for him. Sitting primly on the sofa, brushing her hair to the side, she looked up from her coffee. Startled. The moment their eyes met, her shoulders twitched slightly. She had known about Najin's visit for about a week and had been waiting in the reception room, fully prepared. But seeing his face after so long left her momentarily flustered. It had been a long time since she had seen him. Perhaps because it had been so long, joy and excitement took precedence. If it had been the old her, she might have blushed and stumbled over her words. She was different. Ahem, ahem. Clearing her throat, she smiled brightly at Najin. It's been a while, Najin. How have you been? Her smile was perfect, even by her own standards. It was a smile that had melted countless men's hearts and made them fall for her, the result of her honed expression skills over the past 4 months. It came more naturally, more beautifully, more elegantly. During that time, she had refined every aspect of her expressions, gestures, and even the smallest movements, mastering the art of conversation to win people's favor. It was time to show that growth to him. He'll be happy to see me after so long, right? This time, I'll make it more certain. Countless plans formed in Dieta's mind. The corners of her mouth twitched as she imagined a rosy future. Since the distance between them had prevented their relationship from progressing, she would definitely close that gap. Just as she was about to ramp up her expression skills, I can't say I've been doing well, but I've spent some valuable time away. Yes, it's been a while. Dieta, Najin gave a genuinely happy smile filled with sincerity. That was enough to completely wipe away the bold future Dieta had been imagining. Caught off guard by the perfect ambush, her eyes wavered, her expression skills were shattered. Her tongue, oiled to spew out smooth words, creaked like an old hinge. Her breathing faltered, and she hiccuped after swallowing wrong. Hiccup! Covering her mouth with her hand, she quickly turned her head away. The eloquent speaker, who had charmed the Platinum Tower master, the businesswoman who had firmly established herself in the empire's capital in just 4 months, the chairwoman of a large trading company that dominated the continent, it all vanished. In the end, before Najin, Dieta was just a girl who had completely exposed her weakness. Chapter 172, Interlude on the Continent 4. Dieta didn't particularly like romance novels. The protagonist's mind was a flower garden, and they effortlessly gained the affection of those around them without much effort. The process of falling in love itself felt too contrived. A prince who magically appeared to save the day whenever the protagonist is in danger. Where in the world does that happen? Was the world really that easy? She was the type of person who couldn't enjoy creative works as they were, always comparing them to reality, which made her a rather troublesome individual. It wasn't just with romance novels. She didn't particularly enjoy reading novels in general. The fact that she had devoured all the popular romance novels in the Empire over the past 4 months was not due to her personal taste or hobbies, but rather due to a strictly business-oriented move based on a thorough business plan. Chairwoman Dieta, have you heard of the novel How to Seduce the Trading Company Owner? I couldn't help but think of you while reading it. The male lead in the novel is the owner of a major trading company. I wonder how it would feel from the perspective of someone who owns a trading company. The master of the Platinum Tower, Cypria Gashevskaya, read romance novels. To keep up with her conversations, Dieta had read all the romance novels she could find and even stayed up all night reading some of them. But it was never out of her own will. It was simply to make conversations with the master of the Platinum Tower flow more smoothly, not because she was curious about the next volume. Absolutely not. She would even swear it on gold coins. Ha! A man who owns a major trading company just gives away everything without calculating profit and loss. How cliché. There's no way such a merchant exists in the real world. Despite finding the content ridiculous, Dieta flipped through the next volume as if enchanted. Sometimes, while deeply immersed in a novel, a particular line would strike her. The following line was one such example. An appropriate distance between a man and a woman deepens their relationship and nurtures affection. She absolutely did not think of Najin and herself. She considered herself the type of reader who wouldn't think, "This is totally my story," while reading a novel. It was just a memorable line, so she wrote it down and stuck it on her office desk. Dieta slowly took a deep breath as she pondered that line. A full 4 months. That was more than enough time for affection to sprout. But what she had overlooked was that the affection had sprouted within her first 4 months. A whole 4 months, not hearing his voice or seeing his face for 4 months had left her restless and anxious. Was I not important? Didn't he say he'd visit often? She often found herself looking up at the sky with a heavy heart. After 4 months, they had finally reunited. Seeing Najin's bright smile and warm greeting, she felt relieved, but at the same time she was struck with a fatal blow. Perhaps because it had been so long, the impact was unusually strong. Hic! To stop the hiccups that were threatening to burst out, she gulped down her coffee. Barely catching her breath, she tapped the sofa across from her. Originally, there was some distance between the two sofas, but just a few minutes before Najin arrived, she had complained, "Isn't the distance too far?" and pulled the sofa closer. As Najin sat down, she silently glanced over him. He had changed a lot in the time they hadn't seen each other. She couldn't quite put her finger on how, but he seemed more mature. The atmosphere around him had shifted. "So, let's hear it." Dieta pretended to sip from her empty coffee cup as she spoke. "What on earth have you been up to that you managed to gain 2 stars in just 4 months?" "So," Dieta blinked, "if I heard correctly, you clashed with a 4-star constellation, then a 6-star constellation, and not stopping there. You even dueled with an 8-star constellation and won. And then you dealt a blow to the 10-star constellation, the Carnival King, in the battlefield of stars." In essence, that was correct. There were many details to unpack, so Najin added a few words to Dieta's summary. The first one was half dead, the second had lost their sanity due to a fallen star and was weakened, and the third didn't even use his sword aura. Still, these are characters straight out of a fairy tale. Anyone with more than 5 stars is a transcendent, right? So you're saying you fought against transcendence? To be precise, they were former transcendents. Dieta's eyes wavered. What on earth was the man saying? She had prepared herself to accept some outlandish stories, but that was on a scale far beyond her imagination. And about 2 weeks ago, you were involved in a massive movement of the stars, right? No, not just involved. It sounds like you were the cause of it. I did play a significant role in summoning the Carnival King there. Not only did he face a 4-star, 6-star, and an 8-star constellation in succession, but he was also involved in a battlefield where dozens of constellations, including the 10-star Carnival King, descended. Dieta's head tilted involuntarily. Her hair tumbled down as she gave Najin a dumbfounded look. He doesn't seem like the type to lie. It was the kind of story you'd expect to find in myths. No matter how much she trusted him, it was hard to believe. However, the 2 stars he had acquired in just 4 months supported his story. So, Najin, yes. Do you have extra lives or something? Or maybe a constellation that rushes to your aid whenever you're in danger? What on earth were you thinking? Doing something so reckless? How did she know? Najin was inwardly startled. Dieta pressed her fingers to her forehead as if she had a headache. You really managed to survive. He was known for his recklessness, even on the continent, but in the outland, he acted as if he had multiple lives. Dieta bit her lip. After letting out a short sigh, she stood up from the sofa. Najin blinked and looked at her. She leaned down and brought her face close to his. Swoosh. Then she reached out and grabbed his face with both hands. Holding his chin, she turned his face this way and that, and when she saw the scar hidden by his hair, she frowned. Jingle. She rang a bell. A secretary hurried in, and Dieta whispered something to them. Shortly after, the secretary returned with an expensive potion and a first aid kit before leaving again. Move over a bit. Dieta patted Najin's thigh with her palm. After he moved aside, she sat down right next to him and took out some gauze from the first aid kit, soaking it in the potion. Turn your head, like this. I'm fine. I'm not fine, I'm not. Even though Najin had superhuman regenerative abilities, the scars from battles with transcendence remained. Seeing the scar, Dieta bit her lip. She had prepared for such a situation, but she never thought it would actually come to this. Removing scars was the domain of expensive potions and alchemy, and she chose the former. The potion cost billions per bottle, but Dieta didn't hesitate to use every last drop. You're driving me crazy, really. Isn't that expensive? Is price the issue right now? Unconsciously, Dieta recited a line from the male lead of how to seduce the trading company owner, but she didn't feel embarrassed. She hadn't even thought that far. Done. After successfully removing the scar, she let out a long sigh and glared at Najin. I can't bring myself to tell you not to overdo it, but at least get proper treatment, okay? I know you have good regenerative abilities, but scars still remain. She shook her head. Well, I guess you can't get proper treatment in the outland. Just come back to the continent every few months for treatment. If you come to the capital, I'll call some skilled alchemists. Najin was about to say that most injuries heal without leaving scars, and that scars like those only remained from battles with transcendence, but he kept his mouth shut. If he said that, he'd surely get scolded with, "What on earth have you been doing?" "I'll do my best," he smiled faintly. "Thank you, as always." Their eyes met. The distance between them had narrowed while she tended to his wound. Dieta blinked, then swallowed hard. She suddenly stood up from his side and returned to her seat, ears slightly red. "I missed you these past 4 months." Dieta twirled her hair and spoke in a soft voice. "What about you? Did you think of me at all?" Najin silently took out the ring he wore around his neck. As he clenched the ring in his hand, Dieta looked at her own finger where she always wore the ring. Even during work, she would sometimes feel a sudden warmth and be startled, but she never took the ring off. Pointing at the ring, Najin smiled slightly. "Does that answer your question? Are you sure you've never been in a relationship before?" It was a sufficient answer. The warmth she had felt through the ring over the past 4 months had already answered for him. She fanned her flushed face and changed the subject. "How long do you plan to stay on the continent?" "I need to recover and take care of some business, so I'll probably stay for about 2 weeks." "How about extending that by a week?" "Ha," Dieta said. "There's a banquet I'm supposed to attend in about 20 days, and I don't have a partner yet." Originally, she had planned to attend alone, but since Najin was there was no need. Dieta smirked. "You'd need to be at least a rising star currently making waves in the Empire to fill the seat next to me." "She's an expensive woman." Najin laughed as he watched Dieta tease him. "Yes, gladly." Dieta inwardly cheered, but thankfully she didn't let it out and embarrass herself. "Well then, I'll see you later." Okay, see you. After chatting with him for a while, as soon as Najin left the office, she buried her face in the cushion on the sofa and tapped the armrest with her palm, unable to contain her joy. Oh my God, oh my God, the ring. Giving him the ring was such a good idea. She reminisced about Najin showing her the ring and smiling. Finally, she was unable to hold back her cheer any longer. Pajan, the guard outside the office, quickly closed the door to prevent the sound from leaking out. The day after arriving in the capital, Najin stood in front of a certain tower. 5 towers stretched high, guarding the imperial palace. Since it was where the pillars resided, the area was usually as heavily guarded as the imperial palace itself. There was one exception. That particular tower had no guards whatsoever, a tower with 7 stars hanging at its peak. If you were to name the most powerful being in the empire, the tower's resident would likely be the first to come to mind. No guards were needed because the tower's master was its protector. The first pillar of the empire, Gerd. Najin had gone to the tower of the first pillar to discuss matters with Gerd. There were stories he needed to tell the old man who supported the empire, and there were stories he needed to hear. Chapter 173, about the first Horn One, the empire's first pillar, Gerd Isebold, an imperial sword master. Records were lost to the flames set by rebel forces during the Dawn War, making it impossible to pinpoint his birth. Estimates place him between 180 and 210 years old, yet that very guess only created more confusion among imperial chroniclers. Wasn't it a rule of nature that, once a person reached 150, their body wore out, compelling them to leave for the outland? Of course, there had been a few who defied that rule, but each was exceptional. Yule avoided the erosion of her soul by simplifying herself, erasing her own memories and emotions, reducing herself to a clear, straightforward principle of action. In so doing, she eluded the wear and tear of age. The lighthouse keeper of the Starlight Order remained immovable. For long durations, he did not stir. By remaining outside the flow of time and subsisting on the faith his followers offered him, he endured. What of Gerd Isebold? The 2 other examples were virtually no longer human. Their special circumstances make them poor comparisons. Meanwhile, Gerd remained human to the core, different from the other 2. What allowed him to last so long? Speculations abound, but only speculation. Countless scholars argued his aging might be connected, but that's all it was, guesses, none of which could definitively explain him. For nearly 2 centuries, or perhaps more, he served in the empire. Though he attained sword mastery at an uncommonly late age, especially considering the exploits he'd shown as a sword seeker, after reaching the transcendent realm, he never regained youth. Suspicious indeed, but the value he pursued, ever since he first picked up a sword, had never once changed. Born in an age of chaos overrun by rebels, his childhood shaped by turmoil, he always remained loyal to a single cause. For the Empire. The Empire's first horn, the Empire's first pillar, true to that title, Gerd protected the Empire. The leader of the rebels is dead. They've lost their command and will soon scatter. Honestly, I'd prefer to sweep them all away myself, but I have no time. That being the case, you take care of them. It's your turn now. No one truly knew that what Gerd sought to protect was not the Empire itself. Protect the Empire I've guarded. When Gerd said, Empire, he did not mean the Empire in simple, literal terms. In his empire, a single line was always silently appended. The Empire that he protected. Gerd was simply keeping a promise that he had not forgotten and that he would never allow himself to forget. The tower belonging to Gerd Isebold, the empire's first pillar, stood silent. Take Cypria Gashivskaya, the empire's 4th pillar. Her eternal radiance tower brimmed with subordinate mages. The other towers were hardly different. Each of the empire's 5 pillars wielded so much authority that not even the emperor could easily cross them. Power like that naturally attracted followers. Noise and bustle inevitably followed. Still, Gerd's tower remained quiet, a place so barren that Najin thought it desolate. Climbing toward the tower's uppermost floor, he felt that stillness, so utterly silent it was as though only Gerd himself lived there. Gerd, the old sword master. Najin thought back on him. Information on the man could be easily found in any imperial history text. After all, he had lived nearly 200 years as a soldier and knight of the Empire. Wherever great events arose, Gerd's name was present. He suppressed Dark Mage Kefallen, defeated a fallen star that trespassed past the Outland's borders, put down an uprising of Dark Mages, and took part in the Dawn War. His life was in itself the Empire's history. Tap. At last, Najin arrived at the top of the tower. Beneath a vast sky for a ceiling, there stretched a wide grassy plain. Though it was his first time actually setting foot there, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Long ago, when he was set to spar with Gerd, he had glimpsed a similar pasture. Rustle, Najin trod upon the grass as he moved forward. "You've come." An old man stood in the center of that field. He turned from gazing down at the Empire. His eyes were dry, stripped of obvious emotion. Though reminiscent of Yule's empty gaze, there was one fundamental difference. If Yule's eyes were blank from having purged all emotion, Gerd's were those of a desert, parched from time and attrition. His was a gaze worn down to dullness, yet when he looked at Najin, a spark of interest surfaced. His expression relaxed, if only slightly. "They say you've thrown the Empire into a stir with all your talk, the youngest ever sword seeker, and at that age you already bear 4 stars. Quite a commotion you've caused. It wasn't my intention, but so it goes. True feats seldom come from declaring, 'I'm going to make a name for myself.' They're simply the result of living consistently until glory finds you." A rock lay perched amid the grass. Gerd, sitting on it, gestured at the stone beside him, the universal signal for "sit here." Side by side, 2 flat-topped boulders. Najin eyed them and felt a curious sense of familiarity. It felt like a campfire would fit perfectly between them. The moment Najin sat, Gerd asked, "So, why have you come? You hold the right to ask anything of me. You earned that privilege on the day of our duel. Let me guess, you've arrived to exercise that right. Am I correct? Depending on how our conversation goes, I may use that right, but it's not what brought me here." "Ho," Gerd narrowed his eyes. "You came to talk. You have something to say to me." "Yes. The Empire's first pillar has precious little time. A private audience with me is even rarer still, though perhaps less rare than your victory. Either way, it's not to be taken lightly." Gerd motioned with his chin. "Speak. If what you have to say proves unworthy of my time, I'll consider your request for an audience paid in full by the interest and goodwill I held for you." It didn't seem like he expected much. He was a relic who had reigned atop the Empire for over a century, and he had experienced many things. Nothing anyone said was likely to surprise him anymore. Those parched eyes. A dried-up man, he made a poor conversation partner, ready to respond to anything with a simple nod of ham. Najin knew precisely the topic that would capture his full attention in a single stroke. "The Empire's strongest warrior, the first pillar. I've come to speak with you about the first horn." "The first horn," Gerd's eyes narrowed, sounding out his opponent's words, trying to grasp their intent. "You mean me? You've come to discuss the Empire's first pillar?" "No, not the pillar." A slight spark, like water in a dry desert. Even eliciting that minimal interest from Gerd was an achievement any imperial diplomat would envy. Najin had no intention of stopping at a mere spark. "I've come to talk about the Empire's first horn in its original sense, about the previous first horn of the Empire, Alderan Vassaglia. There's something about him I need to discuss with you." The moment Najin let Alderan's name cross his lips, swish, he felt as if, in the next instant, his head would tumble from his neck. In the past, such a sudden flash of danger would have forced him into a clumsy retreat, blade drawn. But the Najin of the present did not so much as flinch. He knew it was only a fleeting phantom. The pressure Gerd radiated was so severe it forced Najin to envision that grim possibility. Yet he calmly met Gerd's narrowed eyes. Gerd spoke, his voice as keen as the sword at his hip. Consider this your only warning. If you speak that name for some trivial reason, to show off, to toy with me, then you'll need that right you earned to keep your life. Alder and Vassaglia, the former first horn of the empire. Thanks to Gerd's personal efforts to record his deeds, many people knew the name. Over the years, not a few fools had attempted to win Gerd's favor by carelessly invoking it. No need to say what became of those fools. To Gerd, Alder and Vassaglia was both sacred ground and his deepest vulnerability, a realm no outsider had any business profaning. Choose your words carefully before you speak. Even as Gerd issued that threat, Najin remained silent. He did not open his mouth at all. Instead, he stood. From his belt, he drew a sword. Gerd's eyes narrowed further. Najin was not pointing the blade at him, but at empty space. Unsure what the young man intended, Gerd watched in puzzlement. Then the young man began to wield his sword. Step by step, sinking power into each footfall, he demonstrated the sword art he knew best. Wish. He was no diplomat or politician. He had no gift for persuading people with words alone. Najin was a swordsman, first and always. Who else could speak through the blade, as a silver-tongued orator does with his words, as a novelist tugs at the heart with lines of text, or as a chronicler records history with a brush? A swordsman showed his truth with steel. The sword style Najin employed was imperial swordsmanship, a perfectly textbook form of the Empire's standard sword art. Any knight or swordsman in the Empire would recognize it as imperial swordsmanship. There was exactly one man in all the Empire who would see the subtle difference in Najin's blade. He alone would notice the raw, primal sharpness absent from standard imperial swordsmanship, the gap between it and what Najin was displaying. Gerd's narrowed eyes widened little by little. He was the only one alive who remembered that sword art, the ancient foundation of imperial swordsmanship. He had modified and refined it into the Empire's modern style, determined that such a beautiful technique must never be lost. A sword art lost 150 years prior, Gerd had only partly reconstructed it from memory. The sword technique of the previous first horn of the Empire, the Triumph sword. There it was, resurrected at the tip of a young man's blade. Gerd's eyes grew wide. Where before he had only dryness, emotion came flooding in, like a desert rainfall. A heart that had gone quiet for a century thundered once more. Then, thud, Najin slammed his foot onto the ground. Steadying himself, he raised his sword high. In that instant, Gerd reflexively stood, before his very eyes. A memory he kept locked in his innermost heart was unfolding anew. The first horn Najin had promised just moments before that he was there to discuss the first horn. He had not lied. He showed Gerd evidence of the first horn, right before his eyes. Surely, Gerd would recognize it, and surely he would know what was coming next. Indeed, Gerd stood, discarding all composure, eyes opened wide. The dryness was gone. He was staring with full attention. Najin did not disappoint and brought his sword crashing down. He did not channel sword aura or push his body to its limits. Beyond the common-sense reason that unleashing such force in the heart of the Empire's capital would be disastrous, there was also the simple fact that his physical condition wasn't sufficient for the full manifestation of the Triumph sword. Still, in form, it was perfect. CRK. A single blade stroke scored the grassy field on the top floor of the Empire's first horn's tower. By law, defacing the tower of an imperial pillar was a monumental crime, punishable by death on the spot. But the one person who could enforce that law, the Empire's first horn, said nothing. He merely gazed upon the mark Najin had carved and then turned his gaze on the young man. Najin's shoulder throbbed from the strain of conjuring even the outline of that technique. He gripped his healing wounds and met Gerd's stare, smiling faintly. "Didn't I say so?" Gerd's eyes trembled. For over 100 years nothing had shaken him. No matter what calamities he had faced, he had remained unmoved. Finally, the Empire's first pillar was clearly and visibly shaken. "I came to speak with you about the first horn." Chapter 174, about the first horn. 2. Gerd Isebold served the Empire for nearly 2 centuries. He was less a bureaucrat and more a soldier than a knight, prioritizing rules above all else, strictly controlling his emotions and actions. No one had ever seen Gerd waver, not even when his own daughter and son, alongside other family members, joined the rebels. Nor did he show a single sign of wavering when personally forced to execute them. He'd simply swung his sword in silence. That is the sort of person Gerd was. If the lighthouse keeper of the Starlight Order stood immovable, Gerd was unyielding. Never swaying, never wavering, he had kept his place for a very long time, as he had in the past, and as he believed he always would. Yet he could not remain unmoved in that single moment, for something stood before him that shook his entire life to its core. Gerd's eyes trembled. His lips opened and closed repeatedly, struggling to form words. The Empire's first pillar, who never faltered, was shaken. Staring at the single slash cut into the floor, that old man slowly raised his gaze to Najin. "This, how?" He was unable to form a sentence, managing only scattered words. The pillar who always spoke with unwavering confidence was gone, replaced by an old swordsman who had just witnessed a sight he had yearned for across many long years. "How did you come to know this?" The fury and suspicion he had felt when Najin first uttered Alderan turned to stunned disbelief. No complicated proof was required, no elaborate explanation needed. Both Gerd and Najin were swordsmen. A swordsman proves himself by the blade, by wielding the triumph sword style. Najin had shown he was qualified to speak of the first horn. Only then did the young man reply. "I served a knight out in the Outland, a man who wore a helmet at all times. He called himself Alderan Vassaglia, the previous first horn of the Empire. He removed the lance slung across his back and planted it into the ground. Tied to the shaft was the banner of the Golden Horn Knights. He told me he was the commander of the Golden Horn Knights. I was his squire as well as his student. He was the one who taught me the triumph sword. The lance, the banner, and the triumph sword you saw serves as my evidence." The expression that flashed across Gerd's face could never be fully captured in words. For a brief moment that might as well have been an eternity to a sword master, Gerd finally managed to speak. "He was alive. He taught you his sword art." "Yes." "That can't be. His star fell from the sky so long ago. Every record and memory of him was erased. No constellation could survive such conditions. Even if he had, he'd have been reduced to a mere forgotten one." Gerd struggled to force himself toward rational thought. Logically, everything he said made sense. There should be no way for a person or a constellation to endure when not a trace of them was left in the world. But the contradiction to that conclusion stood right in front of him. The young man who possessed untainted memories of Alder and Vassaglia proved Gerd had been wrong. "Then how do you still remember him? And how can you use the triumph sword? I don't understand. Just how?" "How? He wasn't a forgotten one," Najin said quietly. He gave a faint smile. "Until the very end. He remained a knight. Let me tell you," Najin continued. "Let me tell you of his final moments." Najin sat on a flat rock, coaxing a small campfire to life upon the grass, and spoke across the fire, recounting to Gerd how he had met the Helmet Knight, what sort of conversations they had shared, what he had learned from him, and what he had experienced under him. As Najin's story went on, Gerd's composure seemed to settle. That did not mean he felt no emotion. He sometimes laughed, occasionally looked astonished, and other times fell into deep silence. "So he," Gerd began. "Yes, He heard that I'd earned 7 stars and was surprised, he said. So the brats made it that far. Yes, he seemed genuinely delighted, perhaps even a bit proud, Najin added. On hearing that, Gerd raised his hand and rubbed at his face without another word. I see, he muttered under his breath. All that time he had believed Alderan to be dead. His old mentor, who had left for the Outland, must surely have met an ignoble, pride-shattering end. Such was his assumption, such was his despair. No one remembered him. Although Alderan Vassaglia was the Empire's greatest hero, there were even rumors labeling him a mere rebel. The world wrongly believed Gerd himself had been the hero of the Dawn War, though Gerd knew the truth. The real hero of the Dawn War was Alderan Vassaglia. All Gerd had done was tidy up what remained. For 150 years, he had lived weighed down by guilt at having stolen his mentor's glory and crushed by the promise that mentor had left behind. He never forgot the Empire's forgotten hero, and spent a century and a half with that memory engraved in his heart. He could no longer see Alderan's star in the sky, nor find any record of him. He knew his mentor had led a certain knightly order, but he couldn't recall which one. The only memories he retained were that Alderan Vassaglia was a hero of the Empire and that he wielded the Triumph sword. Thus, Gerd devoted his life to the Triumph sword, determined never to let that exquisite blade art slip away from the world. Just once, kid, watch carefully. Look close. This is the Triumph sword's decisive technique. From that single glimpse in his youth, Gerd tried to replicate what he had seen. Driven by that ambition, he threw himself wholeheartedly into his training, spending 150 years doing so. 150 years later, an ordinary-looking young man sat across from him. Just one favor, Gerd said. He gazed at the young man and asked, would you watch me as I wield my sword? Tell me candidly if my movements are correct, if they match his. A sword master asking a sword seeker for advice. He felt no shame in it, only quiet joy. At last, he could compare his answers to the original. Gerd raised his blade, struck several times in sequence, and then launched into the Triumph sword's finishing move. His sword sliced across the single line Najin had gouged in the ground. The first horn triumph. With a tearing sound, the turf split. When Gerd finished his final strike, he looked to Najin, eyes silently asking for an answer. Najin only smiled. The smile said everything. You already know. Gerd glanced at the mark he had left. It lined up perfectly with Najin's own, a flawless match. Ah! The old man who had once glimpsed that ultimate technique realized his 150 years of effort had not been in vain and finally understood he had solved the problem correctly all along. 150 years after the fact, he held the evidence in his hands. He laughed and remembered his teacher grinning at him. So, brat, how was that? Not bad. Ha! He laughed as though he could not recall the last time he'd felt so unburdened. 150 years later, and here you are, giving me the answer. When he recognized that his sword had been right all along, he realized he had achieved far more, long before that day, and that realization became a certainty, a confidence in himself. Najin looked up unconsciously. 7 stars already shone above Gerd's tower, an 8th had begun to glow among them. I owe you a tremendous debt, one so great I could never repay. This came from your own realization, did it not? Najin asked. Gerd shook his head. I'm the one who is grateful to you for granting me enlightenment, for giving my mentor an honorable final duel, for keeping the Triumph sword alive and passing it on. I'm grateful for all of it. The Empire's first horn offered Najin a swordsman's salute. He, who would not bow his head even before the Emperor, lowered his gaze in deference to Najin. Though my mentor never truly found rest, I suspect his final moments were filled with a certain satisfaction. Gerd, paying his respects, clenched his teeth. That leaves the rest to us, his disciples. He had already asked Najin, who was responsible for what had happened to his mentor, who had thwarted his mentor's peaceful end. All this time, I suspected there was a constellation wielding the authority of forgetting and incineration hiding in the shadows. I scoured the land for clues, but found nothing. A star that erases even the memory of itself leaves scant trail, and it was tied only to Landonal. I had more than enough anger and strength to wield a sword in that fury, but nowhere to swing. It was hard to unleash rage blindly with no known target. Thus, Gerd's wrath, lacking a place to strike, had festered deep within for countless years. But not any more. The old soldier's banked flames rose to the surface, his gaze no longer dry and instead burning with fury. The Carnival King. He spat out the name as though it tasted foul. Flames roared in his eyes, so fierce it seemed they might consume him and drive him into reckless motion. Gerd did not let that anger swallow him. He had sat on the Empire's highest seat for a long time. He was cunning, astute, methodical. He understood that, for vengeance, one needed a cool head more than a hot heart. You've come to me to ask for my aid in crushing the Carnival King, haven't you? I'm guessing that was your aim. Yes, precisely. If I'd refused to lend my support, you plan to use your rightful claim. That was the plan, but it appears I won't have to resort to that. Naturally, I do this even without anyone forcing me. This is my duty as someone who holds the title of Empire's First Horn and bears my own name. The Empire's First Horn declared, as of this moment, you are under the protection of the Empire. By that, I mean myself, Gerd Isobald. Because Gerd and the Empire were, in a sense, one and the same, it was hardly an exaggeration. Nobody would dare accuse him of arrogance, for the power he wielded outweighed that of most nations. So long as your sword points toward the Carnival King, I shall spare no assistance. Even if you act in ways that harm the Empire, I will stand by you, provided it serves the purpose of destroying her. Gerd had dedicated everything to the Empire, and now he was prepared to help even if Najin's actions ran contrary to it. Najin wasn't so dense as to miss the enormity of that promise. Whatever you might be hiding, and whatever you possess, none of it matters. The Empire's first pillar does not forget a debt. I do not forsake an oath. Keep that in mind. My tower is always open to you. He paused for a brief breath, as though concluding that topic. Now, let's talk about how we'll kill the Carnival King. Gathering information must come first. I've tried to look into it, but any relevant data has been largely erased or distorted. It won't be easy. Don't worry about that. Gerd said, "Ha, you stand before the Empire's first pillar." He let out a short, mirthless laugh. With a single word, a mere gesture, the entire Empire will start digging. Every scholar and mage in the Empire's 7 towers, every pillar, will begin collecting every stray scrap of information on the Carnival King. I'll make sure of it. The Carnival King had hidden in the darkness, carefully warping and erasing any record of herself, but Gerd declared that, starting then, he would drag her into the light, out onto a stage from which there could be no escape. When we mount her head on a pike before the first Horn's tower, my mentor will surely be pleased. I very much look forward to that day. Chapter 175. About the first pillar 3, Najin spent quite some time in conversation with Gerd, exchanging what he knew about the Carnival King and discussing their next steps. A few requests were made in the process. I'll look into that, Gerd said. Thank you. You suspect the Empire has already attempted multiple campaigns against the Carnival King, and the records of those campaigns were erased. That sounds plausible. The incidents you mentioned do have suspicious elements. Gerd stroked his beard. Imperial history contains a gap starting around the Dawn War. The official story the chroniclers keep is that rebel arson destroyed the relevant records. But now I find myself questioning that too. Was it truly destruction by fire, or was a deliberate blank spot left behind? With a low hum, he shifted his gaze. Standing atop the tower, he took in a view of the entire empire. Clearly, we need to examine everything again from the beginning. The Dawn War isn't our only concern. We ought to reinvestigate every case that ended abruptly or unnaturally. We never know where hidden embers may be lurking. He spoke as he surveyed the empire spread out below. All of it must be handled transparently, precisely, and swiftly. The longer this takes, the greater the chance of further distortion. He was not bluffing. If he desired it, it would indeed happen. He was not simply a master of might. It was no exaggeration when Karen, the sword saint, once said Gerd surpasses me in every area except swordsmanship. Gerd was the Empire's sword master, but also the Empire's first pillar holding up the Empire. He was the one who brought about the rise of the current emperor, the man who saved the Empire from the rebels on multiple occasions, the mentor of the royal knights, their supreme commander who could mobilize them with a mere gesture. While Emperor Elwin was the imperial sovereign, Gerd was the soldier's lord. Though he never exploited it for personal gain, Gerd possessed the power to turn the empire upside down on a whim. Nearly 2 centuries of loyal service had placed near-absolute authority in his hands. The empire's first pillar is effectively the empire's top power broker. Najin thought that power broker was on the move. For 200 years, Gerd had never once wielded power for private reasons, but he was prepared to use it decisively. On top of that, he had a just cause. The Carnival King was warping the Empire's history. A demon wanted to shake a 1,000-year empire to its core. Naturally, its pillar should stand against such a foe. He had the authority and the rationale. Najin could only guess at the upheaval that might ensue, but he was certain the imperial bureaucrats were about to scream. "Come on," Gerd said, rising to his feet. "I'll see you out." Najin blinked, being shown out personally. Gerd, noticing his confusion, simply explained there was nothing strange about it. "I told you I owe you a tremendous debt, and I don't take that lightly. As of today, you are under the Empire's protection, and that means you have me at your back." "Yes, but there's more value in making it public. I have no intention of hiding it. The benefit of showing off that I'm behind you far outweighs anything we'd gain by secrecy." In other words, he intended to make it plain to everyone that Najin was under his personal aegis. Najin slowly nodded. True to his word, Gerd personally escorted him to the tower's exit. The crowd gathered near the first pillar's tower saw them emerge together. They had gathered because, out of nowhere, an eighth star had appeared above the first pillar's tower. They had been murmuring in awe over Gerd's newly acquired eighth star, then watched as he and Najin walked out side by side. At the tower's entrance, Gerd and Najin exchanged a few parting words. In front of everyone, Gerd said, "Never forget that the doors of the first pillar's tower will always be open to you," and then returned inside. No one there was stupid enough to miss the blunt meaning behind his words. The crowd stared wide-eyed at Najin. Najin, on the other hand, took their stares in stride and continued on his way. Nobody dared approach or question him. They simply parted to let him pass. The Star of Dawn had paid a visit to the first pillar's tower. The Empire's first pillar had acquired an eighth star. It didn't take long for that news to spread throughout the Empire, and naturally, those at the Grey Tower and the Empire's historians who got word. "Oh, for heaven's sake." They smacked their foreheads in dismay. The slapping sound was louder and more resounding, likely because their foreheads had grown so much over the last few months. "What? The Empire's first pillar got his eighth star. Sir Gerd is still here on the continent. How did that just happen out of the blue?" asked Durek, an imperial historian, blinking in confusion. He pressed between his eyebrows, letting out a pained sigh. "It's a cause for celebration, sure. A real celebration." But he realized once again he wasn't going home anytime soon. Another fresh wave of tears threatened. So many incidents had broken out that he couldn't even recall the last time he'd set foot in his house. "All right, let's hear it from the top." They said they were still coordinating with the Grey Tower for details, but the moment Durek heard that particular name, he shot upright with wild eyes. Najin. Yes. Sir, we have reports he visited the first Pillar's Tower at exactly the same time Sir Gerd acquired his new star. Him again, Durek cursed, and all but screamed. I said before that he'd probably be crossing swords with the sword masters next, but now he's the one giving them new stars. What in all the similar exclamations of despair arose at the Grey Tower, though their people had to watch their words because the Grey Tower master rather adored Najin. At least he's the reason for a new star this time, so we probably won't have to do as much scrambling. Durek said, that's more on the Grey Tower. Maybe we'll get a breather for a change. Ah, Master Durek. Stop, don't say a word. Whenever you say my name, I feel a trembling in my hands. I might develop a nervous tremor at this rate. Maybe I should pretend I have it already and retire. I've done enough. Sir, Gerd himself sent you a signed letter, saying you must open it immediately. He opened it. Scanning the contents, Durek laughed a dry laugh. To all the Empire's historians, retrieve and re-examine every record relating to the Dawn War that may have been destroyed, along with any documents pertaining to the previous First Pillar or the Carnival King, including all suspiciously unresolved incidents of the last 3 centuries since the Londonal crisis. He trailed off, letting the letter slip through his fingers. A complete reinvestigation, everything, quickly. Muttering as though half-crazed, Durek slumped in place, passing out on his feet. Of course, the actual reinvestigation fell to another department, but linking and analyzing all that material would inevitably fall to the historians. 300 years of archives. If someone else had handed down such an order, Durek would have just said, "Ha, you must be joking," and offered them a rude gesture. The man who had issued it was the Empire's first pillar. What is a pillar of the Empire? If one of the 5 pillars pointed to a mountain and said, that shape's a bit off. Let's carve it a bit. Then hundreds of knights would arrive to carve it. After finishing, if the pillar changed his mind, no, let's move it altogether, they would do that. 2. Such was the authority wielded by the pillars. The tallest pillar of all had commanded, gather those materials and place them before me. No one could refuse, especially not when it came from the same Gerd who, in his younger days, had allegedly amused himself by ripping out the tongues of chroniclers for sloppy record-keeping. Anyone who valued their own head, tongue, and wrists would jump to comply. Tears slid down Durek's cheeks. Goddammit! That simple curse wasn't enough to express his grief. He needed an even ruder phrase. He repeated it again. Goddammit! Fucking hell! It was hardly fitting language for an imperial historian, but nobody thought to correct him. These were extenuating circumstances. Life in the imperial capital, Camelot, was more comfortable than Najin had ever imagined. He'd heard rumors back in Cambria of how Camelot was a realm so lofty that it turned even high nobles into commoners, a city teeming with the highest echelons of power and prestige. He felt no sense of intimidation. His lodgings were sumptuous. Anything he required took only a quick word to the staff on the ground floor, and within minutes it would be delivered to his door. Meals arrived exactly on schedule, and if he stepped out for just a bit, he'd return to find his room cleaned until it looked brand new. This is pretty nice. What truly left Najin speechless was that it all came free. Could Camelot be heaven? Of course not. He was a VIP among VIPs in Dietta's trading company, and the higher-ups had stressed time and again that they spared no effort in looking after him. Naturally, the staff treated him like their lord. In a sense, he was. Najin was close, both professionally and personally, with the chairwoman who paid their wages, and thanks to him, the company's stock prices had soared, along with everyone's salaries. In short, they owed him a great deal. You there? Merlin heaved a sigh, glancing sideways at Najin. Remember that so-called lofty realm you mentioned? You're part of it too, you know. Ha! You said Camelot was a realm above all others, crammed with big shots. Doesn't that include you? Najin blinked. Right. Come to think of it, she had a point between the feats he'd achieved and the connections he'd made. The chairwoman of a major trading company, and no fewer than 3 sword masters in the empire, the first pillar was backing him as well. If nothing else, the sheer weight of those relationships made him a major figure. It feels strange, he said, looking faintly amazed. Only 2 years had passed since he left the underground city. 2 years earlier, he could never have dreamed of standing where he was. He felt wonder at his accomplishments and a bit of unease. Life in the continent was pleasant, comfortable, and even fun, but he hadn't gone there for comfort. All the things he truly wanted lay on paths of risk and hardship, not in the safety of hearth and home. He would only rest for a while. He still had much to do, unfinished business in both the outland and the empire, things that demanded he become stronger first. Pondering that, he tried ordering his thoughts and planning the road ahead. Just then, a small bell chimed, and the morning delivery arrived with the day's newspaper. He spread it out to skim the headlines, half expecting to see more noisy commentary about him, but what? His eyes widened. Emblazoned across the front page was not a story about him. Excalibur sighted in the outland. In the depths of the outlands, eternal city, rumors surface of a newly spotted Excalibur. A high figure in the Starbody Society claims to have seen a platinum-haired woman brandishing Excalibur. Her identity remains unknown, but it appears she operates near the Eternal City. Najin turned sharply. Merlin was reading the same article. Her eyes were even wider than his. Chapter 176. The Banquet 1. News came that Excalibur had been sighted in the Outland, supposedly wielded by a platinum-haired woman. Merlin's gaze remained fixed on those 2 lines in the newspaper. She stared so intensely it looked as though she might burn a hole through the page. Only after a long silence did she finally speak. Ha! Even then, she didn't say much straight away. Releasing a sigh as if to say she found the whole thing ridiculous, she paused before continuing. Who's the clown behind this? She didn't sound angry, but Najin, who could sense her emotions directly, felt the storm roiling inside her. Do you know something about it? He asked. No, I don't. Listen, Najin, don't even bother paying attention to this. I can promise you it's fake. I'd stake every star I own on it. Excalibur is unique. There's only one in the entire world. No duplicates exist, not even any knockoffs. One other sword might be roughly comparable, but it already has a master, so it's irrelevant. She was most likely referring to grammar, the cursed sword held by the sword ghost of Camlan. Merlin let out a long sigh, then gestured at Najin. There's only one Excalibur, so there's only one rightful owner. I'm the Wizard of the Lake, who safeguarded Excalibur for 1,000 years. An agent of the Round Table, if you will. So I can say with total confidence that you're its sole master, not some random, platinum-haired woman. She gave a smug little shrug of her shoulders. I'm living proof of that, aren't I? I never thought otherwise, Najin admitted. He'd never doubted his Excalibur. If it were fake, how could it have granted him his incredible regenerative powers and resistances? How would he explain Merlin? It just makes me curious. He said, curious about what? This so-called Excalibur sighting in the Outland. The claims aren't just coming from the Starbody Society. Right, Najin pointed at the newspaper. Witness accounts stating Excalibur had been spotted near the Eternal City were not limited to priests or constellations from the Starbody Society. Some Imperial Knights stationed in the Outland had given the same testimony. They all claimed to have seen Excalibur near the Eternal City, wielded by a platinum-haired woman. Najin asked, what is the Eternal City exactly? Ahem. Merlin usually loved to show off her knowledge, but she kept her mouth shut. She didn't seem unsure of the information. Rather, she seemed reluctant to talk about it. It's complicated. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger. In short, it's a starfield I created. Come again. Well, calling it a city might not be entirely accurate. It's more an eternal kingdom. Najin noticed how she cast him a sidelong look, plainly wanting to avoid the subject. Eventually, she gave a heavy sigh. Sorry. To be precise, it's not the round table's creation, it's mine. You created it. I did. But it'd be fairer to say it was made by me, back when I had 12 stars, right after Arthur died. I'm not sure I can call that version of myself. Najin tilted his head at her strange phrasing. 12 stars. Merlin, you only had 11 in every story I've read. I originally had 11. Yes, I got the 12th star the moment Arthur died. Then I threw it away. Guess that's why it never showed up in any records. Merlin lowered her eyes. I can't remember exactly what I did after Arthur died. By the time I came to my senses, I was already back at the round table. Bediva must have carried me there, but he wouldn't say what I'd done. No matter how many times I asked, he refused to tell me. All I do know is that, right after Arthur died, I did something. A star fell from my name, and from that came the Eternal City, or the Eternal Kingdom. Najin frowned. And do you know what's actually inside this city? No idea. Maybe Bediva does. The place is sealed by a barrier no one's ever breached, so there have been no visitors in 1,000 years. But you created it. Sure, but I don't remember. That memory's missing. She sounded sincere. Najin thought of the possibility of memory tampering by a constellation wielding the power of oblivion or incineration. But Merlin shook her head. No, this feels different. Only that part of my mind has been cut away neatly and cleanly. I can only think of one person in the world who could manage that. When Najin asked who that might be, Merlin gave a wry smile and pointed to herself. Who else? The mighty arch-constellation, Merlin. I see. To be honest, part of me is grateful. I was in a pretty bad state after Arthur died. I'm guessing whatever memory got cut away is precisely what let me hang on to my sanity. Najin was silent. He felt as if he were looking at a box best left unopened. The mood grew somber, so Merlin clapped her hands lightly and smiled. Well, if you're really curious, you can check it out someday. Right, I figure you'd be able to get in, she pointed at Najin. The condition for entering that city is to be chosen by Excalibur. That means only you can enter. Actually, this doesn't seem like a bad turn of events, Najin said after reading the paper. There had been near certainty among many that he himself must have pulled Excalibur. They lacked proof, but they suspected it strongly. He had grown uncomfortable with so much scrutiny, so seeing everyone's interest shift elsewhere could only be described as a relief. People have been paying too much attention to me anyway. He reflected. The press and public opinion had become overzealous. His accomplishments certainly merited attention, but too much focus from the masses was rarely a good thing. It's almost too convenient a development, he murmured. He found the timing suspicious. Rumors of a platinum-haired woman wielding Excalibur had popped up just when it was needed to distract everyone. The witness accounts were spearheaded by the Starbuddy Society. He didn't know much about them, but understood the Starblood Society was full of demon-hunting inquisitors, and he'd heard that the Starlight Order was, frankly, full of trash. Then what was the Starbuddy Society all about? Idolatry. They worshipped the idea of a perfect being. One example is their so-called star incarnation, though it's not really perfect, per se. Even they can't stop natural erosion, so every 150 years, they have to bring in a new vessel. Maybe they'd consider something like the Starblood Society's killing machines an ideal, a being that neither wore away nor changed, the ultimate perfection. Najin stroked his chin, something sparking in his memory. All the sightings say it was a platinum-haired woman, right? Arthur also had platinum hair, didn't he? He did. So, could it be? Stop. Let's not talk about it. It's fake. All right. Totally fake. Why give it another thought? She plainly wanted to avoid discussing that city or the platinum-haired stranger any further. It didn't feel like she was hiding something so much as trying not to dwell on it. The Eternal City, the platinum-haired woman, Those two thoughts circled through Nadjan's mind for a moment, but he let them go. It didn't seem worth the trouble. He had somewhere else to be at the moment. He left his room to find an attendant waiting for him, which felt a little overwhelming. Under their guidance, he went to a dressing room. The chairwoman already prepared your attire. They helped him dress with practiced efficiency, first slicking his hair neatly back, then tying it. The outfit Dieta had chosen was black with white embroidery, complete with a short cape that draped across one shoulder. Once he changed, he made his way to the company's headquarters. Dieta, who had been waiting for him, widened her eyes at the sight. She took a step closer, a small smile curving her lips. "You should dress like this more often," she teased. "It's uncomfortable for swinging a sword," he replied. "That's true." Dieta shrugged lightly, then offered him her hand. Remembering what she'd taught him, Nadjan bowed slightly and took it. A banquet was being held in Camelot, capital of the empire. It was organized jointly by Rocktide and Cornald, the two largest merchant groups in the empire, and Dieta's company had also managed to secure an official spot. The first two were decidedly unhappy about it, but none of them could refuse her. "Really? Maybe I'll go too," Platinum Tower Master Cypria Gashivskaya said once she heard Dieta's group would be there. That piece of news alone had caused the scale of the event to expand several times over. It became a grand affair, with numerous nobles, heirs to illustrious families, and high officials of the empire in attendance. Carriages glittering with wealth lined up outside as guests arrived, and inside the hall famed musicians, theatrical troupes, and jesters performed to enliven the atmosphere. Everything about it was lavish, befitting a party thrown by the empire's most prosperous merchants. Did you hear the empire's in quite an uproar these days? Well, the first pillar of the empire is making his move. Don't get me started. My whole department's in chaos. He wants a reinvestigation into 3 centuries of incidents. He must have his reasons. Indeed, though it's a bit startling. You heard about the Martilda family going down in flames. Some hidden corruption came to light in the course of the recheck, and their head was indicted. What a shock! Who would have guessed they'd be implicated in some 78-year-old case? It proves there's no such thing as an eternal secret, right? My, why are you looking at me? Amid the polite tangle of idle chatter and political undercurrents, one guest after another arrived. Those with the greatest standing made sure to turn up only just before the banquet officially began, as if arriving too early would imply a lower status. Every time a notable figure made an entrance, the crowd's attention surged toward them, then ebbed away again, until, clack, the doors opened to reveal 2 new guests, one a woman wearing a pristine white dress, her light brown hair neatly braided down her back. Her graceful figure and smooth, pale skin glowed beneath the hall's lights, her long lashes half lowered over bright yellow eyes, the snake that swallows gold, Dieta. When she, the young merchant who had shaken up half the empire, stepped through the doorway, every eye in the banquet hall instantly rushed onto her like a tidal wave and did not recede. Her achievements had drawn everyone's initial gaze, but it was her beauty that kept them from looking away. Any lady there, placed beside her, would pale in comparison. Her looks were simply that striking. Dieta made no effort to hide her charms. Either, a captivating appearance was the perfect bait to capture attention at an event like that, and a merchant's job was to sell their assets for the best price. As the men and women in the banquet hall swallowed nervously, Dieta offered a faint smile. Then all those complex stares, brimming with desire, curiosity, interest, and surprise, drifted from her to the person by her side. Who was her partner for the evening? Many of them seemed ready to pay any price for that spot on Dieta's arm, but she pressed herself a bit closer to the man escorting her, leaving no room at all, as if to say, "This one is not for sale." Soon, all eyes shifted fully to the partner standing beside her, and at the sight of him, they widened still further. He had ash-gray hair neatly combed back and eyes the color of a setting sun. Everyone knew at once. It was the man who had shaken the empire in recent days, the one under the first pillar's protection, Najin, the Star of Dawn. Rumors had circulated that he and Dieta had ties both public and private, but it was still surprising to see them arrive together. Whispering broke out among the crowd. Click, ignoring the murmuring. The pair walked calmly toward the center of the banquet hall. The gazes on them seemed as strong as ever. Najin, even with Dieta at his side, didn't fade into the background or seem overshadowed in the least. Although plenty of nobles and high officials were there, no one could deny that Dieta and Najin were the knight's real center of attention. Physical beauty alone could be a powerful weapon, serving as living proof. The pair's mere appearance instantly placed them at the heart of the banquet. Chapter 177. The Banquet 2. Najin and Dieta stood at the center of the banquet hall, which was filled with nobles and high-level officials from all across the empire. Any one of them would normally be a leading figure in a gathering elsewhere, yet there they were, little more than supporting actors. The Star of Dawn, Najin, the snake that swallows gold, Dieta, they appeared side by side. Each had achieved feats so remarkable that many described them as revolutionary, and all in a very short time. One had broken the long-standing balance among the empire's major trading companies in merely 4 months and firmly claimed a place at the top. The other had shattered 1,000 years of established imperial common sense with unmatched talent. If one were to pick the two most famous people in the empire at the moment, it would be those two. Naturally, they dominated everyone's attention. Indeed, they do make quite a picture. What a pity. Word was that the chairwoman failed to woo him. So I was hoping, planning to hang pearls around a pig's neck. That's rather insulting to the pearls, I'd say. Are you calling me a pig? I'm calling the chairwoman the pearl. That still makes me the pig. Truth isn't exactly pretty, is it? Must I spell it out? Why do you keep calling yourself a young lady when you're not so young? Some of the male nobles clicked their tongues enviously at Najin, who had won Dieta's side, while certain ladies in attendance glanced between their own partners and Najin, covering a sigh behind their fans. Dieta lowered her gaze ever so slightly, listening intently to the surrounding chatter without letting on. Inwardly, she was thrilled. The banquet brought together many of the empire's most powerful people, as well as countless gossipers who would spread word of the night's events across Camelot by the next morning. By then, everyone would know who Dieta had chosen as her partner, and likewise, who Najin's partner was. A bit of a heads-up is necessary, she thought. So many nobles had been eyeing Najin, even more had discreetly offered marriage proposals or were clearly fishing for them. She was effectively telling the poachers to back off. She wanted her actions to say, "He's my partner, someone I'm so close with that he accompanies me to a lavish banquet." Surely, no one with dignity and culture would try to steal a person who is already spoken for. Right. She cast Najin a quick, sidelong glance. Interpreting her look in his own way, he smiled softly the moment their eyes met. Her breath almost caught in her throat, but she steadied it just in time, answering with a calm smile. The banquet continued. Different circles of influence broke off into their usual gossip. Lesser nobles scurried about, trying to curry favor with high-ranking officials, while private negotiations and rumor-mongering spun through the air. Suddenly, someone arrived late. A fair amount of time had passed since the banquet began, yet nobody dared take offense. After all, who in their right mind would complain about a pillar of the empire? Cypria Gashivskaya, the master of the Platinum Tower, her blonde hair draped down her back, and she waved cheerfully at Dieta. Wearing a platinum-colored dress, she lifted its hem slightly and smiled. "This dress you sent me is lovely," she said. "I haven't been to a banquet in ages and had no idea what to wear, but you saved me. I feel like all I ever do is accept your gifts." "I'm happy it suits you," Dieta replied. "You look wonderful." Cypria's eyes naturally drifted to the young man beside Dieta, someone she already knew by name. Ah, my name is Najin. It's an honor to greet the Empire's fourth pillar. Najin bowed his head politely. Cypria was the one who had personally evaluated him when he qualified for the title of Sword Seeker. So, in a way, they had met before. I've heard plenty about you. You know Nayuta, the master of the Grey Tower, right? Yes, we've met once. She and I were classmates in the academy, and I swear she never stops talking about you. She keeps saying that. Once you get one more star, she'll give you a new name. She's apparently been brainstorming a bunch of possibilities. Cypria gave a somewhat wry smile. It clearly said, "You know what I mean." Najin recognized she was referring to Nayuta's infamous, dreadful naming sense. He couldn't help smiling awkwardly in return. Indeed, he would be quite happy to avoid receiving one of those over-the-top names. The banquet continued in full swing, and at one point, a light dance was announced for guests to move onto the floor with their partners. Even though Dieta already had a partner, many people still asked her for a dance. She politely turned them all down. Naturally, she only had one partner in mind. After Najin offered his hand, they stepped out onto the main floor together. You know, I keep thinking the same thing, Dieta said as they danced, letting out an incredulous laugh. You haven't actually studied dance, have you? I did have a brief lesson or two during my stay with the Trebash family. That was only a few hours. Right, I pick up some things quickly. Anything that involved movement came easily to Najin. Mimicking even the motions of transcendence wasn't beyond him. Copying a dancer's steps required no extraordinary effort. Dancing with him, Dieta felt pure enjoyment. They were the center of attention. Admiration and envy poured in. It was a moment straight out of a fairy tale or romance novel, and it was happening in real life, with her as the main character. She couldn't deny it was a little intoxicating. After a while, though, Najin tensed abruptly. Dieta blinked. His gaze, which had been focused on her, had turned elsewhere. She followed it. Click. He was looking at the entrance to the banquet hall where an uninvited guest had just arrived. Not just uninvited, but completely unexpected. Dieta wasn't the only one who reacted with wide eyes. The other trading heads did the same. After all, nobody had extended an invitation to that person. Yet there they were. A hush fell over the party. Eurypylus, someone muttered. Eurypylus was better known as the lighthouse keeper of the Starlight Order. He was the great warrior of the Starlight Order, who served the lighthouse that illuminates all things, the star the Order worshipped. He was also the keeper of the sacred tower that symbolized the Starlight Order itself. For centuries, he had been immovable. He had suddenly appeared in person at a social gathering. It had been about 57 years since he last showed himself in public. A hush swept the hall as he stepped forward. Click. He stopped in front of Najin, raised one hand, pointed, and said, "You're Najin." Najin did not immediately reply to the question. Instead, he simply met Eurypylus' gaze. Pure white. That was the first phrase that came to mind. The newcomer's hair was white as snow, and all his clothes were pure white as well. Everything about him was white, save for the gold of his irises. Eurypylus. Najin recognized the name and appearance. He had researched it, so he also knew who the man was. The Starlight Order's central champion, on par with the executioner of the Starblood sect or the star incarnation of the Starbody Society. Eurypylus was the lighthouse keeper, the highest-ranking warrior of the Starlight Order. Starlight Order. Just thinking of that group made Najin uneasy inside. He revealed no sign of it outwardly, only glancing at Dieta. She shook her head and formed words silently with her lips. He wasn't invited. After a brief pause, Najin spoke. Yes, I am. I have something to say to you, over there. In that garden, this place is hardly suitable for conversation. Eurypylus gestured toward the garden. Without waiting for an answer, he started in that direction. I decline. Eurypylus stopped and turned, his expression shifting for the first time. He frowned. I have nothing to discuss with you, nor do I have any desire to humor an uninvited guest. Don't you know who I am? I do. You're the lighthouse keeper, correct? You know. And still, why should your title compel me to do as you say? Najin's tone suggested he found the whole idea absurd. I'm not a priest of the Starlight Order, he continued, and this is not the sacred ground of your faith. We're in the Empire, at a banquet, and you have appeared without an invitation. Your manner implies I must obey your every word. I find that rather unpleasant. The Starlight Order had more followers than any other faith. Its lighthouse keeper was second in rank only to the Order's guard itself, a true giant of the religion. Najin was fully aware of that. He was already on poor terms with the Starlight Order, and even if he acknowledged the lighthouse keeper's authority, he had no reason to bend to it. I refuse. It was a blunt rejection, bordering on arrogant. Some might consider it grounds for insult, yet he was not acting thoughtlessly, nor was he simply lashing out in blind hatred for the Starlight Order. He had pointed out that it was the Empire. He was in Camelot, the capital of the Empire, under the protection of Gerd Isebold, the first pillar. For Eurypylus to issue commands like that was tantamount to challenging Gerd's authority. Moreover, the capital was well within Gerd's reach. If the lighthouse keeper wanted to force matters, he would be inviting Gerd's immediate reaction. Najin's expression seemed to say, "Feel free to try, if you think you can." Eurypylus' frown deepened. He glanced skyward at the 8 stars shining in the night, Gerd's newly risen star among them. It appeared he was aware of what Najin was trying to say. He scowled at Najin again and gave a faint stomp of one foot. A ripple of energy spread from where he stood, blocking sound around them so no one else could eavesdrop. "You're rather insolent. You think another star's protection means that star belongs to you. That's better than venerating a star without knowing what it's up to, isn't it? So you're mocking our beliefs." "Mocking? That implies you have something to knock down. I see nothing worth lowering, it's already on the ground." Najin curled his lips into a wry smile. Eurypylus' gaze narrowed further. "What makes you so?" Once again, Najin cut him off. "This is the Empire. Are you sure about this?" "You tell me. I am the lighthouse keeper of the Starlight Order. Even if Gerd defends you, do you truly believe he's willing to risk a conflict with the entire Order just for your sake? Is that a threat? A statement of fact?" Najin gave an exasperated laugh. "Well, it seems the Empire's first pillar sees things differently." High above, 8 stars gleamed atop the first pillar's tower. Chapter 178. The Banquet 3. Eurypylus, the lighthouse keeper, was the great champion of the Starlight Order, the oldest living human in the continent. Even when considering the Outland, he still numbered among the longest-lived transcendents. He was 428 years old, where most long-lived transcendents tend to round off their ages in blocks of 50 or 100 years. Eurypylus counted his age down to the second, 428 years, 7 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 21 minutes, and 11 seconds. Even at that moment, somewhere in his mind, a sort of clock was ticking, each second recorded. The counting of time, of precisely measuring how long he had lived, was both his compulsion and a way to define himself. Click. He frowned at the boy standing in front of him, a youth not yet even 20. Some might call him a young man, but to him, the distinction didn't matter. 20 years of living, less than that, truly. Yet the brat was casting the entire continent into turmoil. He did not like it one bit. Change inevitably caused chaos. Chaos generated unpredictability, and unpredictability forced an unmoving lighthouse keeper to rise. What a nuisance! Having to take action irritated him. His power stemmed from remaining immobile. Any movement sapped that power, however minute. Even a small loss of time unsettled him. He had expected to endure for another 312 years, 4 months, and 21 days. Yet the excursion had likely cost him a month. He hoped it would at least prove worth the trouble, but things were already taking a bizarre turn. Well, it seems the Empire's first pillar sees things differently. Eurypylus felt a chill. A keen sensation, like a blade pressed against his skin, traveled along his spine. He whipped his head around, peering toward the top of the first pillar's tower. Although kilometers separated them, the two transcendents locked gazes with ease. Silence. Gerd Isebold, the Empire's first pillar. The old man quietly regarded them. He said nothing, but held a drawn sword in his hand, not waving it about or leveling it at Eurypylus. Simply drawing that blade was warning enough. If he pressed his luck even a bit further, Gerd would strike. Eurypylus found himself aghast. Did Gerd truly intend to go so far? He did a rapid calculation. If I clash head-on with Gerd, how much time would it cost me? The answer came swiftly. 250 years. That amounted to nearly 80% of the time he had saved up. On top of that, they were in the Empire itself. Eurypylus glared at Nagyn, barely hiding the shock in his eyes. What sort of? Even the Empire, if it could, tended to avoid major conflict with the Starlight Order, whose followers spanned far beyond imperial borders. In the past, whenever a major figure like himself from the Order took a strong stance, the Empire usually conceded out of respect. Why would the Empire oppose something trivial, like exerting pressure on a single boy? A flash of blue light flickered at the top of the first pillar's tower, the star shining a warning to him. Dismiss your barrier and step back. Eurypylus clenched his teeth, outraged. So the man who once wouldn't even protect his own kin was ready to go to war for the Empire. The Order will not sit idle over this, he muttered. Fine by me, came Gerd's curt response from afar. Nor will I overlook that haughty posture of yours. Do your reckless words represent the Empire's will? They're my words alone. But the Empire's view is not so different. I am the Empire. Left with no choice, Eurypylus retreated a step. The barrier that surrounded them dissolved, and at once he realized that was for the best. A woman outside the barrier glared their way. At a glance, she appeared to be in her early 20s, but Eurypylus recognized her. She was no ordinary young lady. Cypria Gashivskaya, master of the Platinum Tower, Eternal Radiance. She was an archmage of the Empire. Beside her stood a brown-haired girl clinging to her shoulder. Cypria patted the girl lightly and sighed. Sir Eurypylus, speak, he said. We do not mean to belittle you or your order's authority, but I personally find this situation rather unpleasant. Cypria clicked her tongue. An uninvited guest barged into the banquet and tried to intimidate one of our attendees. Surely, you realize you're insulting not just the event's hosts, but every guest here. Powerful aristocrats and top imperial officials. There were many who might fear or ignore them, but with Cypria standing there as their representative, Eurypylus couldn't simply dismiss them. She, like him, was a transcendent. Either enjoy the banquet, she continued, pointing, or wait outside until it ends. He had to choose one of the two. In the end, Eurypylus gave way and exited into the outer courtyard of the banquet hall, settling on a bench and waiting for the event to finish. He looked decidedly unhappy, but no one approached him. Indeed, nobody dared even pretend to show concern. To do so would be seen as defying Cypria's authority. Even if he was a grand figure in the religious world, in the Empire, one still needed to stay on good terms with the pillars. Nobody wanted to risk irritating the notoriously strict Cypria. Thus, the banquet resumed, ignoring the lighthouse keeper outside. You're all right, Nagyn, Dieta asked. Yes, thanks to you. Nagyn bowed his head to Dieta and to Cypria at her side. Cypria nodded, satisfied, and patted Dieta's shoulder. No need to worry, chairwoman. I won't let some religious zealot ruin a perfectly good banquet. Now, go on and enjoy it. Thank you, Lady Cypria. Think nothing of it. Smiling, Cypria turned and headed for the center of the hall. Dieta let out a shaky breath, then glanced at Nagyn. Truly, what made you act so recklessly? Weren't you afraid? I've got plenty of people I can rely on, he said with a laugh. He dipped his head slightly in the direction of the first pillar's tower in the distance. Gerd, at the top of the tower, was busy practicing sword swings, or so it looked, but Najin sensed the old man still keeping an eye out. Dieta? Yes, let's hear it. Could you tell me more about the lighthouse keeper? I think I need more information on him. That's fine. But she gave him a hesitant smile and held out her hand. Will you at least finish the dance with me first? I was going to suggest that anyway, Najin answered. What else do you want? I'll think about that, she teased. With the music starting up again, Najin and Dieta returned to the dance floor, carrying on as if nothing had happened. The banquet lasted some time more, and though Eurypylus stood in the garden glaring daggers at Najin, it bothered him little. Let him stare as much as he wants. I could give you that information. You know, Merlin suddenly piped up in Najin's mind. Why not ask me? I know plenty. Ha! Never mind. Forget it. Merlin gave him a disgruntled look, eyes full of complaint. Najin wondered why she seemed so put out. Well, anyway, from the look on his face, Najin said inwardly, I'm betting the lighthouse keeper has no idea I pulled Excalibur. I tried to poke at him a bit, and he seemed clueless. Merlin nodded in agreement. He probably doesn't know. He wouldn't have behaved that way if he knew. Then again, I have no idea what the lighthouse they worship is really aiming for. Either the Starlight Order's guard was the lighthouse that illuminates all things. If they were sure you had Excalibur, you'd expect them to come crawling to the round table or declare all-out hostility or something. But they've done nothing. Indeed, since Najin became a sword-seeker, the Order had maintained silence. No threats, no attempts to contact him. They simply did nothing, which was odd behavior for a group that ought to realize Najin had the means to ruin them. Though I asked Gerd for help, Najin mused, glancing toward Eurypylus in the courtyard. It seems I'll have to find out more on my own. He would have greatly preferred not to deal with them at all. He'd hoped that the only time he ever confronted the Starlight Order again would be the day he smashed their main temple. But for the moment, he had to swallow his animosity. Why exactly had Eurypylus sought him out? Why endure such humiliation just to demand some private conversation? It's probably worth hearing him out. Of course, he wasn't about to do it for free. Najin's sword, which he'd removed on entering the hall, was once again at his belt. Resting one hand on its hilt, ready to draw at a moment's notice, he glowered. Suddenly in the mood to talk. Are we? Eurypylus asked dryly. Najin half rose, reminding him that he could end the conversation at any time. Eurypylus ground his teeth but jerked his chin. Sit. It's in your interest to hear what I have to say. Najin stared back. It was not the person he'd expected based on books and hearsay. Countless records painted the lighthouse keeper as unfeeling and detached from worldly affairs, someone aloof, with no outward emotion. In truth, he was a mortal man of more than 4 centuries, the final bulwark of the Starlight Order, whom Najin would inevitably have to defeat if he intended to bring down the entire sect. He had assumed he would be someone akin to Gerd, stern, remote, impossible to read. Actually, he seemed no better than a typical noble consumed by his own authority, not even trying to hide his feelings. As you likely know, Eurypylus said, I am the lighthouse keeper of the Starlight Order, representing its will. I'm aware, Najin answered. In that capacity, I have a proposal for you. A proposal? Najin had to stifle a cynical laugh. All right, let's hear it. What are you offering? I understand you've never been properly knighted. Correct, I haven't bothered with it. Regardless, you aren't a knight. Tossing a folded banner onto the table, Eurypylus gestured. It bore the sigil of the Starlight Order. Only the High Priest Orland or the Lighthouse Keeper himself could bestow the symbol of the highest grade, Holy Knight. I'll guarantee you command of the Holy Knights. In church hierarchy, the station of Holy Knight Commander carried immense authority, like offering a position as one of the Empire's pillars. Coming from Eurypylus himself, it was a startlingly generous deal. Najin couldn't help but scoff out loud. You find that funny? You think I'm joking? What else would you call it? Najin tapped the table. I hate to say it, but I've already made an enemy of your entire order. You tried to kill me multiple times, even bury me, and now you claim you'll make me commander of the Holy Knights. He let out a derisive snort. Are you messing with me, or are you scared now that I might? What? What are you talking about? Eurypylus cut him off. He frowned as if honestly confused. You say the Order tried to kill you. When was this? This is the first I'm hearing of it. That would be impossible. Chapter 179. The Banquet. 4. Najin was sensitive to changes in people's expressions. It came partly from how his childhood forced him to be hyper-aware of others, and partly as a natural gift, his eyes missing even the smallest flicker of emotion. You say the Order tried to kill you. When was this? This is the first I'm hearing of it. That would be impossible. Watching Eurypylus speak, he doubted the man was lying. His expression and body language were far too natural. Twice, Najin scrutinized him for any hint of deceit, but he found none. Sure, it was possible the lighthouse keeper was a master of subterfuge, carefully feigning ignorance, but considering everything else he had done and said, it seemed unlikely. Besides, the simple fact that he was making the proposal at all, offering Najin the position of Holy Knight Commander, supported the idea that he truly didn't know the Order had previously targeted him. If he'd known, then why propose something so absurd? So you decided to offer me the role of Holy Knight Commander on your own? Najin asked. Just as the Empire's first pillar effectively represents the Empire, I represent the Starlight Order. I don't care for the phrase on your own. This is the will of. What I mean to ask is whether you're acting without the High Priest or the Lighthouse Guard's orders. Stop cutting me off. Eurypylus gave an irritable nod. Why would I ever take orders from the High Priest? Only the Lighthouse. Our deity stands above me. Even then, I'm not obliged to obey its every whim. He was not in a strictly vertical chain of command, apparently. Folding his arms, he continued, Yes, you could say this is my own judgment. Why? A moment ago, you were openly antagonistic. Now you act all cooperative. I assume you at least want to talk. Yes, I suppose so. Your attitude is still aggravating, but I guess I can explain. I am the one making the proposal, after all. Najin gave him a slight bow, and the lighthouse keeper's brow twitched as if his mood improved somewhat. He even loosened the arms he had been holding tight across his chest. Large-scale change always brings chaos, and chaos brings confusion. For 1,000 years, the Empire's stability has relied on not letting that confusion take over. You stand at the center of a massive upheaval that's unsettling everything. Logically, you eliminate that upheaval, Najin suggested. Eurypylus looked taken aback. You keep talking about killing and destroying. That should always be a last resort, not to be chosen lightly. With a short sigh, he continued, Change is the flow of the world itself. You can hold it back for a while, but never forever. If you can't stem it completely, you have to bring it close and guide that turbulent current into calmer waters. His explanation boiled down to, You look dangerous, so I'd rather bring you onto my side. So you came all this way from your station just for that. Then, even though people call you the unmoving, I planned to meet you from the moment you were labeled the youngest sword seeker. Who could have imagined that, in less than half a year, you'd already collect 4 stars? Then you hardly ever appeared in public, so it's not like I could just invite you to tea. From Eurypylus' perspective, it was all a bit unfair. He intended to move slowly, but Najin's meteoric rise disrupted that plan. Half a year was nothing, and in that time, Najin soared beyond all expectations. The Order tried to contact him to no avail, and the banquet in Camelot was his best shot. Thus, he'd hold himself out, only to be glared at by Najin, threatened by the Empire's sword master, and shown the door by a grand sorceress. He felt more than a little aggrieved. You say the Order attacked you, he went on. narrowing his eyes. Tried to kill you outright, and even hired outside operatives using blackmail. Yes, Najin answered. Ha! Eurypylus pressed a hand to his forehead. Give me a moment. While Eurypylus was mulling it over, Najin kept his silence. He also needed time to think. Until then, his prime enemies had been clear. High Priest Orland, the lighthouse that illuminates all things, the guard of the Starlight Order, and Eurypylus, the lighthouse keeper. Quite some time had passed since he drew Excalibur, during which he was attacked by members of the Order. He naturally assumed their chief guard and high priest must be in league, and if the high priest was that powerful, then surely the lighthouse keeper who outranked him had to be in on it as well. After confronting Eurypylus, Najin saw that he truly seemed ignorant about everything. Could that be possible? It felt contradictory. Still, it didn't look like the man was lying. Venting his rage on someone who truly had no knowledge would feel pointless. Najin studied him with mixed emotions. Originally, the lighthouse keeper was supposed to be the greatest obstacle to his vengeance, so he had meticulously planned how to deal with him, picturing a cold, unyielding figure, an implacably hostile presence as powerful and merciless as Gerd. The man was nothing like that. He was cautious and conservative, yet willing to talk. Of course, he still bore some responsibility. If he wanted to be angry, there was plenty of justification. As the great champion of the Order, how had he let it become so rotten? Had he simply turned a blind eye while it decayed? Najin could rage at him, but it would be an empty fury. His true anger was aimed at the ones who had knowingly tried to break him, who carried out that plan with deliberate intent. It didn't feel right to direct lethal hatred at someone clueless, and if he took the path of murdering every member of the Order, he'd become a mere butcher. Um? After some silence, Eurypylus finally spoke. I can't be sure your claims are true, so I need to confirm things for myself. I'll have to go back and investigate and see what the Order has been up to. Najin asked quietly, if you discover proof, if the Order truly committed such wrongdoing, will anything change? Hard to say. I'm mostly curious why they tried to kill you if they did. Najin pressed. What if the reason turns out to be pure evil on the Order's part? What if it's undisputable? We'll see. Najin was startled. Excuse me. I'm no champion of justice or keeper of law. If I was, I would have gone off to the Outland ages ago, Eurypylus said matter-of-factly. Basically, I'm a friend of the Order. We've been close for about 400 years. If a friend does something wrong, you don't just stab them in the back. You talk first, see what they have to say. He leaned back in his chair. Judging from the vibe I'm getting, you want to tear down the whole institution, wipe out the lighthouse, the high priest, and the entire framework of the Starlight Order. Najin silently looked into the man's eyes. Your silence is an answer, Ha. Now it's even more complicated for me. Great. He scratched his snowy white hair in annoyance. Najin, was it? Yes. I'll make you one last offer. I'll give you that authority. If you can't stand the high priest, kill him. I won't interfere with your personal grudges. He added, anything more is off limits. I have to preserve the Order's framework for my own reasons, and because I owe it a debt. He drew a line with his finger across the table. That line represented a boundary, a point of compromise. Tapping that line, Eurypylus cleared his throat. Perhaps I can allow a bit more, actually. I can permit you to break pieces of that framework, just not one specific part. Leave that untouched, and I won't interfere. What part is that? The underground city, Artman. His fingertip touched the table. You know it. I do. It's a place for confining serious criminals. It still serves a use. If you leave it alone, I won't get involved. And the people held there. What about them? You know someone down there. Too bad. That's a necessity. So it's off limits. Why is that? I'm not going to tell you everything. I'm only offering this much because it looks like the Order may have done you wrong. Consider it a courtesy. Demanding more would be rude. Don't you think? Najin stared at the imaginary line Eurypylus had drawn. The man wanted Najin to remain on the near side, not cross it, but he already knew his answer. That won't work for me. I see. Yes, my mentor always said, when you see a line in front of you, cross it first and see what happens. Sounds like he was quite a headache. He was. So, negotiations have collapsed. How annoying, Eurypylus sighed, leaning his head back to stare at the night sky. His gaze fell upon the distant star that symbolized the lighthouse. So much for walking all this way. The wasted time is practically painful. Now that negotiations have failed, are you going to kill me? Didn't I say that's always a last resort? Still, he lowered his gaze to meet Najin's eyes. If things get bad enough, that's where we'll end up. Killing might be a last resort, but it was a resort all the same. Eurypylus was clear. If it was the only way, he'd do it. Of course, as I said, once I confirm everything, it could go any number of ways. I might oppose you, or I might even lend a hand. Who can say? It's not set in stone. You're rather non-committal, aren't you? Life is like that. It isn't black and white. Humans in particular rarely stay consistent. Maybe you'll change. Too, he shrugged. We'll meet again, or better yet, maybe we won't have to. Standing, Eurypylus walked away with slow, heavy steps. Najin found himself calling after him. Tell me, what is the Starlight Order to you? Eurypylus paused and turned back briefly. An old friend. He resumed walking, then stopped one last time to add, and the reason I exist. When Eurypylus finally departed, Najin stood there, lost in thought. Merlin, yes, you heard it all. I was listening. What do you think? About the lighthouse keeper's strength? Najin nodded. Merlin gave a brief answer. Nobody on the continent can beat him. I'd say, pardon, Najin blinked. Including the Empire's three sword masters. Yes, including those three. I've told you before. The number of stars doesn't always indicate absolute power. It's like having more weapons to choose from. It gives an advantage, but doesn't guarantee victory. Unless someone was approaching 10 stars, it didn't necessarily decide the outcome in a fight. Besides, this lighthouse keeper is an exception among exceptions. An exception. I'm not fully sure whether it's through unmoving or some other method, but he has a way to hoard his time. He uses that stored time to set himself outside normal laws. The lighthouse keeper, somehow, was unaffected by erosion. Merlin insisted that escaping such wear wasn't easy. I don't know exactly how much time he's stored, but if it's been 300 years or so, she tapped her fingers in thought. He turned 100 and then started hoarding. He spent 3 centuries without needing to expend it. If he used all that, he could probably fight the combined 5 pillars of the Empire to a standstill. He's that powerful, Najin murmured in astonishment. That's the raw output. Anyway, variables could change things in an actual fight. Merlin's words matched what Dieta had once hinted. The lighthouse keeper's mere presence kept a certain balance on the continent, a check on potential aggression. Quietly, Najin recalled Eurypylus' last words. An old friend, and the reason I exist. For a long time afterward, Najin pondered what that could mean. Chapter 180, The Night Demon, 1. Najin finished preparing to depart for the outland. There were a few loose ends to tie up on the continent, so he stayed in the capital for about 3 weeks to handle most of them. He spoke with the current First Horn of the Empire about the previous First Horn of the Empire and requested cooperation. Gerd Isebold accepted Najin's proposal. Leave the rest to me. You just do what you must. True to his words, he was stirring up the Empire on all fronts. Leaving the continent to Gerd would suffice. As for the Starlight Order, Najin had gained something from the visit. Thinking back on his conversation with the lighthouse keeper, Eurypylus, he lightly stroked the hilt of his sword. Eurypylus was clearly a formidable power, an individual whose mere presence served as a counterbalance against the entire empire. Whether they would end up clashing or cooperating remained unknown. As Eurypylus himself said, they wouldn't know until the time came. Still, Najin always had to prepare for the worst. a scenario in which he might collide with Eurypylus. He envisioned it in his head and let out a long breath. He still had a long way to go, but his path was certain. Neither his direction nor what he had to do had changed. Shall we head off? Merlin. What? Did I do something wrong? Why are you like this? I'm not mad. Merlin was oddly sulking. Ever since he had bid farewell to Dieta that morning, she had been in that mood, though she wouldn't say what her gripe was. It left Najin feeling rather helpless. That girl. Dieta. Never mind. That girl, actually, forget it. Even though Merlin had heard Dieta's name multiple times, she still referred to her as that merchant or simply that girl. Merlin glanced at the side of Najin's neck and grumbled. That was precisely the place where Dieta had leaned her face while embracing him in their parting. She silently stared at that spot, then suddenly hopped onto Najin's back. She had no weight, he couldn't feel any pressure. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she made a gesture as if to say, "Let's go." Najin still had no idea why she was acting that way, but at least her mood seemed to have improved. Just as he was about to board the carriage, he noticed someone waiting for him in front of it. A man stood there, wearing armor adorned with a unique emblem, a pair of crossed swords beneath a shield. The man waved at Najin. He had a bold, lively face, one that he recognized right away. Sir Argo, a knight of Atanga. They had become acquainted during Demon Knight Verhagen's subjugation. It's been a while, young man with no name. I'm here to see you about something simple. I've got a proposal for you. A proposal. Sir, that's right. It takes me back. Reminds me of when you were still a mercenary in Cambria, though calling it the past is funny since it was only about half a year ago. Argo looked somewhat exasperated as he eyed Najin. You took an Atanga request to subjugate Demon Knight Verhagen. Yes, I did indeed. This is similar. We've discovered traces of a night demon, one that slipped away long ago out in the outland. Interested? A night demon, not a demon knight. Najin tilted his head in puzzlement. A night demon, that's different from a demon knight. A demon knight is someone who has formed a contract with a demon. A night demon is another story. It devours a knight's corpse and mimics a knight. Ages ago, the continent launched a massive subjugation campaign against it, but it slipped through our grasp. Argo briefly explained night demons, and Najin drew in a breath at a certain part of his explanation. He couldn't help it. When I was still just an expert, I pursued it with my seniors and peers, but lost track. A number of knights of Atanga were killed, and one ended up branded a criminal because of the aftermath. As Argo spoke, he listed the names of the knights who had participated in that operation. Marchal, Uric, Heblet, Ashwell, and Ivan. Hearing that name instantly shook Najin's composure. Argo, skilled as any sword-seeker, surely noticed that tremor but pretended otherwise, touching his chin in a natural gesture and closing his eyes, as though reminiscing. It's embarrassing to admit, but for the Knights of Atanga, the Night Demon chase remains a deep stain on our record. We have few failures as disastrous as that one, and the biggest reason for it was internal betrayal. Then he added, at last, we have a chance to wipe out that stain, so I'm here to offer you a spot. He nodded. I don't like the fact that night is paired with the word demon. If we just knock that demon part right off, it'll sound a bit more tolerable, wouldn't it, as expected of you? You're speaking my language. Najin and Argo exchanged grins, and after a brief handshake, they got into the carriage together. I hear you've been making waves in the Outland. Rumor has it you even had a big scrap with the so-called Demon King, who supposedly holds 10 stars. That's one rumor I find hard to believe. Argo pulled a small ration pack out of his pouch and offered Najin a snack. With a conspiratorial little nod, he urged Najin to tell him something entertaining for the long journey to the Outland. Najin chewed on some jerky and readily began recounting his story. The first person I met after entering the Outland was a knight named Graf, a knight of Curitan. A knight of Curatan, ha. We do have at least one Curatan knight in Atanga. He might be glad to hear about it. How did it go? I doubt he'd be pleased. Najin gave a rueful smile and continued. He told Argo about the knight who had fallen and become a forgotten one, yet still clung to his duty in undeath. About a silent knight, about the knight in the helm, and so on. Stories of what he had encountered in the Outland, though he left out certain details. When Najin finished, Argo let out a long breath. In just 4 months. You've been through a lot, haven't you, Najin? Then again, you'd need experiences like that to gain 2 more stars in such a short time. Argo nodded. That knight in the helm, I find him admirable. I might not know much about the Outland, but I've carried out a few missions there. I know how unforgiving that land is, and I know the depths of cruelty to which people can sink there. Anyone who has spent time in the Outland, even briefly, comes to understand that it isn't some sacred battleground where stars clash, but a graveyard of stars where those same stars are laid to rest. For a human who has lost all his stars to survive there for 150 years and hold on to his honor and pride all that time, that's just. He gave a short laugh. Amazing, truly amazing. The carriage jolted slightly. It's about the night demon we're going to hunt. Its name is Orgiz. Its ability is simple. It can assimilate and make use of physical traits from any corpse it devours. For demons like that, the key is those first steps. If you clip them at the start, they're no big deal, Argo continued gravely. But that's exactly where things went wrong. What do you mean? Orgiz's very first victim was a human who'd become one with a masterpiece. That's what set this all in motion. A masterpiece. A weapon imbued with mystique. Having once fought a dark mage who wielded such a weapon, Najin knew how formidable they could be. Which masterpiece was it? You probably know it. It's notorious. One of the most infamous of them all. Argo held up 4 fingers. Masterpiece number 4, bookmark, he added. It's also infamous for being behind a never-before-seen incident in which a mere child killed a sword seeker. Which masterpiece is the most useful? Answers differ. Some might say masterpiece number 16, the inextinguishable flame, or masterpiece number 27, the tattered cloak. Which masterpiece is the strongest? That, too, varies depending on what one considers strength, utility, and so on. But if you ask which masterpiece is the most dangerous, everyone agrees on the same answer. Masterpiece number 4, bookmark. The first to discover the bookmark was a young girl from a small village. She found a dazzling bookmark in an old library and treated it like a personal treasure. Without a second thought, she slipped it between the pages of her storybook and closed the book. Book plus bookmark plus covering the book equals a perfect condition to activate it. Completely unaware, the girl unwittingly fulfilled the activation condition for the masterpiece. She paid dearly for that ignorance. That night, 324 villagers simply vanished into thin air. A sword seeker was dispatched to handle the aftermath, but the moment he approached the girl, who was weeping alone in the empty village, he, too, disappeared. In response, they sent in entire squads of knights to retrieve the masterpiece, but the losses they suffered exceeded anything imaginable. 8 knights died just trying to figure out the artifact's activation trigger. Another 32 perished as they attempted to deduce the nature of its mystique, and 28 more laid down their lives to confirm it. That didn't even count the fallen soldiers. When it was all over, the village's 324 residents were gone, 68 knights were dead, and 117 soldiers perished. It was eventually reported that the bookmark had been secured, but that turned out to be false. It was never recovered, Argo said firmly. During the retrieval effort, dark mages got involved. The knights and soldiers were so weakened by heavy losses that the dark mages were able to seize the masterpiece and flee. By all rights, their escape should have failed, but they got lucky, unbelievably so. Fleeing with the stolen masterpiece, the dark mages hastily attempted to summon a demon to bolster their forces. The summon should have failed outright, but coincidence upon coincidence piled up, and they managed a partial success. They summoned an ancient demon, Orgiz. Had that been the dark mage's only lucky break, perhaps they would have survived, but because the summoning was incomplete, it was also their undoing. Though only a fragment of Orgiz was summoned, the demon's essence was overwhelmingly powerful. Orgiz would not be controlled by those dark mages. It immediately devoured them, and in the process also consumed the corpses of the 68 knights and soldiers who had died because of Bookmark. During the rampage, the demon, accidentally, consumed the masterpiece. Since demons are fundamentally beings of mystique, and the masterpiece was likewise brimming with mystique, Orgiz underwent a transformation upon devouring it. Coincidence after coincidence, 3 times. By then, it was no longer chance but inevitability. Orgiz turned into something entirely different, a demon comprising dozens of knights, hence the birth of the night demon. Defiling the bodies of knights and mocking their title, we couldn't let that slide. Immediately, Atanga and countless other knightly orders organized a pursuit which ended in disaster. Argo gave a bitter laugh. In that chase, the night demon devoured another 30 or so knights before escaping. About half of them were knights of Atanga. I owe it to those friends to see their remains laid to rest. Chapter 181, The Night Demon 2, a demon made up of knights' corpses. Night Demon Orgiz. Listening to the story, Najin thought to himself, no matter how I look at it, this didn't seem like a request that just 1 or 2 ordinary sword seekers could handle. A demon, a masterpiece, a dark mage, and a monster that had grown by devouring dozens of knights. Even listing only the core terms, it was clearly no trivial matter. Was the number of people involved really enough? Najin cast a skeptical glance at Argo. It's not like you're in a position to talk. You who go charging at a transcendent with only a sword in hand. Merlin, too, regarded Najin with a dubious look, but he ignored her gaze. Just my personal opinion. But, what is it? Speak. That demon called Orgiz doesn't feel like something 2 sword seekers alone can deal with. Are we the only participants? Ah, that's what you're wondering. Argo scratched the back of his neck a bit sheepishly. Indeed, there are a few people on site, but in actual combat, it'll just be you and me. Are you worried? I'm fine with it. But aren't you in the Atanga Knights? Not just a member, but someone fairly high-ranking. I can guess what you're asking. Well, yes, if you had turned down the proposal, I could have rounded up support, he added. However, that would be worthy of censure, not only as a member of Atanga, but also as a member of any large organization. Censure? Why? Knight orders, mercenary groups, guild associations, any sufficiently large group has one unwritten rule. If a target flees to the outland, it's best not to pursue. It wasn't for any complicated reason. Saying so, Argo spread his arms wide. The outland is massive, far too massive. On top of that, the terrain is harsh. There aren't any proper maps, and there aren't any strongholds. Plus, it's crawling with forgotten ones, monsters from the mythic age, transcendents and demons, basically a living hell. Najin, who had experienced the outland, nodded vigorously. To even operate in that land, you need at least a star or two. How common do you think such people are? They usually serve as core personnel in their organizations. If those key figures go off chasing something in the outland, what would happen? The organization itself would be thrown into turmoil, Najin answered. Exactly. The burden is too great. That's why, unless it's extremely important, nobody expands their operational scope to the outland. In hindsight, it was perfectly reasonable. The outland was vast and brutal, with risks and unknowns too numerous to count. Moreover, any mission had a low success rate. It was understandable that people would be wary of operating there. Even if traces of a target appear in the outland, launching a subjugation right away. Truth be told, it's not a wise choice, certainly not one a high-ranking member of a knightly order should be making. I see. That's how it is. I mean, sure, if I made a big fuss about avenging our fallen comrades and bringing them peace, plenty of people might volunteer, but somehow that doesn't feel right. From an Order Knight's standpoint, it wasn't the right judgment, but then Argo gave a bitter smile. Still, I can't just sit idle. Can I? That demon devoured my seniors and peers like they were a feast. How could I possibly leave it be? That's true. Oh, I almost forgot the most important point. Argo snapped his fingers. Like I said, it might have been tough for me alone, but with you, the story changes. We've got a chance. With that, Argo began to explain the plan for the operation. As Najin listened, he nodded appreciatively. I see. This approach does give us a real shot. Where did you get the idea? I'd love to say I'm a genius, but snatching credit wouldn't be very knightly of me. Argo shrugged. One of my comrades from the old chase thought of it. Back then, neither of us was skilled enough to make it work, but things are different now. Multiple errors coexisted in the Outland, which explained how heroes from older times could survive by some means, and why starfields belonging to constellations were scattered all over the place. A starfield might sound grand, but it's basically just their mental image brought into reality. You know how the orders on the continent have holy sanctuaries? It's the same idea. If you were to create a starfield, it'd probably be the landscape of the underground city. Do all constellations have a starfield? Some don't bother making one. Typically, it's those who settle in a specific place that do create one. The image inevitably reflected the era in which the constellation had lived. Just as Najin's mental world would be the underground city, many constellations had starfields shaped like certain cities, towers, or royal palaces. Even if its constellation died or fell, that starfield, while ceasing to function as a sacred domain, would remain physically. Thus, abandoned cities and empty buildings dotted the outland, abandoned starfields. Najin and Argo were headed for such a place. They went by carriage up to the outland's boundary and proceeded on foot from there. They did encounter forgotten ones and various monsters along the way. But they've noticed us. You take the ones over. Before Argo could finish his sentence, Najin had already dealt with them. He dashed forward, skewering the hearts of the forgotten ones. As for those defending them, he severed their legs and knocked them down, then smashed their cores as if striking with a pickaxe. Sharak. The same pattern repeated whenever outland monsters appeared. Najin's elongated sword aura sliced through the monster's tendons, sending them sprawling to the ground. He vaulted onto them and with a few swings caused blood to spurt like a fountain. Wow! Argo initially just marveled, but after watching the scene play out multiple times, he stared at Najin in disbelief. What in the world did you do these past 4 months? Didn't I say I roamed all over the outland? Najin omitted the finer details. Argo, witnessing the fighting style and endless practical tricks Najin had picked up, could only chuckle in astonishment. Najin's methods were not just about strong technique or power, they were hyper-efficient and swift. His awareness and reaction speed were beyond normal. Perception, reaction, response, all three took less than a second. At the slightest hint that something was targeting them, he had already moved to slit its throat and returned. By the time they reached their destination, Argo hadn't even had the chance to swing his own sword properly. So this is what it's like to be the one getting escorted, huh? I'll make sure you arrive safely. At Najin's playful remark, Argo burst into laughter. After a while, they reached their destination, a forsaken starfield of a constellation that fell roughly 3 centuries prior, fashioned after an actual city of that era, a free city called Pavan. Originally, it had been near a port, but in time, it was absorbed by a union and vanished. Yet there it stood, deep in the outland, lacking the grand harbor and blue sea of old, but with its trademark bell tower still intact. Ding, ding, dying, as the bell tolled across the city. Najin and Argo set foot inside. Near the city's entrance, a few people waited, the ones Argo had mentioned earlier. Greetings, I'm Schmitz, the one who sent the letter. Schmitz was a priest of the Starbody Society, a so-called pilgrim who led ordinary believers on a sacred journey through the Outland and protected them by sharing his starlight with them. Indeed, aside from Schmitz, none of those gathered there appeared to be sword seekers or even experts. They were everyday folk, gathered around him in hushed conversation. Good to see you. Father Schmitz, I read the message from the Starbody Society. You're saying the night demon is here. Yes, it's beyond the line I drew over there. Could you tell us the situation? Certainly, Schmitz explained that, since Pavan was a starfield once belonging to a constellation under the Starbody Society, it was a holy place. He and his party had arrived for their usual pilgrimage, but a demon ambushed them. It claimed the lives of two of our priests before I could react. I tried observing it from afar and realized it resembled the rumored night demon. Got it. And you say it's past that boundary, Schmitz nodded. His abilities were focused on protection and barrier creation, so the demon couldn't cross the line he'd drawn. Of course, he had only managed to secure a tiny corner at the city's entrance. May the blessing of the stars be upon you. Schmitz made a small sign of the cross with his hand. Argo tapped the translucent barrier a couple of times, until it went down. They couldn't move on. Could you lift the barrier for a moment? Of course. Step back, all of you. Once Schmitz cancelled his barrier, the believers behind him backed away. Najin and Argo drew their swords. Sparkle. The instant the barrier vanished in a shimmer of light, something flashed in the depths of the city. It was faint and momentary, but Najin didn't miss it. S-swish. A single arrow. It wasn't aimed at Najin, but at the believers and Schmitz behind him. It was fairly quick, but to his eyes, it might as well have been moving in slow motion. There was no need to even swing his blade. Thwack. He simply reached out and caught the arrow, then used his thumb to snap the arrowhead off and tossed it aside. He turned his gaze forward. More arrows were raining down. They're coming. While Schmitz hastily set up a new barrier, Najin and Argo each took a step forward and deflected the incoming arrows. That's when the city began to change. Ding, ding, dying, the softly resonating bell suddenly fell silent in a split second of quiet. The next moment, the gentle tolls of the bell turned frenzied. K-kick, a sound like metal being scraped echoed, and the entire city trembled. The city began to fold in on itself. A masterpiece was imbued with mystique. The blacksmith who forged each masterpiece gave it a name, making it possible to guess the general nature of its power. For instance, masterpiece number 34, Shadow Flame. The concept of the shadow cast by fire's heat hints at its ability. Indeed, it disrupted vision by using heat shimmer as camouflage. Likewise, masterpiece number 21, Echo. An echo is a sound that bounces back after hitting something. Focusing on the idea of bouncing back, echo can rebound not only sound, but shockwaves and mana as well. So then, masterpiece number 4, Bookmark. What is its power? A bookmark is normally placed between the pages of a book to mark your reading spot. Essentially, it has to be inserted between something, and a masterpiece, mystique itself, is an extension of that concept. There was no need to slot it between the pages of a literal book. Anything you perceive as pages would do, so long as it closed around it. In any case, Najin muttered, looking at the scene before him, demons definitely think on a different wavelength. Night Demon Orgiz, acting true to its inhuman logic, seemed to regard the entire city as a single book. Seeing buildings and bricks surge forward like ocean waves, Najin realized, once that bookmark power fully shuts everything, the fight will get pretty troublesome. First, they needed to carve out a path. Fortunately, He happened to know just the technique for smashing through obstructions. He tossed his sword upward and drew the lance of the crossed star strapped to his back. A technique to shatter everything in front of you and open the way, the battle ram. A storm erupted. Chapter 182, The Night Demon 3, hurling his sword into the sky. Najin drew his spear and gripped it with the same two hands that had held the sword, lunging forward. Every movement flowed seamlessly, like water. Battle ram. The instant Najin thrust his spear, everything in the city stopped all at once. The city folding toward Najin and Argo, the wave of bricks and buildings, and even the rain of arrows pouring down, everything halted in place. That frozen moment lasted only an instant, not a stop brought about by some magical device or mystique. On the contrary, it was a state of deadlock created by forces and shock acting in the exact opposite direction. Naturally, that deadlock did not last long. Dr. Duke, the force bursting from Najin's spear was stronger than the power folding the city. The scale, previously balanced, tilted toward him. The storm unleashed from the spear pushed the folding city back in the opposite direction. Kagagagagagagagag. The wave of buildings and bricks was shredded by the storm, the rain of arrows scattered. Like a ship's prow cleaving through waves or an icebreaker shattering a glacier, Battle Ram demolished every single thing obstructing Najin's path. Argo, witnessing the spectacle, widened his eyes, as did Schmitz and the priests of the Starbuddy Society standing behind him. Anyone would have the same reaction. If anything, not being astonished after seeing a city rushing in like a wave pierced with a single blow would be more strange. Without a word, Najin reached upward. The longsword he had thrown high before using Battle Ram dropped precisely onto his outstretched hand. He clicked his tongue as he looked ahead. If it had been him, he would have smashed even that bell tower. I'm not there yet. The hornblower or the first pillar, either one of them. I bet either would have skewered that bell tower too. Both of them are transcendence. So there's still a long way to go. Merlin, seeing Najin's expression and hearing his words, gave him a look that asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" Argo's gaze from beside Najin was not so different. Of course, he couldn't read Najin's mind, but he could at least tell that he wasn't satisfied with his own strike. He looks displeased, like he thinks it's still not enough. Argo looked ahead. There, the city road lay wide open. Looking at the boy who had opened a road straight through the center of Free City Pavan, Argo let out a small laugh of disbelief. Not enough, that, from any angle. How could that possibly be lacking? He wanted to protest out loud, but there was no time for that. At the edge of his cleared view, right in front of the bell tower, a demon appeared, Night Demon Orgiz. The moment Najin saw the demon's true form, his expression twisted. So this is what it means to be a demon composed of knights. Najin instantly understood why it was called a night demon. Orgiz did not take on a human form. Instead, it looked more like a beast crawling on the ground. Unlike an ordinary beast that moved on four legs, Orgiz had many legs, far too many. Roughly 40 legs sprouted from both sides of its body, made up of countless knights' bodies, legs, arms, and heads. A demon composed of knights that moved using the limbs of knights and was supported by knights. Its very existence was a mockery and a derision of the concept of knighthood. Najin felt his neck muscles tense and grimaced. Sir Argo, Najin and Argo's gazes briefly met. No words were necessary. They both already knew the plan. Right after exchanging nods, they started to charge forward. As soon as Najin and Argo began to run, Orgiz responded by moving as well. There was no need to use all 80 legs just to walk. Humans lived on 2 legs, and beasts did fine on 4. Almost as if jeering at them, Orgiz put all 80 of its legs to use. It looked like a rolling ball or a spider scuttling across a wall. Ugh, seeing how disgustingly it moved. Merlin gagged. As ridiculous and bizarre as that movement was, Najin could not deny how efficient it seemed. Dozens of hands grabbed hold of buildings, pulling its body forward, while dozens more feet kicked off the ground to accelerate. In an instant, Augis closed the distance and charged at him. Left, right, diagonal, the spear, swords, flail, chains. 6 from the diagonal, then 7, then 3 more. Najin's eyes darted quickly as he calculated the directions of the dozens of arms and legs Augis wielded, the weapons they held. The instant he prepared to move, thwack, additional arms and legs hidden on Augis's back extended outward, with twice as many angles of attack suddenly appearing. Najin frowned. It was too late to calculate. He moved his body first. 7 spears lunged in, 5 arrows were released, 8 flails, 12 longswords, 5 greatswords, 3 rapiers, and 7 warhammers. All of the attacks struck almost simultaneously. The spears thrust, the swords slashed, the axes came crashing down. Arms sprouting from Augis's back worked at longbows non-stop, loosing arrow after arrow. But those arrows were actually the longswords and rapiers the knights once held. Kang, kagagagagang. Each individual attack was not so impressive, but the synergistic force they created together could not be ignored. Although Najin was confronting just one demon, it felt as if he were battling dozens of well-trained knights, coordinating a joint attack. Knights bearing different crests were united under the flag of the Augis. Their weapons no longer shone. They could not release sword aura or aura blades since they were merely corpses. Instead, they were infused with the magic the demon created. That black, gleaming energy replaced the knight's sword aura. Augus's demonic energy enwrapped the knight's limbs and the weapons in their grasp, flaring darkly. Najin's expression fell as he faced them, defiling and ridiculing the corpses, molding them into grotesque shapes. The demon before him made him recall a certain other demon, the demon of merriment, the carnival king. It was just the sort of thing that lunatic would do. Remembering the clowns she commanded, Najin ground his teeth. Sir Argo! Argo slipped into Augus's flank. Exploiting the opening created by Najin's defensive maneuver, he struck at Augus, causing it to bleed, if only a little. Tack! Whoosh! He twisted while slashing his blade. From the first strike, he moved on to the second. It was the swordsmanship of Atanga. Just as he was about to land a blow that would make the demon bleed even more, Augus suddenly leaped backward. In one bound, the demon widened the gap with dozens of legs, then roared and drove its limbs into the ground. The entire city gave a mighty pulse, as if it were alive. Once again, the city began to fold. Unlike at the start, it did not surge in like a wave. Rather, it seemed to guard the area around Augus, buildings and bricks gaping wide like jaws, glaring at Najin and Argo, half-folded, leaving just a narrow gap. Both men knew very well what would happen if they were caught in that gaping maw. Sandwiched between top and bottom, the night demon had activated the power of bookmark. Argo gave a bitter grin. Some 20 years prior, he had faced almost the exact same situation. Augus had spread the masterpiece's power around itself in precisely that manner back then. Too, that thing. Argo recalled what his comrade had said to him. Couldn't we actually turn the bookmark against it? Pointing to the night demon, his comrade had gone on. Let's go, Argo. Sure, you're right, we're weaker. Disgustingly weak. After all, that thing's devoured seniors far stronger than we are, but is that a reason to back off? Let me ask again. Argo, does that sound like a reason for a knight of Atenga to retreat? How could we call ourselves knights if we cowered because our enemy was strong? I'm a knight. How about you, Argo? Recalling that exchange, Argo smiled. He had been unable to answer his friend back then, but now he looked straight ahead. The foe was formidable, even among sword-seekers. The enemy was top tier. The nightmare that day had returned far stronger than it was 20 years prior. Back then, it had only been folding wood and stone. That changed to an entire city. All the better. Really. Argo's lips curved into a smile. He did not need to speak aloud. That time, he would give the answer he couldn't give 20 years ago through his actions. He launched forward, different from back then. When he had watched his comrades back as the man charged ahead, he took the lead himself. I'm a knight too, Ivan. He wouldn't let only Ivan become a knight. This time, sensing Nadjin running close behind him, Argo smiled. After sacrificing dozens of knights, they finally discovered the activation conditions and powers it held. By slipping something between the pages, like a bookmark, once the masterpiece called Bookmark was wedged into something, its ability is activated. The problem was in the fact that its range of effect could be absurdly vast. If the owner perceived a certain object as a book, then Bookmark could fold it, regardless of what that object was, as long as it isn't a living being with a soul. Since the area could expand arbitrarily wide based on that perception, be it a tree, a city, land, or even a village, the power alone was already dangerous enough. Still, if that were all, it wouldn't have killed dozens of knights. The reason dozens of knights died during the mission to recover the masterpiece was the lethal ability Bookmark wielded when something was caught between the pages. When an object was sandwiched between pages, the bookmark defined that object as a bookmark as well. In other words, the moment something was wedged between what the user perceived as the pages of a book, it transformed into a bookmark, becoming a thin, flimsy cutout, a human-shaped bookmark. The young girl who discovered the masterpiece by chance dozed off thinking that her bed and blanket looked just like the pages of a book, as if she were lying between the covers. Mom, 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 where are you? As a result, when the girl opened her eyes, what lay beside her were the parents who had been turned into bookmarks. The same was true outside her village, a village filled with bookmarks. At that point, the masterpiece began to rampage, uncontrollably, perceiving the bookmark-filled village as one entire book. That was the truth behind the masterpiece recovery operation that cost dozens of knights and over 100 soldiers their lives. It was also how they uncovered the power of Bookmark. They say that power ended up in the hands of the night demon. Ivan had commented, if you watch that demon carefully, you'll see it never folds itself into its own range. Ordinarily, the masterpiece's owner would be exempt from its own power. A night demon is ultimately an amalgamation of knights' corpses. It gains its strength from those corpses. We used to assume those corpses were just part of Augus's body, but maybe Augus sees them as tools instead. If so, Ivan had said with a laugh, Argo, we've got something we do quite well, don't we, parrying? Let's deflect those folding parts right back at him. Remembering that conversation, kakakakakang. Argo deflected the arms and legs Augus thrust at him, along with the spears and swords in their grips, all with a single longsword. In the past, handling even one blow had cost him a cold sweat, but he wasn't the same, and he could parry 3 at once. The swordsmanship of Atanga was designed to overpower the opponent head-on. Thus, parrying was a fundamental principle and one of its most crucial aspects. Argo, having trained in that art, was of course proficient in parrying, but calling his parry merely proficient would be an understatement. After the failed pursuit of the night demon long ago, he delved even deeper into parrying. For over 20 years, he was consumed by the parry. 2 decades later, his parrying had reached a singularity. Clang! His parries did more than simply block or ricochet the opponent's strikes. They expertly guided them to the exact point he aimed for. The limbs Augus thrust out, wrapped around Argo's sword, bent in an unnatural direction. While the city's pages attempted to fold over Argo, what ended up sandwiched between them was not Argo, but Augus's limbs, those Argo had just parried. Zeziarch. The pages clamped onto Augus's limbs. In that instant, 3 of the limbs making up its body flattened into thin slabs. Nadjin, seizing that moment, dashed in and cleanly sliced away the sections that had become bookmarks. Cutting through demon limbs was hard, but slicing a bookmark was all too easy. Chapter 183, The Night Demon 4. Ah, kid, Najin, you know what? There was a time I fought blade to blade against a crazy strong demon. Ha! I was actually a pretty famous knight back in the day. Ah, yes. You look like you don't believe me at all. I'm serious. Ivan, you've told me that same story over 10 times now. You might not remember because you're drunk. Ha! Really? Shall I guess what you'll say next? You'll tell me that the demon had dozens of arms. So terrifying, like a big spider. Ivan burst into laughter. Yeah, it was like a demon out of a nightmare. That bastard killed a bunch of my comrades, and even the memory makes the back of my neck tense up. It's a real shame. I tell you. Still, well, he muttered, downing his drink. Someone will get revenge for us, I'm sure. One guy I know comes to mind, if it's him. I bet he'll hunt that demon down sooner or later. He's got a real obsessive streak. Who is it? There's a guy. He's got some damned fine parrying skills. Fighting demons was a terribly tricky task. As a species, they already possessed tenacious vitality, and they could wield powers akin to mystique, some sort of authority. No wonder there was an entire group called the Starblood sect, dedicated to hunting demons. Demons were tough. Even a swordsman at sword seeker level could find it difficult to cut them down, especially if the demon was mid-tier or above. What about the demon right before them? The ancient demon, Orgiz, existed long before the classification of lower, middle, and upper tiers came into being. It was a seasoned demon who'd been around for 1,000 years, back when King Arthur hunted demons left and right. Seasoned, please. He just never crossed my path, that's all. Rather than seasoned. It's more like he was good at hiding. That's how Merlin put it, yet even she did not deny that Orgiz was powerful. As was often the case, surviving for such a long time in and of itself was a proof of strength. Under normal circumstances, at least a squad of sword seekers and a team of inquisitors well versed in demon lore would be necessary to confront Orgiz. If one tried to use pure force, they'd need to be close to the level of a sword master. Despite everything, only 2 sword seekers stood there. Argo had reached the blossoming stage, but he was short of becoming a sword master. Najin could partially replicate a sword master's techniques, but he was still only at the sprouting stage. Sprouting, blossoming, full bloom, they were up against a demon that normally required a swordsman of at least at the full bloom stage. If anyone heard they were fighting it with just 2 swords, they would surely say they had a death wish. Kang. Kang. If such a person were to actually see the 2 fighting, their doubts wouldn't be so firm. Neither of them showed any sign of being pushed back. On the contrary, they were driving the demon into a corner. Hup! Argo deflected every attack, no matter the angle. Though he held only 1 sword, he didn't limit himself to that weapon alone. A true master had to know how to treat the enemy's weapon as if it were his own. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-kang. He batted aside the first sword rushing in, which then collided with a spear poised to thrust from the side, in turn smashing into a greatsword, then knocking into a hammer like a row of dominoes. All of Orgiz's attacks fell apart. Ziziak. Some weapons were caught by Bookmark's ability and turned into thin sheets. Of course, even if a handful of spears and swords were neutralized, Orgiz still had dozens of arms left. If Argo knocked away 5, then 10 more appeared. If he blocked 10, 20 more followed, then 30 again, no matter how close his parrying had come to perfection. It was impossible for him to deflect them all. If I were alone, maybe so. He was not facing Orgiz by himself. Najin moved in at precisely the right moments to fend off the demon's spears and swords. Every second, the cacophony of metal colliding with metal resounded. Just the 2 of them, squaring off against a demon composed of over 100 knights. Despite facing 100 or more spears and swords, Argo and Najin never once backed down. Instead, they pressed forward relentlessly. Kung, stomping the ground, Najin slashed the earth in a wide sweep. A large mass of dirt rose. Ordinarily, if they were covered by that dirt, Bookmark's power would activate, yet he deliberately lured Augis into using the power. The mound of dirt began to move on its own, closing in. Argo maneuvered Augus's limbs with parries so that they hit the dirt pile before it swallowed Najin. T-Chak. 8 arms flattened into paper like sheets. Najin sliced through them along with the dirt mound. Earth crumbled to dust in the wake of his sword aura, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, no longer a sunset hue, but a platinum glow. His sword aura was pure white, and through that whiteness flickered a golden gleam. Augis sensed a primal terror, a fear carved into its very soul, a dread ingrained in all demons, an instinctive horror of their natural predator. Confronted with sword aura reminiscent of King Arthur's, Augis shrieked, drawing out more of its magic, not unlike a panicked animal. All living creatures, when endangered, struggled violently. Sensing mortal peril from Najin, Augis poured out all its reserved and hidden power. Thwack! Dozens of knights' arms, lashed together, burst from the demon's back as a single massive limb, wielding a huge greatsword dripping with thick, black fluid. The moment it slashed horizontally, Argo abandoned any attempt to parry. Najin likewise gave up on deflecting it, immediately ducking down. The greatsword whistled over their heads. A massive gust of wind followed. Right after came the echoing crash of something collapsing. They did not need to look back to know a line drawn by that greatsword had cut through several buildings, bringing them down. The concept of going all out in a fight or an honorable duel didn't really exist for demons. It was natural for a demon to avoid any fight that demanded its full power. Even if it won, if it expended too much strength, there'd be no profit in it. Still, when they sensed their life was truly threatened, it was a different story. Feeling terror at Najin's presence, Augis resisted with all of its might. Clang! Quang! Realizing that the masterpiece it wielded was actually backfiring on itself, Augis halted the activation of Bookmark entirely. Instead, it tried to crush Najin and Argo through pure force. Argo had witnessed the same frenzy 20 years prior. It was like this back then too. When Ivan, Argo, and the other knights turned the power of Bookmark against Augis, tearing off its limbs, Augis stopped using Bookmark altogether and fought the knights in much the same way. Back then, Argo hadn't been able to withstand the demon's assault. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold out, and even that was only possible due to the sacrifices of many of his comrades. I watched you run away that day. Argo's lips curled upward. But not this time. It had been 20 years in which he researched every possible way to combat Augis. To a demon or a transcendent, 20 years might be the blink of an eye, but to a human, 20 years was more than enough time for a once-inexperienced youth to become a seasoned knight. He showed his well-honed skills without reserve. Choice after choice. He swung his sword tirelessly, blocking Augus's strikes, and Najin took the ones he could not manage. Triumph Sword. The swordsmanship Najin learned from Alderan, compressed sword aura to the utmost limit, designed specifically to face powerful foes and created for the purpose of cutting the uncuttable. Quack. Najin no longer paid attention to Augus's other attacks and focused solely on that giant greatsword sprouting from the demon's back. As long as he focused, he could parry it. The problem is that, when I deflect the greatsword, dozens of other spears and swords come in from the side to block that massive blade. One needed big movements. Big movements created big openings. If Augis took advantage of those gaps, Najin would be helpless. He had only 2 arms, while Augis had dozens. Fortunately, Najin was not fighting alone. Kakakakakakang. Whenever his stance left an opening, Argo was there to fill it. Whenever Argo couldn't handle an attack, Najin stepped in. Covering each other's vulnerabilities, they drove Augis back. Use the masterpiece, demon. The two of them cornered the demon with a clear ultimatum. If you fear that the masterpiece will consume you and refuse to use it, you cannot win. My sword won't give you the leeway to hold back. C.H. Walk. Orgis spewed blood when Najin and Argo's swords bit into its flesh. The blood splattered again and again, and in the midst of the continued hemorrhaging, Orgis finally resumed using the masterpiece, but even that didn't turn the tide. Zeziark. Perry's caused Orgis's attacks to fall into Bookmark's field, flattening them into paper like slabs. No knight could fail to cut through a flimsy sheet of paper. One after another, Orgis lost many of its limbs in an anticlimactic fashion, forcing it to retreat further. The demon's original 100-odd arms dwindled to 50, then from 50 down to 30, then 20. The endless spears and swords became so few in number you could count them easily. Tack! Argo surged forward, swinging his sword. He recalled the past. Argo, you don't even need to say it, Ivan. He remembered fighting side by side with his closest comrade. Back then, he had been too inexperienced, too weak, and thus couldn't carry out Ivan's plan to perfection. He couldn't seize that golden opportunity for Ivan's devastating strike. 20 years later, Argo stood there once again. His dear friend was gone, having fallen into disgrace, but in his place stood a boy who'd learned the man's swordsmanship, wielding his blade. Honestly, Argo smiled. With that smile, he shouted words he had once wanted to say, but never could, all those years ago. Now, kakakakakakang, 8 remaining limbs flew back all at once, the path before them wide open. Najin charged in, eyes blazing. C.H. Walk. He severed the mightiest arm rising from Orgis's back, the colossal limb braided from dozens of knights' arms. Demon blood gushed like a fountain, and Orgis's magic dropped off sharply. With every swing of the 2 swordsmen's blades, the demon lost yet another limb. 7, 6, 5, 2, only 2 remained. In the end, the demon stretched out those last 2 arms like a human, trying to shield its body in a final, desperate thrashing. Koom! Najin took a heavy step toward the demon. There was no need to deliberate on which finishing blow to use. He employed the swordsmanship of the Knight of Atanga. Ivan, a single strike from below to above, broke through the opponent's technique and opened a gap. Najin's blade severed the demon's remaining arms, continuing on to carve deep into the demon's body. C.H. Walk. Blood burst forth, slicing flesh so deeply that the thing's heart, buried beneath the hundreds of corpses composing it, was laid bare. Ordinarily, that opening slash would be followed with a second strike to shatter the heart, but even that was unnecessary. Argo was already swinging his sword beside Najin. He was a knight of Atanga. The moment Najin unleashed the first strike, he had no hesitation in delivering the second. Thus, almost simultaneously with the completion of Najin's blow, Argo's sword fell like a guillotine. Thud. The demon's heart was split in 2. Chapter 184, The Night Demon 5. Depending on the demon, its core part varied widely. For humanoid demons, that core was the heart. If you destroyed the heart, the demon would fail to maintain its shape and collapse. Crunch, crackle, Orgis's body melted away. A black, tar-like fluid splattered onto the floor with a squelch. In a few more minutes, even that fluid would evaporate, and all traces of the demon's existence would disappear. Typically, one would say that a demon has been subjugated in that state. Najin knew otherwise. In fact, others besides Najin might have also known. It wasn't so much subjugation as it was forcing the demon into dormancy. After dozens of years, or up to a century, the demon would resurrect again. Demons are inherently immortal beings. You can't normally grant them eternal death. Merlin shrugged and cast a brief glance at Najin. Unless there's an exception. Of course. Najin silently summoned his sword aura, the end of which shone platinum. Before Argo could notice the glow, Najin thrust his sword into the black fluid the demon had left behind. The platinum-colored aura touched the demon's soul. To a demon, that platinum aura was the ultimate bane. Because Najin's sword aura was merged with Excalibur, it partly shared that holy property and became capable of killing the unkillable. SSS. A hissing sound spread as the fluid roiled. Though the demon had no mouth, hands, or feet in that liquefied state, it seemed to be letting out a silent scream, thrashing about in agony. "What are you doing?" Argo asked. "Nothing much." HMPH. "Well, in any case, we can't recover that masterpiece. Can we? We can't recover it. What do you mean?" "That's the way masterpieces are. Basically, they don't break, but if they become too contaminated or their functions go awry, they vanish like a demon. They disappear without a trace, only to suddenly be found somewhere else on the continent. That's how it usually goes." He mentioned such items sometimes reappeared near whoever had the strongest connection to the previous owner. In the case of the bookmark, though, who knew it had blended with the demon's remains? Argo shook his head. Najin looked silently at the demon's black, tar-like remains. Indeed, he saw nothing within that might resemble the bookmark. SSS. When the last of the fluid evaporated, Najin withdrew his sword aura. Shaking his sword off lightly, he gave the dark-stained ground a scornful glance. "You thought I'd just let you run away?" The demon's soul, which tried to flee without paying the price, was burned to ashes. Najin let out a long exhale and rolled his stiff shoulders. "It ended more smoothly than I expected." He'd been told it was an ancient demon and that it had swallowed a masterpiece, containing the strength of dozens of knights combined. Just from the rumors, he'd been braced for a tough battle. Contrary to his expectations, the fight proceeded swiftly and ended simply. Could it have been weaker than the rumors suggested? Nope. It was as strong as the stories said, maybe even a bit stronger. It didn't really feel that way to me. You, on the other hand, Merlin gave him a disbelieving look. "You've been fighting fallen stars in the Outland, monsters that have lived hundreds of years, and even transcendence. Your sense of what's normal is messed up." She pressed a fingertip against Najin's forehead. "Against any regular group of knights, that demon would have been a nightmare. In fact, it was even stronger than that red dragon you nearly died fighting. It was that formidable. Absolutely. You've just grown too fast for your own sense of scale to keep up." When Najin thought about it, it made sense that his sense of danger was distorted. Ever since arriving in the Outland, he'd faced nothing but absurdly powerful foes. The moment he defeated one monstrous enemy, an even more monstrous foe appeared. And so it went. After going through that cycle repeatedly, he could see how there was a big gap between how strong he thought he was and how strong he actually was, objectively speaking. It's finally over. Once things settled down, Argo let out a long sigh and gazed skyward. "Finally, I've had my revenge." He spoke softly, his tone light. A satisfied smile lingered on his lips. Following Argo's gaze, Najin also looked up. A new star was ascending in the sky above, Argo's second star. Rather than merely being earned by defeating a strong enemy, it rose after resolving a long-festering regret. "You've obtained another star. Congratulations." "Thank you. And you, did you get another star of your own?" Najin shook his head and pointed at the sky, where 4 stars sparkled. Next to them, the faint outline of a potential 5th star remained unchanged. Right. Well, the more stars you've already gathered, the harder it is to claim a new one. Makes sense. Then again, having 4 stars at your age, I'm still not used to the idea. "Not used to it, huh?" Argo let out a soft laugh. Gesturing toward a corner of the ruined city, he said, "Let's walk a bit. We have some things to discuss." Najin asked what he meant, and Argo gave a simple answer. "It's about Ivan." Najin hadn't noticed at first, but it was impossible not to realize by then. Argo knew about Ivan, and he also knew that Najin was Ivan's disciple. Then again, the alias he used from the start was Ivan. Perhaps he had known it all along. Back then, Najin hadn't recognized it, but it had become certain during that battle that the demon Ivan used to talk about while drinking was night demon orgies. And the comrade who excelled at parrying was none other than Argo himself. There was someone named Ivan among my peers back in the day. Walking through the city, Argo talked. He was a real talent. Among our group, he was the strongest. He was good enough not to lose, even against the senior knights, let alone his own peers. He had tremendous talent, and his character wasn't bad. There were always people around him. He walked on, reminiscing. He was the one everyone gravitated toward. My other peers used to joke, half in jest, half in truth, that he'd be the first among us to claim a star. By star, you mean? Yes, not some metaphorical star or a title, but an actual star shining in the sky. Looking up, you would see stars. Even then, as always, they shone overhead, looking as though you could reach them if you only stretched out your hand. Hold honor in your heart, keep your pride, chase the stars. Those were the words Ivan had always repeated, as though they were a habit. A knight who chases the stars, that was his nickname. Half of it was mockery, meaning he was chasing an impossible dream. The other half was respect for his unyielding challenge. Argo let out a bitter chuckle. The more he accomplished, the less mocking that nickname became. People started to really believe that maybe, someday, he'd actually claim a star if he kept at it. Argo's laugh turned sour. In the end, it became mockery again. Najin remained silent. He became a criminal and fell to a place without stars. The underground city. Artman, that was where the knight who once chased the stars ended up. What was his crime? Najin asked. I'd tell you if I could, but I can't. The church declared a gag order on the entire affair. All I can say is, Argo paused, then continued softly, Ivan took a chance. Rather than staying put, he reached beyond his station and failed. Because of that failure, he became a criminal. He let out another bitter laugh. Some knights liked to gossip about it in their own way. They called him an idiot, said he'd overstepped, that he'd reached for something out of his grasp. He should have stayed in his lane. Why do something so reckless? With such a golden future ahead. Why be that foolish? That sort of trash talk. Argo's expression twisted as he recalled it. They can all go to hell. For the first time, he spat out a curse. Aren't knights supposed to be like that? Dream big. Reach for what you can't grasp, and if someone sneers, calling you a fool, then shout back that it's romance and charge ahead. That's the privilege of a knight, isn't it? Sort of like a recitation, he said. Even if you fail and fall, even if you're defeated and kneel, the cowards who never tried in the first place have no right to mark your loss. None at all, even if that's where the story ends. No, Najin interrupted. It hasn't ended. What hasn't ended? The story of the knight who chases the stars. It never ended. Argo turned his gaze on Najin. His eyes held a certain hope. Najin was ready to fulfill that hope. A human's lifespan, no, even a transcendent's lifespan, is too short to contain just one grand story. Even the great hero, King Arthur, never finished his story, did he? Najin continued. If one lifetime isn't enough, you pick up a second. If two aren't enough, you move on to the next. That's how humans pass their stories forward. Countless times over, Ivan simply did the same. He raised his hand. At his fingertip were 4 shining stars. He smiled. Now, here I am. He stood where that story continued, gesturing to his star-laden sky. Najin explained. I trained under Ivan, learned the sword from him, and made a promise with him. What promise? That I would reach the highest place of all, that I would stand atop it and proclaim, for all to hear, that at the start of my story, Ivan was there. That the knight who chases the stars, Ivan, truly existed. Argo fell silent, but the silence did not last long. He swept a hand down his face and burst out laughing. Yes, he spoke through his laughter. That's the privilege of a knight. Indeed, he rummaged through his coat and pulled out a single sheet of paper. It seems now is the right moment. The page bore both the imperial crest and that of the Atanga Knights. Holding it up, Argo proclaimed, I, Argo of the Knights of Atanga in place of the Empire's son, and the Atanga Knights ask you this. Najin already knew what he was going to say. Realizing it, his eyes grew wide. You, the boy who dreams of becoming a knight. Argo posed the first of the questions that marked the knighting ceremony. What do you believe a knight is? What is a knight? The question came up in their very first conversation, so long ago. Back then, Najin had answered. Time having passed, he replied again, one who never loses their pride. It was a similar answer to before, yet just a bit different. Someone who does not yield, who fears loss but isn't paralyzed by it, who always sets their eyes on lofty heights and moves forward. Najin lifted his head. Someone who bears honor, holds fast to pride, and chases the stars. That's the kind of knight I aspire to be. Argo responded with a broad smile. Tapping Najin's shoulder lightly with his sword, he said, It's easy to say but hard to keep. Talk alone is cheap. However, you've proven the worth of your words through your deeds, deeds of the highest value. He knew well what Najin had done in the Outland. He'd heard the tales through imperial channels. He'd witnessed the record within Najin's stars. You gave back honor to those who'd lost it, returned pride to those who'd been stripped of it, and offered a chance for those who were no longer knights to become knights again. Atanga's leader, Gotif, had said, he turns knights into true knights. He helps them regain the honor and pride they'd lost. If that's not an Atanga, then who is? The emperor, too, had spoken of him. You've done a marvelous job upholding your promise. It's only fair that I keep my promise. The imperial family and the Atanga knights both agreed. Argo was the final witness, and from the moment he'd first laid eyes on Najin, the decision had essentially been made. You, who make knights truly knightly, Argo boldly said, I declare you a knight. Amid collapsed buildings and a ruined city, no crowd cheered, no spectators watched. Did any of that matter? Najin's heart pounded in his chest. By the Empire's son and the guardian knights of Atanga, I affirm that you are a knight as of this day. A free knight. Bound by nothing, uphold what you deem right. You have every right to do so. Argo drew a deep breath. Thus far, he had been speaking on behalf of the imperial family and the Atanga knights. The next words came from him as an individual. Rise, Sir Knight. Najin stood. Argo offered him a handshake. I am Argo, of the Knights of Atanga. Introducing himself, he then asked, And your name? He was finally posing the question he'd delayed so long. Even when the whole world was chanting Najin's name, Argo had never once uttered it. He wouldn't allow himself to do so until he heard it personally from the boy's lips. In that case, I'll wait to hear your name until after you've become a knight. When you've become a knight of pride and honor, then you can tell me your name. Recalling that day, Najin smiled with genuine joy. At last, he could offer his name to the proud knight face to face. My name is Najin, Najin the Free Knight. Pleased to meet you, Sir Najin. Their handshake was neither up nor down. Both grasped each other's hand as equals. In the free city of Pavan, the night demon who had occupied it was gone, and in that place, two knights remained. The two knights looked at each other and burst into laughter. Chapter 185, Who Am I? 1. A free knight was beholden to no one. Najin had managed to receive the title of free knight, the sort once held only by the knights who served alongside Arthur 1,000 years prior. Wherever he went, he could introduce himself not as a squire or trainee knight, but proudly, head held high, as a free knight. Who am I? Tending to his sword, Najin posed the question to himself. Seeing his face reflected in the meticulously polished blade, he flashed a grin and thought, the youngest free knight. It'd be unbearably embarrassing to boast about to anyone else, but so what? Who would overhear the little words whispered in his mind? Unless there was some inner constellation living in his head, no one could possibly hear that little mutter. Kaya. Of course, Najin happened to have an inner constellation. Merlin, having made a home within him, shrieked as she grabbed him by the collar and shook him. That was already the 10th time today that she'd had to witness him asking his reflection, "Who am I?" as though he were enthralled by his own image, and she was dying of embarrassment on his behalf. "Stop, stop it already. Who am I? You're doing this on purpose. You're definitely doing it on purpose, aren't you? The youngest sword seeker, the youngest 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star holder. Now, the youngest free." Merlin flushed bright red from second-hand embarrassment. Truth be told, Najin had started repeating his little speech halfway through just to tease her. "Why, it's true, isn't it?" Merlin's glare practically cursed him out. Najin just shrugged and got to his feet. Argo had returned to the continent long ago, so he traveled the outland alone. At least he had one companion sighing incessantly and fanning herself in exasperation. But still, he was more or less on his own. "Who am I? Cut it out, please." When Merlin's eyes blazed a fierce blue, Najin pointed at a certain stone marker in front of him. "It's written right there, isn't it?" A headstone-like marker bore an inscription. He read its words out loud. "Who am I?" Najin looked around the ruin overgrown with weeds and shrubs. All around, random trees sprouted in chaotic tangles, and charred or crumbled remains of buildings lay half smothered by foliage. The ruin had clearly been abandoned for centuries, at least. The outland had no shortage of fallen nations or collapsed cities, so stumbling upon ruins like that wasn't exactly rare. He had found similar places while traveling with Helmet Knight. Najin stopped there because of a single headstone standing at the center of the ruin that looked like a grave marker, with a brief epitaph describing the deceased. Viola Aldena, hero of the Castle Kingdom, defended her country from an evil dragon, fought valiantly until the very end. The 3 lines were inscribed in a fancy, elegant script, but what truly caught Najin's eye was the text that followed. "Who am I?" No refinement or flourish there. A single, clumsy line. There was no answer beneath it, only that question. "It's a grave. I can see that much." "Oh, sorry. Let me be more specific. It's a star tomb." Najin cocked his head. "A star tomb. It feels different from where I dueled the hornblower." That was a star tomb as well, but this is a bit more literal in meaning. Merlin pointed to the headstone. "Remember how I mentioned that, even after a star dies, its sanctum sometimes remains?" "You did, yeah." "Not always, but in some cases. That sanctum becomes a star tomb. There can be various reasons, but most often it's because that star chose it. Instead of hanging one star up in the sky, you bury it in your own sanctum, and then you dream forever, in the paradise you created for yourself." "You mean they dream?" "Ma'am, essentially, it's like being dead. A little better than being a fallen star, but—" Well, Merlin trailed off. She glanced sideways at Najin. "Curious. A bit. Then go in and see." "Ha!" Najin blinked. Go in how, for all the feats he'd acquired? Stepping into someone else's dream was not on the list. When he looked at Merlin in puzzlement, she simply pointed at the headstone. "It's the same principle as entering someone's sanctum. That headstone is the entrance. If you want to try, give it a go. Each star tomb is different, but this one doesn't seem like it's trying to keep visitors out. It seems really dangerous." Sure, it could be. From the looks of it, they probably had around 6 stars. Anyway, your next destination is also a star tomb. Might not be bad to get some practice first. "Right." Najin hesitated a moment. His gaze fell on the space under the question carved into the headstone. "Who am I?" That blank space beneath the question caught his attention for some reason. "How about you? Merlin, what do you think?" "Me, I figure it's not a bad idea to experience it at least once. Plus, the star buried here doesn't seem all that hostile." When Najin asked how she could be so sure, Merlin answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "Really dangerous stars don't just leave themselves lying around like this. They'd forcibly drag in anyone who so much as stepped nearby, lock everything out so nobody can enter at all, or they'd trap you inside. That kind of thing. Leaving it like this means Merlin waved her fingers carelessly. They don't mind if someone wanders in, doesn't matter who. The conditions for entering or leaving are too simple. You just place your hand on that headstone, and that's that. A dream with no elaborate traps, free to come and go. So, want to give it a try? Merlin subtly egged him on. Nadjin was suspicious, but he reasoned that she would never steer him toward something truly harmful. In the end, he reached out toward the stone. As Merlin had pointed out, it might not be a bad idea to give it a shot. Tap. At the very moment his fingertip touched the marker, time began to rewind. The overgrown forest around him slid backward in time. Branches that had once risen high into the sky shrank, thick trunks thinned. Tall, broad trees withered back down into tiny sprouts and then vanished into the ground. Rumble, as the brush and trees receded, white marble tiles emerged beneath. Shattered pillars returned to their original places, and collapsed structures rose and mended themselves. While time swirled in reverse, Najin calmly opened and closed his eyes. Blink. When he opened his eyes again, have you seen the new fish that arrived at the market today? It's huge, and so is the price. I can't afford it for a single meal. Freshly baked bread, warm and straight from the oven, 1 piece for a copper coin. Hey, that was 2 pieces for 1 coin yesterday. Cost of flour's gone up, hasn't it? Can't be helped. Hey, guess your shop's flour costs are twice everyone else's. He found himself standing in the middle of a bustling street full of passers-by. Najin blinked vacantly. What in the world? When he looked around, ordinary civilians were walking about, people who didn't seem like they'd ever held a sword, let alone become sword seekers. He was thoroughly perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be deep in the outland? That thought vanished almost immediately, thanks to the bright sunlight. Raising his head, he saw not a starry night sky, but a clear blue midday sky with the sun hanging overhead. Merlin, what is going? He tried calling out in his mind, but got no response. His brow furrowed. He couldn't sense Merlin's presence inside him at all. Merlin! Ha! Where are you calling me? The voice came from close by, unlike before, where her voice echoed directly, pure and unfiltered into his head. Her words sounded natural, blending in among the chatter of people passing by. Najin turned toward the voice, and there stood Merlin. She was a bit shorter than him, gazing up at him and blinking. Merlin, why are you calling me? Merlin gave him a mischievous grin and grabbed his hand as if to prove she was no illusion. Najin's eyes went wide at the warmth he felt. How, Merlin? Did you descend here or descend? If I did that, I'd wreck this dream in no time. Then, entering someone else's dream is sort of like stepping into a constellation's inner realm. Does that ring a bell? It did, a very familiar one. Isn't that how I ended up with you inside my mind? Here, in this dream, I can walk around with you, with an actual body at that. She seemed excited. No, positively giddy. She inhaled deeply and exhaled, repeating the process, then lifted her feet and stomped the ground as if to confirm it was real. Hugh, it's been so long since I've moved around in a body. This is what it feels like to stand on actual ground. The air's so fresh too. After a long breath, she gave Najin a sidelong glance. Her blue eyes sparkled. Well, this puts your mind at ease, doesn't it? Doesn't feel dangerous at all. Right, so that's why you were encouraging me to come. With you here in person, it seems like nothing could go wrong. Well, it's not entirely that. I'm still bound to you, so I can't use more power than you can handle. Even so, Merlin shrugged confidently. The knowledge of the great Archmage doesn't disappear, right? For this little journey, you can rely on me. She gave a few proud thumps to her chest, though it hardly exuded the dignity one would expect of a celestial being. Najin couldn't help but laugh. What? Why are you laughing? You think I'm some pushover? I didn't say that. HMPH. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll let it slide this once. All right, let's start by gathering information. Still brimming with enthusiasm, Merlin tugged on Najin's arm and led him along through the crowd. And at one point, Najin glanced upward toward the city's highest spot. He felt a presence watching him. In a temple built upon a cliff, a woman sat perched on the balustrade. Long, jet-black hair cascaded down, and in stark contrast, her skin was so pale it almost looked bloodless. Her eyes were as dark as her hair, and she was gazing directly at Najin. What a gloomy-looking woman! After staring at Najin for a while, she turned away, as though she deemed him unimportant. Najin felt an instant certainty in his gut. She's the owner of this dream. Turning her gaze away from him, she slowly rose. As she moved, her inky black hair rippled, yet it wasn't just her hair that stirred. The moment she moved, a bell in the temple rang out. Dong, doong, dong, the chime reverberated across the city, and all eyes turned to the woman standing at the edge of the cliffside temple. Some citizens prayed to her, some bowed their heads, others praised her. Honor to the hero, glory to Aldena, cheers, salutes, and praise rained down, but the woman receiving all that adoration wore an expression as grim as ever. She didn't so much as glance at the people before vanishing into the temple. It was like she couldn't stand to look at any of it, as if it all made her sick to her stomach. Chapter 186, Who Am I? 2. The phrase had been repeated to the point of weariness. But for a transcendent, the most important thing was believing in oneself. Their power from an unwavering sense of self, a firm inner world. Confidence, therefore, was the virtue of all transcendence. In Merlin's case, perhaps she had a bit too much confidence, but that's another matter. Najin had no intention of denying that fact, and had seen it in action more than once. Helmut Knight, upon recalling who he was, immediately regained his status as a transcendent. When Gerd became certain that his sword was righteous, he obtained his 8th star. Self, conviction, and the realization they were right. Such is the essence of a transcendent and a star. Najin believed as much, which is why he was so drawn to that single line inscribed on the headstone. Who am I? The question stood as if addressed to someone, though the sentence could have just been written continuously. Who am I? The writer had deliberately inserted a comma to separate I from who am. What might be contained in that small comma? Najin couldn't help but wonder. Merlin, why are you calling me? Merlin looked at him while chewing on a mouthful of bread. Najin gestured for her to finish eating first. Once she finished, gulping it down, she looked at him. All right, done. What is it? Do you know anything about the Castle Kingdom? The headstone had read, Viola Aldena, hero of the Castle Kingdom. He knew only that it was a country that existed about 5 or 6 centuries prior. Just that it collapsed about 560 years ago. Anything else? I know it fell because of a dragon. Think it was called Ladon, the evil dragon, a kingdom destroyed by a dragon. Najin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why does this so-called star tomb exist? Is it just a constellation's dream, some sort of display for no particular reason? It does have a reason. Merlin tore a fresh-baked loaf. Warm steam rose from the bread. If all they wanted was to dream, then why leave an entrance open? If just for show, how could we interact with anyone inside this dream? Munching, Merlin continued. The star tombs, constellations, dreams, exist because they wish to be awoken. They're stuck in such sweet, endless dreams, and they're hoping someone will rouse them, make the dream end, choose something in place of them who can't choose on their own anymore. Regret, lingering attachments, escapism. Merlin's expression turned faintly bitter. It's kind of like what you've been doing so far. Ha, what do you mean? You've offered knights their ideal endings. Right, it's similar to that. If you give the dreamer their desired resolution, or at least one they can accept, that breaks the dream. Of course, she added, there's a simpler way. Too, you could just smash the dream to bits with overwhelming power. I'd rather not. Right, also, you'd have to be at my level for that. You know, an arch constellation with 11 star. Keep going like that, and I'll pull out that old line again. Who am I? All right, I won't brag. Having endured Nadjin's mirror treatment for days, Merlin hastily dropped the subject. She handed him a neatly torn piece of bread. He found it tasted surprisingly good. It's a dream, but taste and all other sensations feel perfectly real. Just because it's called a dream doesn't make it any less real. If you die here, you really die. So what should we do next? First, we figure things out, how this dream flows and what the dream's owner is clinging to. Naturally, their gazes fell upon the temple perched atop the cliff. At its very edge sat a woman with long, jet-black hair, Viola Aldena, hero of the castle kingdom. She spent most of the day in that spot, watching the sun rise and fall with the bleakest expression. It was enough to make an onlooker feel weighed down. She really looks depressed. I know, right? If it's her dream, wouldn't you expect her to be happy? She doesn't look happy at all. Not all dreams are happy. Some constellations lock themselves away in tombs to punish themselves. They sure are an odd bunch. Merlin gave him an off stare. Ha, what's with that look? Ah, it's nothing. Anyway, aren't you curious about the reward? What would you get if you cleared a constellation's dream? Her attempt to abruptly change the subject was obvious, but Nadjin didn't mind. She likely had her reasons not to discuss whatever had crossed her mind. He went along with it. What do we get? A star relic. Nadjin had heard the term before. Such relics, said to rival masterpieces, were imbued with their respective constellation's starlight. Technically, his Excalibur was half a star relic, since it became complete when Arthur's star manifested through it. The reward is massive, so it won't be easy to clear this dream. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. If there's no way forward, just get out, that's your call. Merlin pointed at a headstone standing in the middle of the city. By placing a hand on that stone, he could exit the dream any time. A dream you could leave whenever you chose. Nadjin's eyes turned to the temple again. Aside from their initial encounter, Viola had given Nadjin no notice at all. Instead, she only sat at that spot, staring at each sunrise and sunset. Her dark eyes, void of any warmth, lingered in his thoughts for reasons he didn't quite grasp. For the moment, though, there wasn't much they could do. They would have to wait for time to pass before finding any hints. HMPH, Nadjin wandered about the city with Merlin in tow. Merlin walked in a peculiar way, never firmly planting her feet, more like hopping lightly on her toes. Her clothes and blue hair swayed with each step like she felt no weight at all, and she moved with a playful bounce. She seemed happier than ever. Humming cheerfully, she grabbed Nadjin's arm. Look at this. She held up a flyer, an advertisement for a play titled Glory to Aldena, pointing to the name Aldena, which was also the name of the dreamer. Her eyes sparkled. Aldena is the dream's mistress, right? If we watch this, we're bound to learn something. Good idea. No, it felt less like a plan for investigation and more like she just wanted to see the show. Nadjin gave a small grin and nodded. Sure, let's give it a try. Seeing her bright smile, he suddenly found himself thinking she looked so young. The gap between the famous wizard of legends and the blue-haired girl in front of him felt rather large. She showed the personality one might guess from her youthful appearance, not the aloof, jaded persona of a 1,000-year-old mage. He sometimes felt a certain dissonance from it. Who is Merlin? Anyway, she was a great mage from the age of myth who had witnessed and experienced so many things and been battered by the sands of time. Still, she gave off none of that, instead more like a simple, emotional teenage girl. Could it be? A stray theory flitted through Nadjin's mind, but it passed by quickly. He didn't dwell on it. Hurry up, let's go. She turned and beckoned him, sunlight gleaming off her blue hair, sweeping it back. She smiled, clear and bright as day. Nadjin wordlessly let the thought go. After all, wasn't she more delightful just the way she was? If he had to pick a guide between someone calm and detached, like the legendary archmage of myth, or the energetic and sometimes clumsy Merlin before him, He wouldn't hesitate to choose the latter. Yeah, let's go. The play starred Viola Aldena herself as the protagonist. Nadine and Merlin watched from their seats in the theater, but Nadine found it hard to pay attention. The main reason, his guide was positively enthralled, repeatedly drawing his gaze away from the stage. Woo! During an impassioned monologue by one of the actors, Merlin's jaw dropped in awe. Grah! When the actor playing the evil dragon roared loud enough to shake the rafters, she cringed and jumped in her seat. She inhaled some of her snack by accident and coughed, K-Rock. Then hiccuped, prompting a snicker from Nadine. Hick, dee don't laugh. Hick, cut it out. Here, have some water. He patted her back and handed her a cup. She took a few gulps, and before long she was fully absorbed in the play again. Wow, wasn't that great? They're such good actors. I'm not usually into theater, but that was impressive. Even after it ended, she chattered on and on about it at a nearby tea house and spread her arms wide, imitating the actor's gestures, talking faster and faster. Merlin, huh, what? You're having fun, huh? Why the sudden question? You just look really happy is all. Well, yeah. Of course, how long has it been since I was last able to move around like this or mix in with a bunch of people? How long? Nadine asked. 1,000 years. Oh, sure, I was traveling with you, but I didn't have a body of my own. That's nowhere near the same as walking together. I was basically riding along with you. True enough. What I regret most is that sometimes I imagine, if I weren't a constellation or an ancient archmage, but a newbie mage just starting out, what would it be like? Eyes closed as if picturing it, Merlin went on. Say I were in Cambria, looking for a swordsman partner. Wizards and swordsmen make the classic duo, right? We complement each other's weaknesses. So I'd be searching for a capable swordsman, and that's how I'd bump into you. And then we'd take on quests together. At first we might argue like, that's not right. Or, we should do it this way. We'd grumble but eventually adapt to each other. You may grow crazy fast, but I wouldn't lag that far behind. I hit my sixth circle at 19 after all. Who knows, maybe I'd surpass you. Could be. Yeah, right. We grow stronger side by side, facing fierce foes, exploring unknown lands. Sometimes I'd give you a push. Sometimes you'd pull me along. Finishing the thought, Merlin opened her eyes. It's a real shame. Her gaze dropped. Instead of walking alongside you, I'm stuck waiting at some distant destination, my role to guide you there. It's a pity, truly. So that's why she looks so happy right now. Nadine realized. It wasn't just that she had a physical body, it was the fact that she'd stepped down to a level where they could stand together. Why feel bad? Ha! Nadine shrugged. I'll be joining you soon enough. You do know I've traveled for under 2 years. Right, well, that's true. So who am I? Nadine grinned. The youngest person to reach 4 stars, the youngest sword seeker, the youngest free knight, and— Stop, please stop. Merlin turned red with embarrassment, trying to clamp a hand over his mouth. Nadine seized her wrist and kept talking. Youngest to step into Camlan, youngest to slay a black dragon, youngest to defeat a witch, basically. I'm going to go after every record prefixed with youngest. I'm not leaving a single one out. Merlin stared at him, speechless. Nadine kept eye contact, smiling. You say that's the finish line. Right, so what if it is? That's Arthur's finish line, not mine. Heh! Merlin snorted, not scornfully like when they first met, but as if encouraging him to go on. You said you're waiting at the end. Right, that's not a finish line. It's a turning point, the moment I completely surpass Arthur. Starting from there, we can walk side by side. What's the problem in that? Side by side. You mean shoulder to shoulder? Exactly side by side. Nadine looked at Merlin as he spoke. Ordinarily, it was the moment she might have quipped, yeah, you talk a good game. No such reply came. She simply stared at him, her usually crisp gaze momentarily unfocused, as though entranced and lost in thought. Merlin. Ah, yes. Right, exactly. Only when Najin called her name did she snap out of it. She quickly broke eye contact. Her ears had turned a bit red. Najin tilted his head. "What's the matter?" It's nothing." What's gotten into her, since she wasn't in his inner realm? He couldn't sense her emotions or thoughts. He watched her press her lips together, refusing to meet his eye. Dang, dong, doong, dong, the city's bells tolled from the temple and rolled through the city. That's when a great shadow fell across the entirety of Castle's domain. It wasn't some demonic power, magic, or mystic phenomenon, but a simple result of something colossal blocking out the sun. Najin and Merlin instinctively looked skyward to see a being once, in ages past, called the ruler of the sky, a dragon. Evil dragon Ladon spread its shadow over the kingdom and roared. Chapter 187, Who Am I? 3. Evil dragon Ladon's colossal bulk overshadowed the entire castle kingdom. Saying it was merely huge didn't even begin to capture its size. It blotted out the sun, blocked the blue sky, and ultimately covered the entire nation beneath it. As that shadow darkened the world above him, Najin began drawing his sword, only to stop partway. Even if he unsheathed it, then what? He simply had no idea how to proceed. He'd faced powerful foes many times before, but that dragon was on a different, no, literally another dimension of scale. A giant dragon that could single-handedly cast a kingdom into darkness. How could one possibly fight such a thing? Where would you even start slashing? Momentarily overwhelmed, he stood awkwardly frozen. Merlin beside him tilted her head. "That's odd," she pointed skyward. "Ladon the dragon, it shouldn't be that big. From what I remember, he was nowhere near half that size, or even a quarter that size." "Well, thanks for telling me, but Merlin—" "Yeah," Merlin blinked, looking entirely too calm. In Najin's opinion, it was hardly the time for a relaxed chat. He grabbed her arm. "Explanations can wait. We need to get out of here first." She'd already mentioned that, even if it was the dream of a constellation, dying there meant truly dying. Thus, they were in mortal peril. If that dragon breathed fire, or worse, simply flattened them with its overwhelming mass, we die right here. Until they figured out some way to combat it, running away was the only option. Hoisting Merlin to her feet, Najin hurried her along. "Let's go, now." Okay, you're holding my hand. We've got to move fast. Can you run? If not, I'll carry you." I can run, but not nearly as far as. Najin slung Merlin onto his back. "Kaya!" She let out a startled shriek, then quickly clapped a hand over her own mouth. Najin's eyes darted left and right. "Hang on tight. We should head for the Temple of the Constellation." "All right." Merlin looped her arms carefully around Najin's neck. He prepared to sprint, but then abruptly paused to look around. Something felt off. It wasn't complicated, just too peaceful. He was the only one panicking over the dragon's sudden appearance, the only one poised to run for safety. The citizens merely glanced skyward, and as though seeing nothing noteworthy, returned to their business. They acted as if it were an everyday occurrence. "What's this about? What's with them? What do you think you're doing in broad daylight?" "They're young. Let them have their fun." Far from panicked, the townsfolk cast curious or exasperated looks at Najin and Merlin. "What in the—" Najin furrowed his brow. How could they remain so unperturbed when a dragon of that magnitude loomed overhead? Was it because it was all a dream, a mere reflection of Viola Aldena's memories? A few guesses and questions flickered through his mind. He soon realized his guesses were all wrong and found the answer to their strange reaction. Doom, the deep toll of the bell echoed over the city. That time, it rang long and slow. Between those drawn-out rings, Najin heard a sound, the tap of someone kicking off the ground. He turned toward it. Viola Aldena, who'd been looking down over the kingdom from the cliffside temple, leaped from the building's highest point and soared upward as though she were weightless, sword in hand. Tap. Compared to Ladon, she was but a tiny speck. When 6 stars gleamed above her, that difference in scale ceased to matter. In the heavens, 6 stars shone. Merlin softly inhaled. The star of detachment, something torn away or set apart. Oh, so that's the constellation. I've only heard of it in passing. Its abilities are famously unusual. What can it do? You'll see, just as the name says, crash. The sky fractured with the sound of shattering glass, like a pane of glass. The sky broke into shards. A moment later, it was back to normal, as though it had never shattered at all. But Ladon and Viola Aldena were gone, as though both had detached from the world itself. You know how a transcendent can color their surroundings with their imagery? Merlin asked. Najin nodded. He was aware. In his duel with Gerd, the first pillar of the Empire, he'd been pulled into Gerd's manifested imagery. The star of detachment takes that a step further. Most transcendents keep 1 foot in reality when creating their personal stage, but that one is different. Merlin continued, there's no need to stay anchored in reality, nor create a stage within it. Instead, it drags its target into a completely separate space, detached from the world. Seeing Najin's uncertain expression, Merlin added, sort of like how we're inside this star tomb. Slowly, Najin nodded. So, what happens then? She'll fight Ladon in that world of her own. Alone? Probably. She went in by herself. Najin looked at the sky again. It had returned to peaceful blue, as though nothing had happened. Warm sunlight poured down. Ladon's sudden appearance seemed no more than a passing rain cloud. How about a drink tonight? Sure, you're buying the snacks, though. Fresh fish for sale, a copper coin. The citizens, too, acted as though nothing at all were unusual. Judging by their reactions, it was far from a one-time event. Swoosh. Najin studied the sky a bit longer, then lowered himself to set Merlin down. There was no need to flee. Even when he crouched, Merlin didn't dismount. Finally, he glanced over his shoulder at her, still on his back. What are you doing? Get off. Ha, ah. Ah, right. Startled, she quickly scrambled off him. She smoothed her skirt, shooting furtive glances at him. So, Najin. What? Ah, it's nothing. Never mind. It looked like she wanted to ask something. Najin already had a hunch. He'd been with her nearly 2 years straight, 24 hours a day, so he could guess what might be on her mind. You're heavier than I expected. Merlin. Merlin's eyes went wide in genuine shock. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came out. Realizing she might blow up at him, Najin hurriedly tacked on. Just kidding, you were light. Why you? She gave his shin a few harmless little kicks. He barely felt them. Leaving her grumbling behind, he glanced back up. It was about half a day later that Uraisang, Viola Aldena, reappeared. Only she returned, but that hardly meant she'd defeated Ladon. She'd left the dragons sealed in that detached space and come back alone. When she made her way through the city toward the temple, cheers and applause sounded non-stop. Glory to Aldena, praise for the Empire's hero. Beneath those waves of praise, Viola's expression remained as empty as ever. As if nothing had happened, she returned to the temple in the exact same manner as before. Najin silently watched. Then it happened again and again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 each day at roughly the same time. The bells rang across Castle Kingdom. With the sound of that bell, a crack appeared in the sky. Ladon broke through the window, and Viola Aldena confined him in a new window of her own. About 3 hours later, she came back, again and again and again. How long has this been going on? Couldn't say. It was like that before I was even born. A middle-aged man, appearing around 40, said he'd heard it all started before his birth. It wasn't until Najin asked an older man that he finally got something like a date. 67 years, I reckon. The old man explained. That day, evil dragon Ladon showed up, and Lady Viola set out. She managed to seal Ladon in her window, but in the end she couldn't kill it. Dragons are immortal, you know. Thus, she could only bind him. Each day, the seal broke, and Viola again trapped Ladon in a fresh window. It's been 67 years. Finally, Najin understood why no one seemed perturbed by Ladon's arrival. To them, it was practically routine, like the rising and setting of the sun, something that started before they were born and would continue till the day they died. When an event became routine, it was hard to muster any surprise. They simply offered their formal applause whenever Viola returned, like clockwork, without genuine emotion, mechanical, obligatory, like the reflexive prayers one recited before a meal, done out of habit, not fervent faith. Past, present, future, the bell tolled, the sky cracked, Ladon appeared. Viola spawned another window. She repeated it all with a dour, miserable expression, as though sick to death of it. The older man claimed it had gone on for 67 years, but Najin knew that wasn't the whole truth. The castle kingdom had fallen 560 years ago, so simple math suggested over 6 centuries of the daily loop. This, Najin muttered, this isn't a dream at all. Is it? A star tomb? Right, I thought it was a place where constellations sealed themselves away from reality to enjoy a carefree existence. I did tell you. Merlin gave him a bitter smile. There are some constellations who retreat into a dream to punish themselves. They don't do it for joy. Most likely. She added, that's the kind she is. Though he could leave any time. Najin stayed in the dream a while longer. Something he couldn't quite pin down kept nagging at him. That feeling compelled him to consider how he might break the dream. He recalled how Merlin said that to clear a star tomb, i.e., a constellation's dream, you had to resolve that constellation's regrets. He could only guess that Viola Oldener's regret was tied to the dragon Ladon. Barging in might be dangerous. Yeah, Merlin was munching on bread from a bakery they'd grown fond of. About that dragon Ladon, it wasn't always so massive or so overpowering. Not that it was weak, but this is extreme. Merlin went on. Dragons are pretty straightforward creatures. Generally, the bigger they are, the stronger, and if it's this big, she tapped her chin thoughtfully. Slight exaggeration, but you'd probably need my true form to handle it. That's strong. Huh, yeah. As far as I know, Yurai-sung isn't a constellation at that level. Yet she's managing to contain Ladon day after day. That means something here is fundamentally off. Merlin narrowed her eyes. That's why the tomb is still here. When he thought about it, it made sense. Star tombs could yield star relics, essentially treasures, and hold buried stars that could be looted. It was hard to imagine constellations or wandering transcendence just leaving such a place alone. Countless challengers must have tried, and still it remained. For centuries it stood unchanged. For centuries the constellation kept replaying the same dream. They couldn't break it. In other words, the star tomb of Viola Oldener is no trifling matter. If someone killed Ladon outright, maybe that'd be the key to breaking the dream. But you'd probably need a grand constellation's power, like mine, to do that. Merlin was giving Najin a hint. The entire situation was tangled, the threads hopelessly knotted. To untie the knot, you'd have to approach it from a different angle. Sure, you could hack the knot apart, but that was impossible for Najin. As he mulled over possibilities, he looked at the sky. Though it was midday, the light had dimmed. It looked like it might rain. A moment later, indeed, rain began to fall. SSSHH, the sudden downpour sent people scurrying indoors, water cascading off the city's brick walls. The rain showed no sign of letting up, and the bell did not ring. While it poured, no bell tolled, and Ladon did not appear. Rat-a-tat-tat, the patter of raindrops, the sound of water flowing. Amid the background noise of the downpour, Najin caught another faint sound, a melody, buried in the rain. It was some sort of instrument. As though guided by an unseen pull, he followed the sound to a small, run-down tavern. Long since closed, it lay thick with dust, with scattered instruments on display. One instrument stood free of dust, and before it sat a lone woman at the piano bench. Her hair was white, pure, stark white, tied back in a single tail. She pressed the keys lightly. as if warming up her fingers. Then she began to play in earnest, her slender fingers hammering out bold, resonant chords that easily overpowered the drumming rain outside. Najin felt, moved, for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. He listened, entranced. Though he knew nothing about music, even he could appreciate how beautiful it sounded. When the performance ended, he realized he was clapping without thinking. At the sound of his applause, the pianist turned around. So there was a guest. She looked similar to Viola Aldana, yet not the same. Her hair color and atmosphere were wholly different. She smiled at Najin. Chapter 188. Who am I? 4. The woman resembled a piano. Within her snow-white hair, strands of black stood out, and her black-painted nails stood out over the pale white skin of her fingers. Composed of black and white, like the keys of a piano, she looked at Najin and introduced herself. As if a performer to the audience, she introduced herself. My name is Violet. How did you enjoy my performance, unfamiliar guests? Her eyes gleamed as she anticipated what he might say about her performance. For Najin, it felt like quite the burden. I don't know much about music. That's perfectly fine. You don't need to be knowledgeable to enjoy it. I just want to hear how you felt, not the review of a critic. In that case, Najin recalled the performance and expressed exactly how it made him feel. It was intense. At first, I thought the rain would interfere with the performance, but it didn't. It even felt like the rain became part of the music. Stammering a bit, he shared his thoughts. Violet nodded along, listening attentively. I can't describe it well, but I liked it. I almost applauded without thinking. That's the greatest compliment a performer can receive. Not all might feel the same, but personally, when someone claps for me, I feel alive. Violet smiled. By the way, dear guest, do you have any other plans for today? No, not really. In that case, could I have you? When Najin tilted his head in puzzlement, she added, I'd love for you to listen to a bit more of my music. I'd also love to hear your impressions, as you just did. If the entire day is too much, could you at least stay until the rain stops? Najin glanced out the window. The sudden downpour had come out of nowhere. At least listening to her until it stopped didn't seem like a difficult request. Sure, let's do that. Violet's face visibly brightened. She sat back down and placed her fingers on the keys. Her eyes closed, she felt her way across the keys, and then, almost humming, she began to play. In that abandoned old tavern, covered in dust and left behind, a pure, beautiful melody resounded. Hey, why'd you rush off like that? Merlin, entering belatedly after following Najin, alternated glances between him and Violet before closing her mouth. Quietly, she perched beside him and listened to the performance. Though she was usually talkative, she understood when it was time to keep silent. During the performance, Merlin kept her mouth shut, as if to show respect for the performer. After the performance ended, Merlin stood up and applauded, genuinely impressed and not just being polite. That was Leconte's Concerto No. 7, right? Violet's eyes widened, surprised anyone recognized the piece. You even tweaked a few parts, like a variation. Right, I can't believe someone's still around who can play this piece. Including your changes, it was incredible. Najin was equally astonished. Noticing the look in Najin's eyes, Merlin shrugged and lifted her chin. What's with that look? I'm a cultured woman. You know, classical music is the height of culture. I can play a few instruments myself. That's honestly unexpected. What do you take me for? He took her for a slightly dubious grand wizard, but since that monologue wouldn't reach her ears, it remained safely in his own head. Is there more? Anything else? I haven't heard such music in ages, and I really enjoyed it. Of course there is. This time, Violet continued performing. She said she would play until the rain stopped, yet the rain showed no sign of letting up. What was supposed to be a brief shower continued on into the late night. Likewise, what was supposed to be a short recital carried on without pause. The sound of rain, the sound of a piano, and silence, That day no bell rang, Ladon did not appear, and Viola Aldena did not set out. No windows shattered, and no applause echoed over the city. All they heard was the sound of a piano echoing through the abandoned tavern. And so the days went. Whenever the sun rose bright and clear, Ladon inevitably appeared. Viola again trapped him behind the glass window, and the streets were filled with shouts of praise. On sunny days, if Nadjin went to the abandoned tavern, Violet was nowhere to be found. Instead, the piano sat by itself in forlorn silence. On rainy days, though, when raindrops pelted down, the piano's notes rose among them. If they went to the tavern, Violet would invariably be there at the keys. Welcome, unfamiliar guests, as though she had been waiting for Nadjin and Merlin. She even had chairs pulled up next to the piano. Her request was the same as before: listen to her performance until the rain stopped and share their impressions afterward. Merlin, accurately recognizing each piece, offered a detailed review, and Nadjin, knowing nothing about music, shared pure and honest feelings. Listening to both perspectives, Violet smiled in contentment. Truly, she seemed satisfied. At some point, Violet began to offer more than just her music. She started to talk. Heroes, they're portrayed so beautifully in fairy tales, but sometimes I wonder. Speaking as if talking to herself, she murmured, could it be that all heroes are actually mentally ill? Why do you think that? Think about it. Fairy tale heroes risk their lives when they fight, not even for themselves, but for others. They bleed and suffer for complete strangers, people they've never even met, let alone shared a single conversation with. Violet smiled, but it wasn't her usual smile. Does that make any sense? Fighting is painful, bleeding hurts. I can't wrap my head around enduring such pain purely for someone else's sake. I can't really empathize. Either I don't get why they do it. Still, she continued, heroes keep fighting. Why? Probably because the moment they start being called heroes, they're saddled with an obligation, whether they like it or not. An obligation. Yes, an obligation. That's what a hero does. They willingly bleed for the greater good because it's the right thing. At some point, that sense of goodwill gets turned into a duty, and what was once received as an act of kindness becomes something people feel entitled to. Thunk. Her finger pressed down a low key, producing a heavy note. Goodwill can't last forever, even if you save someone with the best intentions. It might have been just one time. How can anyone keep doing that endlessly? Heroes should still be allowed lives of their own. They weren't born heroes in the first place. Nonetheless, that goodwill becomes a duty. Once something is a duty, you can't just walk away from it. Once a hero, always a hero. Isn't that the perfect recipe for driving someone insane? A bitter smile flickered at the corners of Violet's lips, until their body is worn down to nothing. She looked at her own fingers, until they can no longer move. Her fingers had turned black and trembled uncontrollably, ignoring her will. Endlessly, endlessly, endlessly. Hiding her rotting fingers that could no longer press the keys, Violet turned to Nadjin. Which is why her hair was no longer white. At some point, it was completely dyed in black. Her eyes no longer gleamed. Instead of a natural smile, a forced grin hovered at her lips. With a grim expression, Viola Aldena spoke. Heroes are madmen. She slowly rose. The rain, which had seemed like it would fall deep into the night, ceased the moment she moved. The sky cleared as though it had never rained. As if on cue, bells began to chime across the streets. Heroes do not have a self, Viola Aldena muttered, expressionless. A hero separates themselves from themselves, living only for others. With that, Viola stepped outside. The bell rang, glass shattered, Ladon appeared, and Viola Aldena departed for battle. As always, Viola vanished with Ladon, only returning to the city half a day later. When she reappeared, cheers erupted, shouts, praise, salutes, and countless rounds of applause filled the streets. As always, she didn't just brush past the clamor on her way to the temple. That time, she stopped and approached a citizen who had been praising her and stood before him. Startled at seeing the kingdom's hero so close, the citizen froze. Viola tilted her head toward him. "Who am I? Pardon, I asked you who am I? Aren't you Viola Aldena, the glorious hero of the castle kingdom?" Clang. The citizen's head shattered like glass. Splat, blood splattered everywhere. The eyes of the nearby onlookers wavered, yet they neither screamed nor fled. Such was the oppressive aura a transcendent exuded. "You!" Viola Aldena turned her head toward another middle-aged bystander, covered in blood from the man's burst head. She posed the same question. "Who am I?" the man answered. "You are Viola Aldena." Clang. As glass would shatter, so did the middle-aged man's head. It happened multiple times. Eventually, the knights intervened, but no one could stop a transcendent. They, too, were asked the same question and met the same fate, their heads exploding one by one. "I am." Viola glanced down at her own blackened fingers with empty eyes. She let out a laugh. Me, am I? Ah, me, I am." Her eyes spun wildly until they finally stopped on an old woman. The moment Viola saw her, her eyes went wide. She seemed to recognize the old woman. Hastily, Viola ran over, grabbed the woman by the shoulders, and asked, "My little sister, my lovely little sister, you know, don't you? You know my real name. Mother's name was Olivia, yours and mine. Right, I remember your name, your Mayans." Gripping the old woman's shoulders, Viola shook her forcefully. "So then, what's my name? Could you tell me my name? Maybe you don't remember, but I'll help you. Please, just say my name. The name of the sister who loved the piano, the sister who dreamed of being a performer." She pleaded with the old woman she called her sister. "Tell me my name. Please, I'm begging you, Mayans." The old woman, called sister by Viola, could not answer. Terrified, her eyes quivering, she could only say, "You are Viola Aldena." Viola's expression went rigid. While everyone else's heads had been shattered in a single blow, that kind of mercy was not granted to the old woman. Piece by piece, starting from her fingertips, the old woman was torn apart. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Between the old woman's screams, Aldena laughed, that laughter abruptly cut off with no sound at all. Viola's lips opened and closed repeatedly. "Who am I? Who am I? The star of detachment, Viola Aldena." The constellation with the power to detach herself from the world had ultimately detached herself from her own being. Dong, doong, dong, a bell rang, yet the sky did not shatter. Even if you looked up, Ladon was nowhere to be seen. What had shattered was Viola Aldena herself. Around her, as though a pane of glass were cracking, space splintered into shards. "Ah, ha!" Viola Aldena laughed. Evil Dragon Ladon laughed. Chapter 189. Who am I? 5. The human mind is not infinite. The world may have allowed a human body to transcend, but the same was not true for the mind. Countless philosophers called it a blessing and said that to agonize, to hesitate, to wander, and to gain enlightenment and grow was a privilege possessed only by humans. Still, not every human could even attain enlightenment. Some people become lost at the end of their wandering because they could not be confident in themselves. Ah, ah, ah! There stood one transcendent who never wished to be one, Viola Aldena. Although her body reached transcendence, her mind never followed because she never wanted it to begin with. All she wanted was to let someone hear her music, to enjoy playing the piano, and to live a humble life of satisfaction. You have talent. Your name is no longer Black, 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 Black. From today, you will live under the name Viola of House Aldena. She possessed talent. If she took up a sword and trained, she had more than enough ability to reach transcendence. Despite never wishing for it, she arrived at transcendence anyway. Crunch. With fingers that should have been tapping piano keys, she clutched a sword, and with the ears that should have been listening for the notes of a piano, she heard screams and groans. Endlessly, she swung her sword. She fought Ladon, who had invaded the kingdom. Day after day, in a space detached beyond anyone's gaze, she fought to keep Ladon trapped there, and she had to wound him and drain his strength. Dragons were immortal. No matter how many wounds it might have suffered, come morning, Ladon was fully healed and burst right back out through the glass. Viola, by contrast, was not immortal. Her recovery was slow, and her injuries only accumulated. Ladon began to taint her body and mind, slowly but surely. 1 year, 10 years, 50 years, 67 years after all that time, Viola Aldena looked down at her hands. Her fingers, dyed black, no longer obeyed her will. She could no longer press down on piano keys. That was when she broke. Glass shattered. Viola Aldena laughed, and her voice echoed across the entire castle kingdom like fingernails scraping against a window pane. Cracks radiated outward, devouring the castle kingdom. Shatter, people, buildings, the earth, and even the sky began to fracture. She destroyed everything she had protected for 67 years. The star of detachment separated her from herself. All that remained behind was an empty husk of a body. The one who seized that husk was the dragon that slowly consumed her over all those long years. Ladon laughed. Ah, so this is how. Someone watched it unfold. So this was how it happened. Najin watched the kingdom shatter into fragments. He and Merlin stood in the one place untouched by the expanding cracks, the location of the monument. So this is how the kingdom was destroyed by Ladon. Seeing Viola devoured by Ladon and tearing the kingdom to pieces, Najin fell silent and saw a constellation going mad for the first time, a transcendent falling into corruption. It was different from a fallen star. Viola Aldena's star still remained high in the sky, yet the essence that comprised that star changed. An inverse star, a name the Helmet Knight had once mentioned for a debased star. Najin looked to the sky. Viola Aldena's star was flipped upside down and dyed pitch black. Everything except the area around the monument was torn to pieces. Amid the shattered ruins, Viola Aldena laughed. Najin had no way of knowing how long that laughter rang out. Once more, before she became a complete inverse star, before Ladon fully devoured her, she forced out one last mumble. Once more. From the beginning, da capo, she murmured. Da capo, a repeat sign instructing you to return to the beginning and play again. At the end of her performance, there was no applause awaiting her, only the repeat sign commanding her to start from the beginning again. Time rewound. In the time it took to close your eyes and open them again, everything returned to how it was. The sky was blue, the sunlight shone warmly down, and people passed to and fro in the streets, fully convinced that their everyday life would continue on forever. Did you see that new fish in the market today? It's huge and insanely expensive. Someone would pay that much to have it for a single meal. I can't even dream of that. Freshly baked bread, warm bread, just out of the oven, one piece for a single copper coin. Hey, yesterday you sold 2 for 1 coin. The price of flour went up, can't be helped. Heh, so at your shop, the price of flour must have doubled overnight. Ha! Standing quietly in the middle of the street, while citizens bustled past, Najin scanned his surroundings. He stood in exactly the same spot as when he first entered the dream. We're back, ha, to the beginning, he stiffly observed. So it seems. Having just seen something so shocking a moment ago, he let out a long breath, pressing his fingertips against the corners of his eyes. So this is what a constellation's dream is like. Yeah, most of them go like this, Merlin said. There are constellations who repeat the same single day forever, some who loop a particular span of time, and those who endlessly replay their entire life. They gave up on moving forward, so they just repeat the same story. Najin lifted his head to look toward the great temple. Standing there, just like before, with the same expression and the same gaze, was Viola Aldena. Before long, she turned her eyes away, but Najin did not. Watching Viola Aldena from the side, he murmured, "This is hell." Depending on the case. Yes, Merlin had explained that there were constellations who locked themselves in their own dreams as a form of self-punishment. She suspected Viola Aldena was one such case. She was repeating her final month, caught and devoured by Ladon, losing herself in that last month over and over for 560 years, as though it were a punishment she inflicted upon herself. Inside this dream, she can return to the beginning. The same wasn't true for reality. It was not hard to guess what end the castle kingdom had met. They entrusted everything to one transcendent, but the kingdom fell when that transcendent became corrupted. Castle Kingdom was destroyed by Viola Aldena, who had been devoured by Ladon. Driven to despair by that fact, what choice did Viola make? Unable to rewind time in the real world. Her choice must have been. So that's why the Star Tomb was made. She likely chose to bury herself here with Ladon possessing her body. She chose to lock herself in an eternal dream, torturing herself forever. That meant it wasn't just her tomb, but also Ladon's. So, Merlin looked at Nadjin. What are you going to do now? There's no particular reason you have to break this dream. It won't be easy to break it, and finding a way to do so would also be difficult. You might even risk your life. Nadjin remained in thought. If you were to ask whether the gain is that big, I'd have to say it isn't. A star relic would be nice, but you'd be fine without it, right? You wouldn't gain much for all your effort. If that's all you're after, you might as well go explore some other constellation's tomb. The original purpose, experiencing a constellation's tomb, a dream, has already been achieved. That much was surely enough for practical experience, so Nadjin had no real reason to remain in the dream. Still, Merlin asked, are you going to try? The guide only offered direction. The decision was his alone. Her clear eyes studied Nadjin intently. Before answering the question, Nadjin glanced behind him. There stood the monument that served as the entrance to the dream. He read the inscription on the monument again. Who am I? There was no answer written there. No one had answered Viola Aldena's question. Nadjin let out a faint laugh. You know the answer already. He turned his back on the monument and walked in the exact opposite direction of the exit that led out of the dream, speaking as he did. Who am I? Ha! Merlin let out a deep, exasperated sigh. She gave him a look that said, do you really have to say it? But Nadjin only repeated the question to her. Who am I? Fine. You're the youngest sword seeker, the youngest to reach 4 stars, the youngest free knight. Ah, I'm sick of hearing it. Why? Exactly, I'm a free knight. A free knight protected what he believed was right and watched over other knights. It's written right on the monument, isn't it? Viola Aldena, hero of the Castle Kingdom, defended her country from an evil dragon, fought valiantly until the very end. She's a knight, isn't she? From what I see, this dream is just. It's not right. And I don't like the look on Viola Aldena's face right now. So, I'm going to smash it. How? That's what I have to figure out. As he wandered through the city, Nadjin gathered information and added it to what he had already gleaned before time rewound. Are you Mayans? He sought out an old woman named Mayans, the old woman whose shoulder Viola had grabbed at the end, begging her for help. She was Viola Aldena's foster sister, the only living human who knew Viola before she was adopted into House Aldena. He listened, he gathered information, and he collected what he needed. Merlin. He still needed one last thing, and it was something that wasn't far away. Nadjin glanced at Merlin. You are a mighty archmage, right? The first to uncover the mystiques, the first to reach 10 circles, the one who holds no fewer than 11 stars. Truly, a great mage. Merlin's ears perked up from where she sat munching on bread, her eyebrows curved slightly. Keep going. I like what I'm hearing. For such a great archmage, making rain fall should be child's play. Right, do you have any idea how difficult it is to manipulate weather and produce natural phenomena? That kind of spell is practically forbidden among mages. Really, it's exceedingly hard. Is it impossible? Impossible. Indeed, ordinarily, but who am I? Merlin curled her lips into a grin. A grand archmage who makes the impossible possible. Truly a great mage, just like you said. Snickering, she rose from her seat with perfect confidence on her face. Merlin stretched her hand toward the sky. Just as a swordsman required a sword, a mage typically needed a staff or artifact as a medium. But Merlin was an exception. She called those who relied on such tools third-rate, and always considered herself top-notch. Her lips and fingertips moved. Each time her hand extended a fraction forward, a magical circle appeared. Each syllable that escaped her lips produced one ring. Charuk. In an instant, 6 rings appeared at her fingertips, 6 circles, resonating and rotating, but she did not seem satisfied stopping there. Though her abilities were restricted to near Najin's level, where 6 circles was the limit, she wasn't about to let that stop her. Pardon me, I'll just borrow these. She made a gesture. The 4 stars Najin possessed twinkled and were absorbed into her fingertips. Through that starlight, she forged new circles, and 2 platinum rings joined at her fingertips. The 6 blue rings and 2 platinum rings made 8 rings in total. 8 circles, the mark of an archmage. Though her body had not even come close to transcending, Merlin mimicked transcendence effortlessly. If any magician had been present to witness what she'd done, they would have screamed. Even if that magician were a transcendent, their reaction wouldn't have differed much. She'd done something that fundamentally defied magic's basic principles and laws. Merlin did not bother explaining how insane and astounding it was. She simply demonstrated. Snap. She snapped her fingers. The 8 rings resonated. Blue mana surged, rippled, and rushed toward the sky. The moment the droplet of water she launched brushed against the heavens, a ripple ran across the clear sky. Like throwing a stone into a tranquil lake, the sky wavered momentarily, and then rain began pouring down. She bypassed the entire sequence of vapor gathering, clouds forming, and clouds producing rain to produce a simple result. Rain falls. A deluge powerful enough to flood the whole kingdom came spilling from the sky. The roar of rainfall drowned out all other sounds. Ordinarily, at that hour, the city bells would ring, but they were muffled beneath the driving rain she had conjured. How about that? She turned back to Najin, standing amid the downpour, and brushed aside her soaked hair with a smirk. Don't I look a bit more great? Chapter 190, Who Am I? 6. Merlin's rain was not natural. The magic downpour came not with dark clouds. Rather, the bizarre phenomenon poured down thick raindrops from a clear sky. Even so, the moment the rain started to fall, something even more bizarre occurred. Dark clouds filled the sky. Rather than forming and then the rain falling, it was the opposite, and was not something Merlin had orchestrated. It was simply how the world began to move. The chatter filling the streets, the merchants selling bread in the market, the peddlers, the customers haggling with them, all of them disappeared in a single moment. The door to the once wide-open shop closed without a sound. The street fell silent. On rainy days, people disappear from the streets. The bells do not ring, and Ladon does not appear. That was the rule Najin had discovered. He didn't know why such a rule was created, and could only guess during a rainy day after Ladon never showed, and it became deeply imprinted on Viola Aldener's memory. Najin took advantage of that rule in reverse. After all, it was not reality but a dream, so the world could change depending on how the dreamer felt. How about it? Do I look a bit impressive now? Merlin, sweeping her rain-soaked hair back, gave a confident smile. Najin let out a small laugh and nodded. Of course. And what do you mean now? You've always been amazing, Merlin. Merlin's shoulders trembled. Standing there, she murmured, always, and gave a strangely dark chuckle. Najin half slipped out of his coat, holding it aloft like an umbrella as he gestured for her to get closer. Let's go. Ha, okay. The two of them ran through the downpour, using the coat as an umbrella. The rain roared, but it could not drown out the other sounds echoing through the streets. When it rains, Ladon does not appear. and on days when Ladon did not show up, she plays the piano at an old tavern. Before the dream could revert to its starting point, that had been a coincidence, but not this time. Clunk! They opened the door of the old tavern and stepped inside. There sat a woman at a piano. Rather than her hair being uniform, half of it was white, and the other half was black. She finished her piece, seeming to not care about Nadjin and Merlin, and only after hearing applause did she turn her head. "Oh, I didn't realize we had customers." She made the same proposal. Would they be willing to listen until the rain stopped? Well, listening is nice. But how about we perform together while we're at it? Nadjin stepped forward. Various instruments lay scattered about the old tavern. He picked one up and brushed off the dust. Back when they had listened to her performance, Merlin had asked, "That's Leconte's Concerto number 7, right? Isn't that a concerto?" Nadjin didn't know much about music, but he did know one could not perform a concerto alone. Why was Violet there playing a concerto alone? Why not a solo piece, something she could complete on her own? Nadjin only managed to resolve that question after returning to the dream's starting point. She, I mean, the one who was once my older sister. She loved playing the piano. She especially loved concertos. She played with our mother when she was young. Mayence, Viola Aldena's younger sister, had spent her childhood with Viola before Viola was adopted into the Aldena family. Unlike the ageless Viola, Mayence aged into an old woman. Nadjin had visited her and heard stories about Viola. Our mother played the cello. I remember how she pinned up her black hair. My sister used to key away at the piano, and I would play the violin. I remember it. It was an old tavern. There was a piano inside. My sister loved that place. Whenever she played, she smiled so brightly. Now, we dare not recall such things. She's no longer my sister, but a hero who sustains this kingdom. The instrument Nadjin picked up was a violin. Would you like me to play for you? Well, it's been so long that I'm not sure I can. My fingers aren't what they once were. What good would come of listening to an old woman's performance? But if you really insist, grudgingly, the old woman played her violin. Nadjin watched carefully. He then sought out a few other violinists, watching how they played. The way they held the violin, the movement of the bow, their angles and breathing, the methods of vibrating the strings, and so on. He saw it all. Having seen it, imitation was not difficult. He lifted the violin to his shoulder and moved his bow. At first, and even on the second attempt, it sounded clumsy, but he quickly got a feel for it and soon began playing with skill. He gave Merlin a look. She dusted off a cello, positioned herself, and raised her bow. She was even more awkward than Nadjin, who was trying the violin for the first time that day. He couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. "What's this? You said you knew how to play an instrument. Didn't you say you were good at cello?" That was over 1,000 years ago," Merlin screeched, but she gradually adjusted her notes. She must not have been lying about knowing how to play, and her memories returned bit by bit. Meanwhile, Violet stared blankly at Nadjin and Merlin, silently listening to the sounds they created. Leconte's Concerto number 7 was the piece she had once performed with her mother and sister, and it was also the piece she was about to play then. Her eyes trembled for a moment, then she briefly exhaled and set her fingers on the piano keys. Using the sounds Nadjin and Merlin laid out for her as a stairway, she began her performance. The piano, violin, and cello all played their own music in a clumsy performance, more three separate solos than a harmony. Still, since it was all together, it could barely be called a concerto. "Phew, Merlin," Nadjin shot her a look. "Hey, you're the weird one. How can you play like that after just watching once?" "Gee, give me some time, I'll improve," Merlin shouted back. Violet, watching them squabble, finally lost it and burst into laughter. She covered her mouth with her hand, bowed her head, and shook with mirth until she could no longer contain it. "Ahaha!" Gone was her usually gloomy expression, and so too was the faintly bitter smile she sometimes showed. Rather, her laugh was light and comfortable, one that made those who heard it feel at ease. Nadjin and Merlin shrugged and picked up their instruments again. "I'm Nadjin, and this here is Merlin," Nadjin asked her. "What's your name?" "Violet. I'm Violet." Violet smiled. She extended her hand to Nadjin and Merlin. "Would you come find me here whenever it rains?" Nadjin took the hand she offered. It was not visible at a glance, but he knew the moment he touched it that her fingers were covered in wounds and calluses, and they were not the sort that came from playing piano. They were the kind of scars you'd get from wielding a sword. She was a transcendent whose body would normally not scar, so for them to remain, she must have repeated the motions until they became permanent. Up close, he finally saw the truth. Not only her fingers. He could see beyond the veil of starlight she had draped over herself and witnessed Transcendent's body, shredded with wounds, not a sound patch of flesh remaining. Hers was the form of a constellation who had been worn down again and again for 67 years. Nadjin was briefly silent. Then, he gave her a short reply. "All right." It wasn't a difficult request. Had Merlin been in her true body, she could have made it rain all day long, 365 days a year. But that Merlin was roughly on the same level as Nadjin. Making it rain every single day was impossible. The best she could do was once a week. Moreover, in the Castle Kingdom, it naturally rained about once a week as well. Hence, 2 days of rest emerged out of the 7. Nadjin dedicated those 2 days entirely to Violet. On rainy days, Violet would sit at the piano chair waiting for Nadjin and Merlin, and whenever he pushed open the door and stepped inside, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome, Nadjin." A pile of instruction books and sheet music, clearly gathered from somewhere, was stacked in one corner of the tavern, and a freshly cleaned chair waited so that Nadjin and Merlin could sit comfortably. "You see, here it's better to press your bow like this. Yes, like that. If it were a solo piece, you could play as you did, but this is a concerto. Right, in that case, you should slightly lower your pitch." She gave Nadjin advice, and whenever he accepted it, she clapped in delight. "Yes, that's it." Sometimes, Nadjin felt a sense of disconnect, watching her so openly display emotion. Was she originally such an expressive person? It seemed almost impossible that she was the same individual as the viola, who always wore a somber face at the Grand Temple. Perhaps, he thought, this personality was closer to her true nature. You know, on a day when it was not raining, while walking down the street, Merlin asked a question. "Is this really going to be enough?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, we're not doing anything complicated. Sure, summoning rain is pretty tough, but all we're really doing is playing along with her whenever it rains." "Right. Do you think that alone will change anything?" "Yes," Nadjin answered. "It definitely will." "How can you be so sure?" "Because that's exactly how it worked for me." He shrugged as he looked at Merlin. "Did you know you don't need some grand, lofty ambition to get through tomorrow or to endure the day?" He continued, "When I lived in the underground city, man, life there was awful, right? I was a collector, so I dealt with some real scum of the earth. Scum of humanity, streets littered with trash in a city where there was no guarantee of tomorrow, where people could become as cruel as needed just to survive. For 6 days of the week, life was so damned hard. I wanted to quit 100 times over, wanted everything to just go to hell. Ironically, it was the smallest things that kept me going." "What sorts of things?" "On the weekend, Ivan always took me to a tavern. We'd drink, and he'd tell me about what happened topside. He'd brag about this or that, talk about his experiences." Nadjin let out a faint laugh. "That was so much fun. Just listening to his stories melted away some of the awfulness from those 6 days. Eventually, I found myself holding on, just waiting for that day to come. No matter how miserable things got, no matter how hard it was, you could endure if you had one day to look forward to. A little thing, sharing a conversation over drinks, gave Nadjin the strength to persevere." A grand ambition or a noble ideal can carry you into the far future, but for surviving just one more day, a small, simple joy can be enough. That's all there is to it, Najin said, exhaling deeply. As for this constellation, Viola Aldena, I think I understand why she changed so drastically. Other constellations might have found Viola Aldena's transformation foolish. Compared to the countless heroes recorded in history, her reasons for unraveling might have seemed trivial. Then again, there were those who had endured while wearing a helmet for 150 years, a silent knight who only sought to press onward, and a star of holy fire bound by duty for ages. Viola's life may have indeed been more peaceful than theirs, yet Najin had no intention of belittling it as insignificant. She's simply a different sort of person. Not everyone in the world could be a hero. Not everyone could live with unwavering resolve. Most people compromised, yielded, and sometimes deceived themselves just to go on living. Viola Aldena was no different. She did not want to be a hero. She never considered herself one, but the kingdom forced her to be, and she took no pride in any of it. So she detached herself from it. Detached, she separated the hero Viola Aldena everyone else wanted from the Violet she considered her real self. I'm not that hero, Viola Aldena. I'm Violet, the performer. For her, Viola Aldena was nothing but an empty shell. She found all the fulfillment she needed in being the modest pianist who played at an old tavern on rainy days. That's why, when she could no longer perform, worn down and eroded by endless battles with Ladon, her fingers rotted away until she could no longer strike the keys, which meant she could no longer maintain Violet, her true identity, and so her only remaining refuge was taken from her. She was hollowed out. While investigating Viola Aldena, Najin discovered Viola Aldena was not her real name. The Aldena family, recognizing her talent, had adopted her and given her that name. The name Viola meant nothing to her. To her, the name was effectively non-existent. Removing Viola, all that remained was the family name, Aldena. Glory to Aldena. Honor to Aldena. Aldena was a prestigious house that had existed since the founding of the Castle Kingdom, renowned for producing countless knights and heroes. From the beginning, anyone bearing the name would be a knight or a hero. For her, the name symbolized her forced herohood, but the longer she fought Ladon, the more she wore away. Finally, she completely lost herself. Remove the I from Aldena and you're left with Aldna. A person who loses their self collapses. The moment she lost the center of her being, everything fell apart. Ordinarily, she would have gone mad or become a forgotten one, but she was deprived even of that. Ladon filled her hollowed shell and rearranged the letters of her name. With Aldna, from which the I was removed, he formed his own name. That was the truth behind the dream. In that case, the solution is simple. Najin came to a stop. Just give more weight to the Violet side than the Aldena side. Help her sustain her real identity. Tip that lopsided scale back or tilt it so completely that, just then, the bell rang. Cracks spread across the sky, windows shattered, and Ladon appeared. Pointing at the dragon, Najin continued, "He'll weaken on his own." The Ladon that burst through the sky was noticeably smaller than when Najin had first seen him. Editor note: Ordner was clarified as Aldena and changed to match. Chapter 191, Who Am I? 7 Time flowed. On rainy days, Najin visited the tavern and played music with Violet. On days without rain, he sought out other performers and watched them play in person. Then he would steal their performances. In that case, he had no intention of using the word learn. In his view, it was closer to thievery than learning. It's different from learning swordsmanship. Whenever he copied another's sword style, he understood the philosophy and life contained therein, then reinterpreted those elements into his own sword. That could be called learning, but music was not like that. He could not understand the performer's philosophies and merely stole the form for himself. Still, Just by copying the form, his performance skills improved day by day. He might not have touched the realm of a true master, but he got close enough to the tier just below it. I figured your talent would work for anything related to moving your body, but, watching him, Merlin looked at Najin as though it were beyond belief. Seeing it for myself, it really is ridiculous. Does that even make sense? I'm thinking the same thing. If he had to offer an excuse, it was that the extreme limits to which he'd honed his body made the kind of mimicry possible. Unlike the bodies of ordinary performers, his well-trained physical capabilities let him control even the finest details of his strength. In any case, in that dream, where everything remained stagnant and the same moment repeated itself, only he advanced steadily onward. Ah, honestly, you. Footsteps pressed into the ground where Najin walked. Someone followed. How did you do it? My goodness. Does this even make sense? 1 week. You've gotten this good in just 1 week. Well, I've always been rather amazing. Saying amazing doesn't cover it. If only the other performers could have seen this. Could you maybe play this piece too? I've been wanting to try this one. I don't mind. But Merlin, gee, give me a second. I'm reading the sheet music. Violet hitched a ride on the momentum Najin created. She, who must have spent an unimaginable amount of time alone in that tavern, tapping away at the piano, genuinely welcomed the visitor who came to see her twice a week. Welcome, Najin. She no longer called him a strange customer. She no longer sat at the piano first. Either she would place a chair outside the tavern and wait for him to arrive. Once he showed up, they would enter the tavern together. How about this one today? Every time she brought in a new piece. Ah, really? Tapping at the keys. She smiled brightly. As if she could hardly contain her delight, she burst out laughing. You know, I really love playing piano. It makes my heart feel calm. No matter what happened yesterday or what will happen tomorrow, when I'm in the middle of a performance, I can forget it all. She stroked the keys. Her pale fingers gave a soft tap against them. When I'm sitting here, I can be a performer, something I always wished for. While she was playing, she hid none of her feelings. She laughed, frowned when she missed the beat, and at the end of the performance, she exhaled loudly as if satisfied. There she could be Violet. The old tavern, a space filled with dusty instruments, was too shabby and unimpressive a place for a transcendent to call home, yet for Violet as a human, that much space was enough. She did not need fancy instruments, a grand orchestra, or a crowd of listeners paying attention to her performance. A worn-out instrument, an old tavern, and one listener was all Violet required to live, but Najin did not intend to let her merely live. He tilted the scale, which had been leaning toward Viola Oldena, so it would shift to Violet's side, ensuring that, at least in those moments, she could genuinely feel happiness. Najin, Violet smiled. Thank you. Time flowed slowly yet surely, and the music continued until it neared its end. At the end of the sheet lay not a conclusion but a repeat. Since there was no end to the dream created by Viola Oldena, no finale could exist. Da capo, return to the beginning and play it again. Najin advanced toward the spot marked by that repeat sign, which would force one to replay the same piece hundreds of times. Glancing back, he saw Violet following behind. She was walking in the footprints he left. He brought change to her life, one that had remained unchanged for centuries. Led by that change, she was progressing with a clear sense of direction rather than endlessly repeating the same loop. Here, Najin stopped. He was a single step away from the moment Castle Kingdom fell. If he looked ahead, there stood the repeat sign. From there on, it was no longer his choice. Swah, swah, rain poured down. Perhaps it was the last rain. When it stopped, and the next morning dawned, Violet would lose herself. Tuck, tuduck, tujujuduck, drops of water hit the corner of the building. Outside the tavern, Violet sat on a chair. She wore gloves on her hands, the same gloves she once claimed to hate because they prevented her from feeling the keys. She held her hands cupped, palms turned inward, resting them gently on her lap, almost as if she did not want anyone to see her fingers. Though she had already hidden them once with the gloves, she curled them in again, covering them completely. Najin came to a stop in front of her. Normally, around that point, she would stand from her seat and guide him inside. That time she didn't. Instead, she looked up at Najin. She seemed unsure of where or how to start talking and pressed her lips together repeatedly. Najin briefly turned his head to make eye contact with Merlin. No words were needed. One glance and a single nod were enough. Understanding what he intended to say, Merlin shrugged. "Do what you want." Najin smirked, then looked back at Violet. "Violet, do you happen to like the rain?" "Ha!" Violet blinked. Najin extended his hand to her. "Let's take a walk for a bit, if you don't mind getting wet." "Ah!" Realizing he was being considerate, Violet's lips formed a slight smile. She slowly nodded, then took the hand he offered. "Sure. Why not? I actually like being in the rain. I used to stand in the street all day when it rained. I like the sound it makes. How about you, Najin?" "Well, I don't dislike it." Soaked in the downpour, their hair became drenched, and their clothes were soaked. Paying no mind to that, the two walked through the street. "It's really a shame." The rain turned the gloves transparent, and they no longer served any purpose in hiding her hands. Violet removed them to show her blackened, decaying fingers. "I wanted to play more." Najin simply let her speak. "With hands like these, I can't tap the keys anymore. It's such a pity, but still, thanks to you, I've spent this past month playing to my heart's content. I even got to try out everything I'd ever wanted to play." She took a light step forward. Standing one step ahead, she turned and looked back. "You knew who I was all along, didn't you?" Najin nodded. "Yet you didn't pry or ask. That was out of consideration for me, right?" Najin cocked his head. "Consideration? You're Violet, aren't you?" "Ah, seriously, how far?" Violet murmured, cutting her off. Najin said, "So from now on, whatever you say, I'll think of it as coming from the Violet standing here, not that dark, haunted-looking person." Did my face really look that gloomy? "Yes, to the point that watching you was exhausting." Violet gave a soft chuckle. "All right, then. Would you mind listening to a little of my story? I feel like complaining a bit." "Sure thing. We've got plenty of time." Amid the downpour, Violet walked, taking the lead. "I hate swords," she spoke as if talking to herself. "I saw my mother and father stabbed to death right in front of me. Of course I would hate them, wouldn't I? What I hated even more was that I had a talent for the sword. It was a talent someone else might have dreamed of possessing. Whenever I hold a sword, I get scared. My body moves on its own. It knows exactly where to cut, how to slice. All of it just pops into my head. Then my body reacts instinctively, moving in the optimal direction. It doesn't even feel like my own." For some reason, she possessed a gift that she herself despised. When the Oldener house head saw that, they adopted me, said I had talent, talent to become a sword master. They forced me to hold a sword and pushed me to the front lines. I was told to kill the enemies who'd invaded this country. They said my talent existed for the sake of this kingdom. They said if I didn't do it, this kingdom would fall, that we'd be conquered or something, so I had to do it. Violet had never wanted that gift. I killed them. Blood splattered, screams echoed, their life sprayed across my face, corpses rolled at my feet, and I looked at them all with a blank expression. I killed them. But why? It never felt like it was actually me doing it. My body was moving on its own. How can that be me? Why am I the one being held responsible? The pounding rain drummed on Violet's body. Kill, then kill some more. And they told me I'd become a sword seeker. Keep going like that, and eventually a sword master, they said. So now I'm a transcendent being, a guardian of this land, a guardian spirit, a hero or something like that. She gave a hollow laugh. And then Ladon appeared. Honestly terrifying, even making eye contact was enough to instill fear. I couldn't figure out how to cut it, but again, they said I had to step up. I didn't want to, but if I didn't, the kingdom would be destroyed again. Again, again, she raised her voice. The streets were quiet and empty. Only the sound of the rain buried her cry. Every day, I fight. She ruffled her hair with both hands. There's no end in sight. After every fight, my body's a wreck. Even walking is hard. I don't know how long I have to keep doing this. And her teeth ground audibly. The once snowy white hair on her head had turned black. Viola Alderness scratched at her forearm with her fingernails. I'm no hero. I'm just scared. Her arm dropped limply. If I don't do it, if I don't move, nearly 1 million people will die, and I can't distance myself from that responsibility. Why? Because people see me as a hero. Why? Because I'm their guardian. To them, it was only natural that she did that. It was their right to expect it. How can I call myself a hero if my own will isn't in it? I don't have the courage to question it. I don't have the courage to run away. I've been living like this just because I'm scared. Where's the heroism in that? She looked at Najin. I can't be a hero. I'm just a mentally unstable wreck tormented by constant anxiety, a coward with no resolve to accept responsibility. Her lips trembled. That's who I really am. Isn't it laughable? He'd heard the words once before, but they were different that time. Najin sensed that the scales had tipped more toward Violet than Viola Alderness. Clearly, the past month of effort had not been in vain. The person before him, Violet, was in anguish. Originally, Viola Alderness had been completely detached from Violet, but that line had blurred. What's so funny about that? Ha! Najin responded to her question with another. Did you want to become a hero? No, not at all. Then you've been doing something you never wanted to do for 67 years now. Right, she didn't answer. Whether it was out of fear or compulsion, you've protected this kingdom for 67 whole years, long enough that people here take it for granted. I don't see what's so laughable about that. Najin casually spoke. I'd say that's more than enough. You've done your part for 67 years. Isn't it weird for anyone to demand more? But if I don't do it, they'll die. Sure, so you have to do it. Because there's no one else. Najin smiled. When someone performs good deeds despite having no obligation, no reason, do you know what the world calls them? Her gaze through the downpour waited for him to tell her. A hero or a knight. They were the words Najin had wanted to say to her back on the day before the world reset. You're already a hero, whether you deny it or not. That's not going to change. Me, a hero? Yes, you. Violet opened her mouth and closed it again repeatedly. She let out a breath of disbelief, almost a laugh. You said earlier I'm Violet, remember? Yes, you're Violet, but the hero is Viola Alderness. That's still you, isn't it? If Viola Alderness were truly someone else, would you even be struggling over this at all? That's just sophistry. It's not that simple, but it's also the plain truth. The two are only a sheet of paper apart. It all depends on how you accept it. If you can, why not accept it in the way that's best for you? As if the months of worrying were all pointless, Violet laughed at herself. She swept a hand through her hair. If I brush it off so easily, won't that make me look silly after all these decades? What's so silly? I know someone who's been agonizing and regretting for 1,000 years. Compared to that, 100 years is nothing. Which means, Najin looked at Violet. What does the hero who's protected this kingdom for so long want to become? At the final moment, I mean. If what you say is true, then I've lived as a hero for more than 100 years, right? That's how it seems. I've done enough to last a lifetime. I want to retire. For this one last moment, I'd like to remain a performer. Is that weird? Holding on so long only to run away at the very end? Not at all. Najin shook his head and spoke. When a hero retires, someone else should step up. But it looks like there's nobody here who can fill that position. He trailed off. Fortunately, I'm standing right here. He grinned and pointed a finger at himself. I'm a fool who actually wants to be a hero. Are you serious? You know it's not something you can just say lightly. Saying it is always easy. The question is whether I can prove it, and in this situation, I think it won't be much of an issue. Najim pointed a finger at the sky. I'm pretty good at killing dragons. The dragon-slaying star, Najin's second star, glimmered. Chapter 192, Hero 1. Viola Aldana could not kill Ladon. Having fought it for so many centuries, she viewed it as invincible, so massive as to engulf her entire world. Normally, while that perception would prevent her from killing the dragon, it would not make Ladon more powerful. The dream world was shaped by her imagery, though, if she believed it, then the dragon would become the very being she imagined. Her dream repeated for 560 years. Ladon had continually grown in size. As a result, it became a colossal creature that couldn't be dealt with by ordinary means, and it was all simply because Viola believed it. If this world reflects a person's perception, the solution was just as straightforward. We only need to reduce Ladon's importance in her life. Her fight didn't have to be everything. She needed something else to focus on. But what might that something else be? The clue was already there. On rainy days, Violet played piano in the old tavern. It was her small hobby and also her tiny refuge, something she had created to sustain herself. Najin merely added his own weight to that place. It was neither difficult nor complicated. He simply played music with her, listened to her, and shared thoughts on each performance. For Violet, that alone was enough. Najin's plan proved fruitful, and Ladon's size decreased by the day. Finally, the last day arrived. Najin stood at the edge of the musical score, right where the repeat sign would have been written. In his hand, rather than a violin, he held a sword. Even though we've come this far, Viola Aldana still won't be able to kill Ladon. Right, Merlin nodded. Most likely not. After all, what she wants is not some act of conquest or transcendence, but a peaceful, ordinary life. Exactly. If a hero who spent 67 years protecting everyone else's lives wants a life of her own, Najin drew his sword. Isn't it only fair to grant that wish? Standing against a gigantic trial to safeguard the everyday lives of ordinary people was a hero's job. Who protects the hero's own life? With the drawing of his sword, Najin provided the answer, me. No one else but me. That day in the castle kingdom, the rain did not fall. Under the warm rays of sunlight, he raised his sword. Merlin brushed her hair back and smiled. Her blue hair sparkled under the sun's light. Then all that's left is simple, right? Yes. The sky began to crack. Killing Ladon. That simplest method I mentioned at the start turns out to be the right answer. It was always the right answer. The question was how to get there. The sky cracked, and fissures spread across it. As though through shattering glass, Ladon appeared. Najin, looking upon it, curled his lips into a grin. Now that we found the proper solution, its size was no more than a quarter of what it had been at first. Of course, it was still massive, but I can cut that. It was not so big that he could not bring it down. When Ladon appeared, bells tolled through the streets, but Viola Aldana did not show up. The bells rang louder and more furiously. No matter how loudly they echoed, she did not appear. The hero who had protected the kingdom for 67 years remained absent. Around that time, the citizens sensed danger and started to run. They scrambled away from Ladon, screaming as they tried to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the dragon. Meanwhile, Najin advanced in the opposite direction. Everyone else fled. He strode toward it. A hero did not run away with the masses. Standing at the forefront, near the walls that encircled the kingdom, he glared at Ladon. He had made a promise to Violet. On that day, at least, he would be the hero in her place. He was a knight, and a knight was bound to keep his word. Failing to do so would mean he was unworthy of the title. Hence, what he had to do was clear. Merlin, yes, let's go. The star of dawn, heralding the end of the night, shone brightly. Even if Ladon's size had diminished, it was still a formidable dragon. As seen from the fact it had chained a transcendent being's life for 67 years, it was comparable to a transcendent itself. Moreover, dragons were inherently immortal beings and couldn't be killed by normal means. No matter how thoroughly someone dismembered them, they would eventually regenerate and revive. Thus, one couldn't kill a dragon. Such is the truth and law of the world. Truth, law, principle. Turning those words over in his mind, Najin gripped his sword. The world had decreed it impossible, but he had the power to ignore that rule. If one looked skyward, his stars glimmered there. Challenge, dragon slaying, breakthrough. Indomitable, among them shone one star in particular, the dragon slaying star. The star he gained by embodying the contradiction of killing an unkillable dragon. Merlin had once pointed to that star and said, "Its uses are limited, but in that specific situation, it'll shine brighter than anything else." Just as she had predicted, he felt the starlight encasing his body. Though there was an immense gap between him and Ladon, it was bridging that gap for him. At that moment, what he needed was not a cool-headed plan, just confidence, faith in himself. Noticing that Viola did not appear, Ladon began to move. Its massive wings flapped, sending whirlwinds through the streets. Stalls were smashed and sent flying, and uprooted trees soared high into the sky. Before the howling gale, Najin stomped down with all his might. His foot planted firmly in the earth, he took a steady breath and glared at Ladon. The massive dragon's jaws opened wide, and fire gathered. A dragon's simplest and most powerful weapon, their breath. The swirling flames in its maw looked as blazing as the sun. If Najin were alone, he would have had to dismantle that breath using some elaborate method. Merlin! That time, there was no need. Merlin stood by his side. Even before he called her name, she had been readying her spell. The moment she heard her name, she completed it. Seventh circle magic. Though Merlin was only a sixth circle mage with Najin, she summoned seventh circle magic without even borrowing Najin's star. She knew how to cast higher-level spells despite lacking the circle, and had done similar things well before becoming a transcendent. By interlinking 6 circles, she formed one enormous ring that served in place of a 7th circle. Najin did not know the name of the spell that resulted from it. Even if an archmage were there, even if the Platinum Tower Master, Cypria Gashivskaya, who knew all magic in recorded history, were there, she would not be able to identify Merlin's spell. What Merlin wielded was a unique magic she had refined for herself alone. As soon as the spell took shape, a bluish ripple spread around Najin. He did not know what the magic did, but he felt no particular need to find out. He had asked Merlin only to block the breath. Since Merlin silently unleashed her magic, all he needed to do was trust in it. Najin settled into his stance, then Ladon unleashed its fire. Flames fell, painting the sky crimson. A tidal wave of fire that incinerated everything it touched surged toward him. The instant that fire reached him, a loud hiss rang out, and steam billowed forth. Merlin's magic protected Najin's body. Even facing a dragon's breath, his flesh did not melt away. In fact, he didn't even feel heat. Thanks to that, he could finish channeling his technique in full. Just as the flames threatened to melt the city walls, Najin thrust his weapon toward the sky. The battle ram. He tore through the steam and pierced the flames. The world, hidden behind fire and vapor, opened up all at once. A huge hole appeared in the fiery wave, and a violent gust of wind roared through. Kak, kagagagagagak, sending a single piercing strike skyward. Najin shattered everything in his path until his attack slammed into Ladon's jaw. With a harsh crack, the dragon's mouth whipped back, forcibly snapping shut and ending the breath. That was an extra perk. That one clash was enough for each side to recognize the other. Lowering its head again, Ladon fixed Najin with a glare. Its large, yellow, beast-like eyes bore into him. Najin lifted the tip of his weapon toward Ladon. Come down. No matter how many times you spew fire from up there, it won't reach me. Come down. Try scratching and biting me with those claws, that tail, those jaws. Otherwise, I'll just drag you down by force. although a dragon's tough scales and immortality played a role in making it so troublesome. The most fundamental reason was that a dragon could fly. Ladon hovered hundreds of meters above the ground. No matter how potent Najin's battle ram or triumph attacks might have been, he could not deliver a meaningful impact at such a distance. It might have been possible for someone like Crunbell or Alderan, but Najin was not yet on their level. Therefore, to inflict real damage on Ladon, he first needed to close the distance. In a typical approach, he might have used hot air balloons or floating artifacts as platforms to reach the sky. Ha! Why would you need that? At some point, while preparing to subjugate Ladon, Merlin had asked him a question. What do you mean? I need some way to shorten the distance. Even though I can jump dozens of meters, hundreds is a bit. No, I'm asking why you'd need any of that. She tilted her head and pointed at herself. You forget who's standing right next to you. I told you, at least here in this dream. You can rely on me. Merlin shrugged. Why bother with a platform? I can just give you a road, you know. Proving that it had been no idle boast, Merlin raised a hand toward Ladon. That oversized beast is looking down on me. She furrowed her brow. Stretching out her arm toward Ladon, she flicked her fingers. The instant she did, the broad sky behind Ladon rippled like the surface of a lake. For the past month, Merlin had made it rain steadily in Castle Kingdom. It was not merely an act of bringing down rain, but a process of permeating the sky with her mana. The sky shimmered like a blue lake. She squeezed out all of her mana that had diffused into the heavens. A mage should focus on efficiency, never wasting even a speck of mana. Merlin recycled the mana that had seemingly been squandered over the month. 8 overlapping rings appeared in the sky, shining brilliantly. Eighth circle magic, submergence. The sky fell. At least, that was how it looked to Najin. A large swath of the blue sky seemed to tear away and drop onto Ladon. Only when it collided with the dragon did Najin realize it wasn't the sky at all, it was water. A column of water crashed down like a waterfall, swallowing Ladon. Unable to withstand that mass, the bones and muscles in Ladon's wings snapped and tore. DRD duck, DRDR duck. Dragon scales grant high resistance to magic, but it was purely physical force, snapping its bones and tearing its flesh. The weight and mass of the water crashing down like a waterfall smashed Ladon into submission. With a light tap of her shoe against the ground, Merlin formed 6 magic circles at her feet. As soon as a single drop of water from above struck one of the circles, tuck it bounced. 6th circle magic, brinicle, the water froze. Starting from the single droplet, the ice spread through the moisture in the air. The torrent that engulfed Ladon turned to ice in mere seconds. The enormous column of ice stretched from ground to sky. Ladon, trapped inside it, struggled and shattered bits of it, but the pace was too slow, far too slow. Frost wedged into the gaps between its scales, making its movements painfully sluggish. Merlin pointed at the ice pillar and smiled triumphantly. Who am I? The great archmage who holds a Levincent? No, not that. She gave Najin's back a playful shove. I'm your guide right now. Right, a guide's job is to open the path. Isn't that so? Indeed. Then why are you just standing there? Run already. Merlin grinned. I can't stand that arrogant monster looking down on me, so go knock it down fast. Thus, the path was formed in a very literal sense. Following the ice stretching all the way up to Ladon, Najin began to dash. Chapter 193 Hero 2. A pillar of ice stretched all the way to the sky. Strictly speaking, it resembled an iceberg more than a pillar, its surface irregularly hewn, its columns of ice rising at slanted angles. For an ordinary human, scaling that pillar or iceberg would be a daunting task, but not for Najin. Able to run along nearly vertical walls, he treated an incline like a flat road. The moment he set foot on one of the slanted ice columns, he accelerated. Kicking off the ice and charging upward, he lifted his gaze to Ladon, frozen atop the summit of the iceberg. Roughly half of its body was encased in ice. Whenever the dragon violently shook off the frost clinging to its body, the entire iceberg quaked. Feeling the tremors through the soles of his feet, Najin pushed himself harder. Midway through shaking itself off, Ladon let out a screech and opened its jaws to prepare its next breath attack. Due to the extreme cold all around it and the ice stuck to its maw, the flames gathering inside were far smaller than usual. The moment those flames spewed out, or rather, a split second before, Najin made his move. He shoved his longsword back into its sheath and gripped his lance with both hands. Instead of dodging, he leapt straight into the oncoming fire. The breath was weaker than before. Merlin's protective barrier still clung to him. That much meant a frontal breakthrough was possible. Thus, Najin judged that staying put and blocking the flames would only waste time. If Helmut Knight were in his place, he would undoubtedly admonish him. If you cannot pierce even that, how dare you call yourself one of the Golden Horn Knights? He'd be right about that. Not evasion, but a charge. When danger looms, break through it head-on. That was the way of the Golden Horn Knights. With the lance of the crossed star held at a sharp angle, he sprinted forward. He needed no warhorse. If you possessed transcendent leg strength, you could replicate a lance charge without riding a steed. Hwag. His vision flashed scarlet, but he paid it no mind. Steam rose off his body, and Merlin's barrier began to peel away, letting the flames lick at his clothing. He ignored even that. Whack, piercing through the fiery breath. He spun in place and slashed his lance in a wide arc. A burst of wind scattered the flames clinging to him. That movement wasn't solely to shake off fire. In one fluid motion, he harnessed the rotational force to hurl his lance. S-week. Ladon's rampage brought down massive chunks of collapsing ice, and the lance of the crossed star tore through the falling debris. Najin dashed along the path traced by the hurled spear. Ladon, of course, didn't stand idly by. With ice still clinging to its wings, it spread them wide and let out a roar. In response, its scales fired off like arrows. Dozens, hundreds of scales, each the size of a person's forearm, went hurtling at Najin. Kang, drawing his sword mid-run, he swung without slowing down at all. Breakthrough, his third star shone. Charging head-on toward an enemy, parrying the adversary's attacks to keep moving forward, it mirrored the situation when he first gained the star, causing its light to flare even brighter. Only head-on. The starlight shoved at Najin's back. When he thought he took a single step, he had actually taken two. Though momentarily startled by his sudden increase in speed, he swiftly adjusted and kept slashing. Knocking aside Ladon's scales as he advanced, he caught sight of the lance he had thrown moments before. Its speed was flagging, dropping in a gradual arc. With one last wide swing of his sword to deflect the final scales, he reached out and seized the falling lance. Quack! Gripping the lance, he rotated once in place, channeling the torque into the lance. Planting his foot hard, he thrust the lance forward with all the momentum of his spin. The battle ram, shards of ice raining down from above, and drifting shards of scales were blasted apart. What emerged was a direct path. Only a few dozen meters separated Najin and Ladon. Who? Najin exhaled deeply and steadied his breathing. A puff of white breath escaped his lips, and he curled them into a smirk. Ladon, having nearly rid itself of the encasing ice, locked its beast-like, slit-pupiled eyes onto him. They were within range of Najin's sword, and likewise, he was within range of Ladon's tail and claws. The moment he reset his grip on his sword, Ladon roared and slammed the iceberg that held it captive. Cracks spread through the ice, scattering fragments upward as it swiped its forelimb, hurling chunks of ice at Najin. Chujiok cracks ran deeper through the iceberg, and each time Ladon struck, the ground trembled. Such was the nature of a dragon. Every movement shook the earth, every breath scorched the land, a cataclysm in living form. In front of such a being, Najin did not shrink back in the slightest. He was not a transcendent yet, but to become one. One must never cower before a disaster. Violet looked on from afar. She saw the iceberg towering into the sky, and upon that iceberg, the young man clashing against the dragon. Each time the dragon moved, shaking the earth, the young man did not falter. He shattered the ice chunks Ladon hurled at him, cut through flames with his sword, dodged the dragon's tail lashing out like a whip, and charged in closer. Chwak, swinging his sword, he peeled away a few of the dragon's scales, drawing blood. To Ladon, comparable to a human being lightly pricked by a needle tip, such a wound was trivial, yet it seemed intolerable that it would bleed at all, and it flailed even more violently. Quack, quack, quajujuduk. Meanwhile, Najin clung to the dragon's scales and persistently drove his sword into the base of its wings, trying to tear them apart. The tiny human, dwarfed dozens of times over by the dragon, kept throwing himself at it. Ah! Violet let out a long sigh at the sight of Najin, who had become a hero in her stead. Each time Najin bled, Violet squeezed her eyes shut. That was the reality of a hero. A hero's life was not glamorous or lovely. Quite the opposite. It was wretched, desperate, and unbelievably painful. Sacrificing oneself for strangers you don't even know, how could one find joy or fulfillment in that? She found it exhausting, unbearable, and revolting, facing a life-or-death battlefield for the sake of overcoming yourself and achieving transcendence, training yourself by fighting powerful foes. What good is any of that? Must one overcome everything? Why smash yourself into some massive wall time and again, only to break again and again, all just to climb over it? It's nothing but agony, everything, truly everything. She wanted to throw it all away. Why do I have to sacrifice myself? Why must I protect all these people? Why me? Why should I give up my entire life for complete strangers? Such thoughts crossed her mind dozens of times each day. That was why Violet found the very notion of being called a hero so repugnant. How could someone like her be called a hero? All heroes are mentally unhinged. Even so, Violet knew the truth. Heroes were noble and beautiful. Unlike someone as selfish and petty as herself, they were utterly pure and radiant. Hence, a title like hero did not suit her. I'm not a hero. I can't ever be one. Just as Violet began to turn away, a star twinkled in the sky above. Drawn by that starlight, she turned her head back to see Najin, still charging toward the dragon, as if to say, "Don't look away. Watch this to the end." Najin's star shone all the more fiercely. A lone human facing off against a dragon, the longer she watched, the more peculiar she felt. Najin's fighting style hardly differed from her own. He bled, was knocked away, then quickly regained his balance and charged Ladon again. For an opponent as tough, solid, and huge as a dragon, the key was not one devastating blow, but steadily accumulated damage. Watching that scene, one thought came to mind. That's truly the look of a hero. Confronting a foe dozens of times his size without backing down, that figure deserved to be called heroic. Realizing that she had done exactly the same all this time felt surreal to Violet. Do you know what the world calls someone who does good for others, with no obligation and no particular reason? That question Najin had thrown at her echoed in her ears. A hero, a knight, even. His voice lingered in Violet's mind. You're already a hero, aren't you? Even if you deny it, that won't change the fact. Violet turned her gaze to the side. There lay a sword she had tossed aside, neglected, the sword that had stayed with her for nearly 100 years. Such a wretched thing. She looked at her hand and back at the sword. Human minds were imperfect. The world may allow a human's body to transcend, but not their psyche. Thus, humans suffer and question themselves, struggling to find an answer. It mattered not if the answer was right or wrong. Whatever decision you reached on your own was always the right one. Violet made her choice. Or was it perhaps Viola? Ladon's wings were tattered. Steadying himself on the base of the wings, Najin raised his sword high overhead. Ladon flailed wildly, but Najin did not fall. Sword held aloft. He glared fiercely. Alder and Vassaglia had once taught him the triumph sword as a means to cut down what could not otherwise be cut. Its essence lay in compressing one's sword aura to the utmost along the blade, thereby maximizing cutting power. Najin had never lost sight of that crucial point. Flash, when the tip of his sword gleamed, he brought it down like splitting firewood. The blow sliced deeply into the joint where Ladon's wing met its back. Blood spurted in a fountain, and the dragon thrashed violently. Knocked off balance by the dragon's frenzy, Najin tumbled onto the icy surface. Walk. Though he tried to stab his sword into the ice to brace himself, the repeatedly battered iceberg cracked and began to crumble. With nowhere to step, he clung precariously to the edge. He had carved off half of Ladon's wing base. Spotting Najin's opening, the dragon roared and swung its forelimb, eager to smash the glacier to which its aggressor clung. Too bad, but I'll have to fall and come back. Najin clicked his tongue, deciding to let himself drop. It would take time to climb up again, but he saw no other way to dodge that attack. He pulled his sword loose from the ice, preparing to let go. Clink, suddenly. Cracks formed in the invisible glass between him and Ladon. Ladon's forelimb slammed against it and bounced back without shattering it. Najin blinked in confusion. Someone reached out a hand to him. "Take my hand." That hand pulled him up onto the iceberg. Najin glanced at the who'd helped and involuntarily burst into a laugh. "What? Why are you laughing?" "I guess I just knew you'd come." In the end, well, that's how it turned out. Half of her hair was white, the other half black. She shuddered as she looked at Ladon. "Ah, I still hate the whole hero thing. How do you fight a monster like that? Risking your life day after day. I'm telling you, you'd have to be insane." "Is that so?" "Yeah, and I can't believe I've been doing this insanity for 67 years. She let her sword hang. "I hate it so much." Despite her words, the expression on her face looked oddly relieved. "Even so, I do want to retire in style. It's something I've done for 67 years. In the end, I'd like to finish it with a bit of flair. Looking back, I can say, at least the ending wasn't so bad." "Right." Violet glanced at Najin. "What do you think? Is that silly? Too self-serving?" Najin shook his head. "Not at all, and even if it were self-serving. So what? Right. Which name would you like me to call you by? Violet or Viola Oldena?" In response, Violet chuckled and gathered her hair into a single ponytail. The way she tied it up resembled how she did before playing the piano. With a light laugh, she answered, "Well, it probably doesn't matter either way, does it?" Chapter 194 Hero 3. Viola Oldena did not tie her hair back. Her pitch-black hair cascading freely, she swung her sword. Violet, on the other hand, typically tied her white hair into a single ponytail. With her hair gathered, she tapped away at the piano keys. Najin looked at the one standing before him, perhaps Viola Oldena, perhaps Violet. Half her hair was black, half was white. She wore it in a single ponytail and held a sword in her hand. "Well, it doesn't really matter either way, does it?" "It doesn't matter," she said with a shrug, as if it were a trivial detail. Najin nodded in agreement. "I'll take the left side. Then I'll go right." No other words were needed. Najin angled himself toward Ladon's left wing, which was already half severed, while Viola, or Violet, shifted her stance to face its right wing, gripping her sword. A brief moment of silence followed. As if to shatter that hush, the blue sky rippled. Already cerulean, it turned an even deeper shade of blue in one small patch. The instant a single raindrop fell from that lake-like sky, Merlin's magic came together. Swa! A torrent of rain poured down and froze the moment it struck Ladon. The raindrops seeping into the wounds Najin had carved out solidified and wrenched the injuries open further. Red-stained ice, infused with blood, flowered across its body in patches. Ladon roared in pain, its cries echoing wildly as Najin and Viola launched themselves forward. The star of dawn, made of 4 stars. The star of detachment, made of 6 stars. 2 constellations shone in their own colors. Both Nadjin and Viola were swordsmen. They knew the method to slice what normally could not be sliced, and they had the skill to make it reality. Nadjin wielded the triumph sword style he had learned from the Helmet Knight. Viola wielded a sword aura like fragments of broken glass. While Merlin's magic held Ladon in place, the two relentlessly targeted its wings. The standard tactic for hunting a dragon was always to rob it of flight. Chwok, blood spattered. Though trivial in volume compared to the dragon's massive body, toppling a giant began with small steps. PSSHK. They slashed at the wings, carving fresh wounds. Merlin pried those wounds open. Frozen by the cold, they never had a chance to heal. No matter how violently Ladon thrashed and roared, its half-frozen body was too sluggish to catch them. They peeled away scales, stabbed inward to widen the gashes, and sawed through bone and muscle. The moment Ladon's tattered wings went limp, the two wasted no opportunity. Sliding in smoothly, Najin drove his sword into Ladon's left wing. Nearly at the same time, Viola attacked from the right, her blade flashing. Their strikes landed at almost the same time. On one side, a sword aura gleamed like a constellation, and on the other side, a sword aura shattered like splintered glass. The left wing was severed, the right wing smashed apart. Scarlet blood sprayed everywhere. The wings dropped to the ground in tandem, and Ladon bellowed in agony. Now, now, Merlin, the iceberg began to collapse. With a rumbling, the section of ice where Viola, Nadjin, and Ladon all stood fell to pieces. Merlin had demolished it because they no longer needed that foothold. Wingless, Ladon could no longer fly or evade the crash. The dragon, once called the Lord of the Skies, became a mere beast after losing its wings. Fragments of the iceberg shattered, and the dragon, suspended hundreds of meters up, plummeted. Watching Ladon's descent, Viola burst into laughter. That dragon she had so feared, that monster she thought would forever torment her, seeing it plunge toward the ground filled her with a sense of joy. She noticed the quiver in Ladon's eyes, the fear flitting across those dull yellow pupils. It was terrified of falling. Viola was not. She descended, yet she felt no fear. She had fallen countless times already. Having experienced it time and again, she felt more familiarity than terror, and it was that sense of familiarity that allowed Viola to take a step forward. Kicking off a falling chunk of ice, she hopped from fragment to fragment, bounding closer to Ladon. Rather than resisting the fall, she merely accepted it. For her, gravity was no longer a frightening force dragging her down, but a hand pressing gently at her back. Ladon hit the ground first. The impact of a colossal dragon smashing into the earth caused a quake-like tremor. Dust blasted into the sky, and a thunderous boom echoed like a stockpile of explosives going off. Amidst it all, T. Viola launched herself off her last ice foothold. Without slowing one bit, she swung her sword down at the fallen Ladon like a club. Her strike slammed into the dragon's spine. Its back caved in, sending cracks radiating out. Blood fountained up, scales flew high into the air. Ladon convulsed violently, trying to steady itself from the crash. Nadjin, Viola shouted, leaping back from Ladon. Ascending in a great bound, she glanced up at the sky. The stars were shining. Challenge, breakthrough, indomitable, and dragon-slaying. No longer in the night sky, but in the sword wielded by a human, the stars gleamed. Nadjin hung upside down from a falling slab of ice, bracing himself. Suddenly, he kicked the ice away. The impact shattered the frozen block completely, sending flecks of snow spraying through the air as he shot forward like a meteor. The first horn, the scales Viola had peeled away, revealed Ladon's exposed spine. Nadjin aimed straight for the thick bone. The triumph, his blade, gleaming with the star of dragon slaying, cut Ladon in half. His sword tore through flesh and muscle, severing the spine. Even after cleaving Ladon in two, The remaining force carved a line across the ground. The dragon gushed blood from the gaping wound, letting out its final gasp. At the end, all Ladon felt was fear that this would be true death. No regeneration that time, no future rebirth. A dragon, unacquainted with mortality, trembled at the approaching oblivion. Its moan hung in the air, then abruptly ceased. Ladon's life ended. Hook, hoo! Najin stood on Ladon's back, breathing hard, his sword still raised. For a body that had yet to reach true transcendence, mimicking the feats of a transcendent took a heavy toll. Overcome by the backlash, he wobbled and tumbled off the dragon. Viola caught him before he hit the ground. Goodness, goodness, she whooped in joy, hugging Najin tight, bouncing in place with a bright smile. We really did it, really, an immortal dragon. How in the world did you pull that off? Truly, she gasped and released Najin. Stepping back, she straightened her hair, suddenly self-conscious. She glanced away as though embarrassed and inadvertently locked eyes with Merlin, who stood frozen with arms outstretched, clearly planning to catch Najin herself. Merlin's eyes flared with the resentful gaze of a guide whose role had been stolen. Unnerved by that glare, Viola quickly turned away again. Didn't I say I'm good at killing dragons? Najin gathered himself, swaying slightly, and spoke. What do you think? Seriously, do you even need to ask? Viola gave him a disbelieving laugh. How could he wonder that after what she just witnessed? He was magnificent, more so than words like cool or amazing could capture. Embarrassing thoughts crowded her throat, but she left them unspoken and simply chuckled. Really? With the nightmarish presence that had tormented her for so long gone, her smile shone brighter than ever. Truly, Najin, I really want to say Tha, just then. She felt something off. The nightmarish being that plagued me for so long. She repeated the words mentally and felt an uneasy dissonance. While she had fought Ladon for 67 years, it seemed more like hundreds, 10 times longer. That feeling of incongruity stemmed from something else. Ladon's death, the resolution of her lingering regrets, and a shift in trajectory. Suddenly, she realized it was all a dream. For countless centuries, she had repeated it. The memories she had forgotten at every month's end rushed back in waves like a lantern show. Viola's bright expression froze. Her face twisted. Her eyes quivered, her breath stuttered. Ah, Viola Aldena let out a groan. Violet gave a bitter smile. I see. As she awoke from the dream, her gaze grew hazy. So that's how it was. Only for a brief moment. Viola closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and reopened them with a gentle smile, a look of relief and weightlessness. Now that I think of it, it was too much like a fairy tale. A hero swoops in at just the right moment when I'm cornered. Reality doesn't work like that. Violet sighed, disappointed. Hanging her head, she looked up again with a face that seemed ready to cry at any moment. You. It's fine. Really, I'm okay. Truly. Violet shook her head firmly. Then she exhaled in quick, shallow bursts and rubbed the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Najin. Yes, Violet. Well, the hero's retired now, so you're calling me Violet again. I like that. Anyway, Najin, Violet turned toward him. Do you like the rain? At that very moment, rain began to fall. It was not Merlin's magic that time. For Violet, the rain was always a refuge. It sounded a gentle lullaby that soothed her heart. She longed for that refuge, so the rain poured. With Ladon gone, the dream was fully under her control. Well, I don't dislike it, seeing the faint smile on her face. So faint she looked ready to vanish, Najin nodded. Then shall we take a little walk? Violet forced a smile. There's a lot I want to talk about. Chapter 195 Violet. The performer 4. They walked through the rain and past the half-melted city walls, scorched by Ladon's breath, into the kingdom, through the plaza, and across the market. Treading a deserted street, Patchhack, a low splash sounded after they stepped in a puddle. So Castle Kingdom must have fallen. Najin remained silent. I appreciate your consideration. But there's no need. I already know. It feels like it happened a very long time ago, but I still remember bits and pieces. Patch hack. I think it swallowed about a third of the kingdom, then dropped a star on it to end it. Castle was on the edge of collapse anyway. Violet walked ahead, her back turned to Najin. I wasn't the hero who saved the kingdom, I was the disaster that destroyed it. Her voice trembled slightly. That was all Najin could sense. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, unsure of what to say. That wasn't your fault. It was Ladon that consumed you, wasn't it? Besides, the fundamental problem lay in Castle's structure, which relied too much on you. Countless lines flashed through his mind, but none felt appropriate. She didn't seem to be asking for excuses or comfort. He sensed he had no right to pass judgment, having been no part of it at the time. Back then, I suppose I was trying to punish myself. I don't know if this punishment is sufficient, though. Violet lifted her eyes toward the sky. Rain continued to fall. 12,000 times. She murmured. I think I repeated that final month around 12,000 times. I wonder how much time passed outside. About 560 years. So I spent double that here. Time there flowed differently than in the outside world. Violet had experienced well over 1,000 years. Mulling over that, she gave a bitter laugh. Too much time has passed. I barely remember what I was thinking when I created this grave. It was surely me, but it feels like it was someone else. If 1,000 years have passed, that's only natural. Right. If I had to guess, my past self chose to repeat this last month endlessly, without knowing who I am or what I've become, probably because Violet spun around to look at Najin. I suspect it was because I wanted to overcome it and hoped for a different outcome from the self who was consumed by Ladon. Every month, she lost her memories, returned to the beginning, forgot everything, and started again, da capo, over and over. If someone had asked, until when? 1,000 years ago, the Viola Oldener of that time would have answered, until you, who are not a hero, becomes a true hero, until you create a very different ending under the same circumstances. She was always that sort who believed only a flawless, perfectly pure being could be called a hero. At the same time she punished Violet, she also forced a trial upon her, as if it could be that easy. Violet laughed in exasperation, cursing her past self. It hardly made sense. Forgetting everything and replaying it would inevitably lead to the same conclusion. Unlike Viola, Violet was frail. She wanted someone else to save her, someone to shatter that nightmare on her behalf. Hence, the entrance to Violet's tomb was left open, awaiting a hero. Viola Aldena wanted me to break this dream myself. Violet wanted someone else to do it. Violet gestured at Najin, a wry smile curving her lips. In the end, not Viola, but Violet. It happened as I wanted. You arrived and saved me. You killed Ladon and broke this dream, Violet sighed. I guess that means I never overcame it. Even after 1,000 years, I'm still. I don't think so. Najin cut in. What? Standing in the middle of the rain-soaked street, he looked her straight in the eyes. At the very end, you stood against Ladon of your own free will. No one forced you. That was. You had no obligation, no compulsion, no sense of responsibility, right? He had taken her place. If she hadn't joined the fight, no one would have died. There was no space for the old obsession of, if I don't act, people will die. You still showed up, you stood there. She gave him a curious look. When I asked what I should call you, your response was, it doesn't matter either way, does it? Meaning, whichever you choose. It's still me. I didn't push you into that. I didn't steer you toward that answer. You spoke it because you believed it. Najin smiled. All I did was prepare the stage. You were the one who leaped onto it and became the hero. Isn't that the very definition of overcoming? It doesn't change the fact you helped me. Must a hero do everything alone? Even the great King Arthur had the round table behind him. Then, yes, Najin nodded. You were a hero. Hearing that, Violet's eyes blurred with emotion. Pressing her trembling voice down, she said, the truth is, she exhaled a long breath, looked at Najin. and smiled. Maybe all I really wanted was to hear someone else say it. I couldn't be sure on my own. I couldn't be confident. Perhaps I just wanted someone truly heroic to acknowledge me. She wanted someone to say, "You really were a hero. You deserve that title. Violet and Viola Aldener aren't different people. They're one, and that one was a hero." Indeed, Violet, Viola Aldener, exhaled, as if a great weight had been lifted. Yes, exactly. Nadjin had fulfilled her wish by rescuing her and breaking the dream. Likewise, Viola Aldener's wish had also been granted. Though Nadjin assisted, Violet wrestled with the dilemma herself and reached a conclusion that the Viola Aldener could accept. The final regrets of the fallen constellation, who had sought her own death 560 years prior, found release. After 1,000 years of repetition, the dream finally arrived at its endpoint. Clatter, somewhere. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Clatter, cracks spread across the sky. Not only the sky, fissures appeared throughout the castle kingdom. Unlike when Viola had devoured everything and caused a loud clamor that time, the collapse came quietly. Where it previously began at the center and spread outward, it instead began at the edges and traveled in. The dream conjured by the star of detachment was crumbling, slowly but surely. Her world narrowed. Watching the sky and the land break into shards, she murmured, "I've thought about what I'd do if I ever quit being a hero. Actually, not just once, countless times. The world neared its end. What would I want to do? If I could be free of everything and do anything at all." Her voice remained calm. Maybe read novels or explore famous restaurants, perhaps journey to far-off places. Sometimes, I imagined visiting a city filled with famous musicians. I even made plans in my head, but I never told anyone. She smiled, the expression faint as if she might vanish at any moment. Instinctively, Nadjin reached out and clasped her hand. Looking at his hand over hers, Violet nodded. "There's so much I'd like to do, but if I had to choose just one, there's only one thing left." Placing both her hands over Nadjin's and said, "Nadjin," as the world neared its end, Violet beamed and tugged on Nadjin's arm. "Let's play music together. One last time, straight from the beginning." She took his arm and ran, the two of them racing through the rain-soaked streets of a world collapsing into fractured pieces. Their destination was the old tavern, her final refuge. She took a seat before the piano. Calming her breath, she struck the keys with vigor. Thus, the performance began. At the sound of the music, Najim picked up the violin, and Merlin, who had followed silently, heaved a sigh and joined in on cello as if she had no other choice. The pounding rain, the shattering glass, the crumbling world, all became part of the song, merging into a harmony. Violet pressed the keys more intently than ever, sweat forming on her brow. Her eyes shone bright. "Ah, ah, ha," she raced toward the finale, da capo, from the beginning. At the end of that dream, there had always been that mark, but in this moment, another symbol appeared beside it. Al fine, to the end. Put together, da capo al fine. The performance, repeated 12,000 times, finally hurtled toward its conclusion. The performance that once seemed it would never end now approached its finale. "Ah!" Violet pressed down on the last chord with all her might. A resonant note spread, and she lowered her head. Tuck, a tear fell onto the keys. "I still want to play a little longer." Tap, tap. "I still want to talk to you a bit more." Her voice trembled as she spoke. "It's such a shame it ends here. Ah, if only I had held out longer. If I hadn't made that choice, maybe, in time, another chance would have come. Why did I choose Elthat? Regret, remorse, grief." "Still," Violet lifted her head. "Still," she muttered, wiping her tears away with her sleeve, forcing a shaky smile. "I'm satisfied with how it ended. I can accept this kind of finale." She stepped toward him. The fractures in the air reached her last refuge as well. The tavern, her sanctuary, began to shatter. Violet slipped the band from her hair. "Najin." Falling into his arms, she whispered in his ear and reached behind his head. "Thank you, truly, right up to the end." She pulled loose the cord tying Najin's hair and, using her own band, bound his hair in its place. Then she stepped back. My hero! Tears ran down Violet's face even as she laughed. Remember me. Who am I? The question etched into her gravestone. With a radiant smile, Violet answered it. Hero Viola Aldena, and she pressed a hand to her chest. The performer Violet, Alfine, clatter. At last the world split apart completely, like shattered glass. Everything cracked. Fissures ran across her body as well. She who had led a detached life, belonging nowhere, could finally belong to reality. It didn't matter that it was a dream. For her, it was reality. Refusing a life of detachment, the star of detachment died. By rejecting her star, she met a complete death, neither falling nor distorting. Crunch. As her hand crumbled into shards, Najin grabbed it. Over the roar of the world's collapse, he spoke to her. Though his voice was lost in the chaos, she heard him perfectly. I'll remember you. In her final moment, Violet smiled. Not in false repose, but in genuine rest, she closed her eyes. At least at the end, it was all right. Her life had not been so bad after all. Najin's hand swiped through empty air. The Violet he had just been holding was nowhere to be found. When he blinked, he saw only a tangled undergrowth, and amidst it, a gravestone and the ruins of the castle kingdom. Viola Aldena's dream was broken. Though it all felt like an illusion or a dream, there was proof it had truly been real. Najin touched his hair. Tied around it was a band. Embedded with 6 stars, it was a star relic left by Viola Aldena, evidence that Violet had existed. He clutched that band tightly. Merlin, back inside Najin's mind since the dream was over, could guess what he felt. She remained silent. Only after a long while did Najin exhale deeply. He gazed at the gravestone before him. Viola Aldena, hero of the castle kingdom, defended her country from an evil dragon, fought valiantly until the very end. He lowered his eyes to the line beneath it. Who am I? He extended a finger. Channeling the star luster that held the power of the star of detachment, he engraved new letters onto the gravestone as perhaps the only person who would ever know her name. Performer Violet. For 560 years, no one had answered her. For 1,000 years within the dream, she had posed that question. Najin left his answer. Thus, hero Viola Aldena and performer Violet coexisted on the stone. There was no difference between them. They were both her name. The moment he placed that final mark on the gravestone, a star sparkled high above. The star of Requiem. Najin gained his 5th star. Chapter 196, The Free Knight, 1 Requiem, Najin's 5th star, meant to carry a corpse to where the dead rightly belong, akin to funeral or burial. Looking up at the star in the heavens, Najin interpreted it somewhat differently, a place where one rightly ought to be laid to rest. It was not merely a tomb. He thought of it as the end one is meant to meet. In other words, a proper death, the finale one wished for, a last moment to one's own judgment. To him, that was Requiem. The outland, where a rightful death was never granted, where forgotten ones swarmed, felt like hell itself because even rest was forbidden. There, the star of Requiem couldn't be insignificant. Gazing at it as it glowed overhead, Najin fell silent. It felt as though something heavy were lodged inside his chest. He pressed his heart firmly. He could never become accustomed to it. Each time he parted from someone with whom he had forged a bond, each time he witnessed their end, he felt his heart grow heavier. Perhaps that was inevitable. He had, in effect, interred their existence within his own heart. Najin adjusted the ribbon binding his hair, a star relic left by the star of detachment. He had no clear idea what power dwelled in the relic. He cinched the ribbon tighter and exhaled a long breath. Hero, Viola Ordner, performer, Violet. After casting one last look at the twin headstones bearing the names, he turned and walked away. Having secured his 5th star, he learned several things. Usually, after 6 stars, you end up a transcendent, don't you? The first was the link between stars and transcendence. Not every transcendent owns 6 stars or more, but everyone with 6 or more is a transcendent. Well, not everyone. Exactly. In the last 1,000 years, there have been a handful of exceptions. Then, what about me? You look like you'll be one of those exceptions. You're still a long way from Sword Master, after all. Normally, upon reaching 5 stars, one was either on the threshold of becoming or already was a transcendent. Najin, however, was an outlier. His feats amassed far faster than his cultivation rose. There was even someone who held 10 stars and still wasn't a transcendent, only one in all of history. Who was that? Galahad. A name Najin knew. Sir Galahad of the Round Table, reputedly the strongest knight save for Arthur himself, famed for defeating all the remaining knights of the Round Table at once. Really, the tales describe him as a transcendent. He wasn't a transcendent. He was simply stronger than most of them, outrageously strong. Then why? It's complicated. He's a special case. Galahad could never become one. Najin tilted his head. Merlin rubbed her chin. How should I explain this? He was perfect, a human who renounced humanity, a constructed being, a prop on the stage, wrestling for a proper way to describe it. Merlin shook her head. It's tricky, and even if I spelled it out, you probably wouldn't grasp it. Point is, piling up deeds usually leads to transcendence, but not invariably. Understand? Najin nodded. A person had to refine the soul to ascend. Although his deeds rivaled any transcendence, his soul had not yet matured. Well, it's a matter of climbing one step at a time. The longer the road, the more reason to slow down. Hadn't Helmet Knight said as much? Hurry, and nothing works. Najin worked to keep impatience at bay. That was the first thing he figured out. The second came from a visitor. Greetings, Master Najin. I am Solus, retainer to Gerd, first pillar of the Empire. Somehow, in the vast outland, she had found Najin, a feat that surprised even him. She arrived abruptly, brandishing the first pillar's sigil and announcing, Lord Gerd sends his regards. According to schedule, I should have met you 11 days ago, but your trail vanished, delaying my arrival. I apologize. Bowing, Solus fixed her gaze on Najin. If I may ask, where were you in that interval? I stepped inside the star tomb. Ah, that makes sense. My reach does not extend there. Then may I ask how you located me at all? The details are classified, suffice to say. I used a blend of mystique and a masterpiece. Najin recalled something Gerd had once said. No matter where you go, I have ways to reach you. When there is news, I'll make contact. So that was that method. Solus cleared her throat and began. Over the past month, we have uncovered significant intelligence on the Carnival King. I've come to share it. Najin's gaze sharpened. When he nodded, Solus continued. Across the Empire's 500-year chronicle, 781 incidents were expunged. 754 connected to the Carnival King. We cross-checked roughly 200 period documents, sketching their outlines. She did not mention that many an archivist's hairline had paid the price. Such sacrifices were inevitable. The key came from minutes kept by a knightly order whose sigil was a horned helm. Their name is gone beyond recovery, but their record states, the Golden Horn Knights. Najin bit his lip. Confronting the Carnival King inside her own domain is virtually impossible. Impossible. He sifted through what he knew. The Carnival King sequestered herself, loath to appear, never stepping on stage unless victory was assured, clutching over 100 spare stars, extra lives, so she never wagered her own. She was a puppet master behind the curtain. If her estate was both stage and hideout, it was bound to be tricky. Even so, what Solus revealed exceeded imagination. Her domain is layered with multiple forbidden zones designed solely for her. Forbidden zones, fields that weaken, erode and warp uninvited guests. There were at least dozens, perhaps 100. Fighting the 10-star Carnival King there is practically impossible. One would need a constellation on the level of the round table, and that, of course, is also near impossible. Then what do we do? The knightly order tried to draw her outside, but Lord Gerd believes that she will only burrow deeper due to her injury. Luring her out is unlikely. Lord Gerd proposes dismantling the forbidden zones. It was very straightforward. Among them are several core zones. Destroy a core zone, and the rest collapse, opening a route to her estate. How do we destroy a forbidden zone? Simple, kill its creator, the constellation that owns it. Solus spread her hand, folding her thumb and leaving 4 fingers. The Carnival King commands 4 constellations called apostles or court jesters. They are her greatest clowns and the anchors of the cause. Court jesters. Yes, 2 remain unknown, but the other 2 are identified. She folded 1 finger. One is Carpe Diem, the demon king of lamentation. Najin knew the second already. The other is Quixote, the star of scorn. Night Clown Quixote. Najin's fingers tightened on his hilt. Solus cleared her throat. Lord Gerd's message is as follows. Imitating Gerd's voice, she said, I will kill Carpe Diem. You track Quixote, star of scorn. Quixote has a weakness. Find it. Solus pointed at the earth. Somewhere in the outland lies a place called La Mancha. Look there for clues. La Mancha, Najin rolled the name around his tongue. That concludes the message. Finally, Lord Gerd bade me deliver this. She produced a wooden box. Najin opened it, blinked, then laughed aloud. It was exactly what he needed. He nodded. Please tell Lord Gerd he has my thanks. HRK huff huff, Sir Jowl sprinted, feeling as though his lungs would burst. He never looked back, he only ran. His sprint was graceless, nowhere near knightly, but he had no room for pride. He had to run. How did it come to this? Jowl wondered. He had volunteered for the front. After turning 120 and being forbidden to remain on the continent, he enlisted. Rather than wander the outland and becoming a forgotten one, he would die gloriously battling demons. It struck him as splendid. Serve as a knight on the continent, then go beyond and fight demons. What nobler choice! Jowl was drunk on his own virtue and pride. Some said honor and pride were like strong drink, pleasant while you're tipsy, painful when you wake. Huff, 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 they were right. Risking a glance, he saw a horde of beasts, forgotten ones and worse, tearing after him. He cursed himself and forced his legs faster. Why, how had it ended like that? The front was nothing like he imagined. Fighting there was on another scale. On the continent, as a sword seeker, he dazzled wherever he appeared, a splendid knight. In the outland he was a mere soldier, less. Demons rioted, forgotten transcendence meddled, monsters rampaged. On that field, a lone man was negligible. No honorable death awaited, no splendid end, certainly no rest. He wished to flee, but pride said a knight mustn't. After holding out, Jowl and comrades met a swarm of beasts and forgotten ones. Terror froze his fellows, death loomed, beating his breastplate. Jowl shouted with a shaking voice, Leave this to me and run. I'll draw them. My legs are still swift. Summoning starlight, he bolted. The swarm gave chase, and so to the present. HRK, legs ready to snap. He regretted it. Why had he done it? To save comrades? No, he wasn't that noble, and he knew it. He just wanted a dramatic death. He had seen many crushed by demons, torn by forgotten ones, dying like dogs, meaningless deaths. Staying there, he would share that fate. If that was certain, then a heroic self-sacrifice seemed better. That was his reasoning. As death neared, terror swamped him. Images of being eaten alive made him sob. He didn't want to die. Honor, pride, who cared? A grand finale, what was it worth? He kept running, discarding breastplate, sword, shield, anything to be faster. Stripped even of honor, about to scream in despair, a footstep from ahead reached him. Jowl looked up. A young man walked toward him, sword in one hand, lance shaft in the other. Jowl's eyes narrowed. He studied the clothes. That garb, he'd seen it somewhere, not the armor of front-line knights. Where? Ah! He let out a faint sigh. In his squire days, he'd seen it in history books, attire of free knights who fought with King Arthur 1,000 years ago. Why was he seeing it there? Surely such garb belonged only in stories. Perhaps to chastise him for discarding pride. His mind had conjured a vision. No, the young man was real, approaching. Jowl saw differences from the classic garb. Horn-shaped epaulets like a horned helm, a tattered banner over one shoulder. Forgetting danger, Jowl called out, "Who are you?" The young man answered briefly, "Nadjin, a free knight Nadjin." The young man brushed past, hurling himself into the horde chasing the old knight. Chapter 197, The Free Knight to Nadjin. A free knight. Jowl's eyes flew open when the young man introduced himself. He already knew that name. Who didn't? The new star set the whole continent abuzz, even reaching that distant outland battlefield. Remember that kid who became the youngest sword seeker ever? What was his name? Nadjin, of course I remember. How could I forget the peerless genius who became a sword seeker at 18? They say he just earned 2 more stars, both at once, no less. Oh, come on. That's impossible. If you're going to lie, at least make it sound plausible. You're not joking. He recalled that exchange with his comrade a few days prior. Najing becoming a free knight was unexpected, but the title was fitting, considering his accomplishments. A gust of wind ruffled Jowl's hair. He forgot he was still running and glanced back on impulse. Did something streak behind me? Belated realization that Nadjin had flashed past him, straight toward the horde of forgotten ones giving chase, set in. "Wait, you!" His hand shot out toward Nadjin by reflex, meaning to stop him. The youth might have been a peerless prodigy who had earned 2 stars at only 18, but he was still a fellow sword seeker, and there were far too many enemies for a single seeker to handle. At least 30 forgotten ones, with demon beasts and monsters mixed among them. No sword seeker could face that alone. Jowl's gaze wavered. He soon saw that the hesitation was unnecessary. Nadjin vanished among the forgotten ones, and a blinding gleam cut through them, too bright to be blocked by their bodies. The instant it blazed, Shrock, bodies split apart. In a single breath, 10 forgotten ones were bisected, then quartered, then diced again. By the time the light flickered 5 times, corpses lay in dozens of pieces. Sword aura dragged a halo of brilliance behind, erupting as sword flashes and glittering several times a second. With every flare, another shredded body collapsed. Jowl's eyes went round. What in the world am I seeing? Wasn't that young man supposed to be just a sword seeker? He himself stood at the same level, but following Nadjin's movements strained his sight. Speed. Astonishing speed. That wasn't all. Every motion was brutally efficient. A forgotten one could only die if its heart were pierced. Aware of that, they guarded their chests with desperate zeal. Most had been sword seeker-class warriors in life, so breaking that defense was never easy. SPHT. Nadjin never bothered swinging where it was difficult. Instead, he slid his blade into the gaps between joints, ripped calves, and slashed legs to upset balance. Then his blade would pierce into an exposed heart. The finish was a simple stab, arms snapping forward, then back, clean, economical, and lethal once the defense shattered. All of it happened so quickly that missing a heartbeat meant seeing nothing but mangled remains. What is this? The 30-odd forgotten ones and beasts were butchered in scarcely a minute. Nadjin, having ground the mob to dust, flicked his sword clean. Phew! With a short breath, he sheathed the blade and stopped mid-step, stooping to pick up the sword Jowl had dropped while fleeing. He looked at him as if to say, "Isn't this yours?" When Jowl gave a slow nod, Nadjin also gathered the armor the older knight had flung aside and walked back. Accepting them, Jowl found he could not meet the youth's gaze. Thank you." Shame and smallness clawed at him. His eyes darkened as they fell on the dirt-spattered sword and armor. Nadjin. No, I know your name. How could I not? I just heard it a moment ago as well." Nadjin waited, eyes inviting him to speak. Forcing himself to hold that gaze, Jowl wetted his lips. I am grateful you saved me. I am Jowl, a knight of the Nast unit guarding the northern frontier line. The northern frontier line. Indeed, the border of the outland. Najin's expression turned thoughtful, and then he nodded in comprehension. An honor to meet you, Sir Jowl. Well, Sir Najin, what brings a free knight like you to a place like this? If you need information or a guide, say the word. I'll help in any way I can. Jowl felt small. He knew full well the youth expected no payment and needed no aid. Yet pride made him ask if there was anything he could provide. He regretted the words at once. Why didn't I just thank him and bow? Was I too proud to accept help for nothing? His face dimmed further. Najin stared at him in silence, eyes narrowing. After a moment's thought, the youth waved a hand before the man's face, then flicked his fingers twice with a sharp snap, as if checking his reaction. Perplexed, Jowl tilted his head. Only then did Najin smile and say, Nothing at all, Sir Jowl. Might you have something to eat? Something to eat, food or drink. It's been a while since I last had anything. I have some field rations. Perfect. Najin nodded, fetched some firewood from somewhere and struck a spark. Hesitant, Jowl sat down opposite him. Over the campfire, he warmed the rations and something to drink. It was a meager repayment for having his life saved. Najin tore into the jerky with every sign of satisfaction. Salty, but rather tasty. Is it? Yes, this is quite. Jerky, dried ration cakes, and thin soup. Najin savored them as if they were a feast and looked across the flames. How long have you been in the outland, Sir Jowl? A year or two, I suppose. Not long, then. No, I'm still a newcomer, unlike the other knights in the unit. I haven't gotten used to life out here. Jowl smiled bitterly. Honestly, it feels like I'm wearing clothes that don't fit. Don't fit. I strap on armor and call myself a knight, but armor that never felt heavy on the continent weighs on me out here. Heavy armor indeed, though Najin had returned it. Jowl left the gear lying beside him, unwilling to darn it again. May I complain a moment? I hate to take up a great knight's time with my whining. We're both knights, aren't we? Speak freely. Thank you. He drew a long breath. To tell the truth, watching you earlier filled me with shame. Shame, humiliation, smallness. You're 18. If I recall correctly, a tiny flinch. Najin nodded. Yes. So young, no, so very young. It embarrasses me to say, but I turned 122 this year. A knight of 122 felt ashamed before a boy a century younger. He tried to hide that shame by praising Najin. To set foot in the outland at your age took real resolve. I honestly respect it. Do you? Of course. You became a sword seeker not long ago and already stand at such heights as a shining example of heroism. Thank you for saying so. Jowl chuckled and rubbed his arm. Small as I am beside you. He stared into the fire and remembered his past. Back on the continent, I made a bit of a name for myself. I racked up decent merits, earned a star, and even carved a line about myself into the history books. He had shown. There, he had felt no shame and could square his shoulders and proclaim himself a knight. So when I volunteered for the outland, this battlefield, I believed I could shine here as well. He threw his arms wide, declaiming like an actor. Who am I? Jowl the sword seeker, knight of House Drevi. I told the young master, the next lord of Drevi, that I would live here like a knight and exalt our name. He finished with a self-mocking smile. Reality is far harsher. Out here, I'm worth less than a common soldier. I'm stained and tarnished, not shining, and I can no longer bring myself to call out Drevi's name. I'm sullying it instead of elevating it. Crackling flames reflected in his eyes as he murmured, I'm afraid of everything in this land. Forgotten ones that don't die even when you hack off limbs or a head, beasts that swallow starlight, demons, those stars in the night sky, transcendents who might appear before me at any moment. He groaned. Most of all, I fear that there is no beautiful end here. He gestured at the scattered corpses. Whenever I imagine my end as one of those forgotten ones, terror overwhelms me. I repent each night, thinking I should have died an honorable death on the continent. He looked at Najin, the youth who still blazed brightly. I felt the same just moments ago, and declared I would act as bait for my comrades, spoke such gallant lines. Resolved to meet a gallant end, he bowed his head. I panicked, I shrieked, threw down armor and sword and became a coward, shameful, truly shameful. Raise his eyes again, envy glimmered in them, perhaps even inferiority. I envy you, Sir Najin. Me. Yes, I wanted to be a knight who shone as you do, a hero who made his presence felt even on the outland. Najin was taken aback. He had never imagined hearing such words. He always chased what lay ahead, eyes fixed on heights above, and never once looking back to see who followed. I wanted to become a hero like you. If he glanced back, he found that to someone. He had already become a dream and a goal. The realization felt strange. That is a little unfamiliar. Unfamiliar? What do you mean? Truth is, I used to envy knights like you, Sir Jowl. Those who had received a title, that was my dream. Jowl blinked. Me? To someone crawling at the very bottom, every knight glittered. Some were knights in name only, but you were not one of them. That's not true. You saw me screaming like a coward. So you screamed. What of it? Najin shrugged. You bought time for your comrades. You became bait and ran. A noble choice. Is it not? I only wanted a grand end. A knight seeking a knightly death makes you all the more a knight. Don't you think? Jowl exhaled a shaky laugh. Was I not pathetic? Not in the least. I threw off my armor and fled. In that last moment, I decided honor and pride were worthless and doubted a knight's worth. What value is there in blind faith? When you doubt and still refuse to quit is where worth lies. Doubt it yet refuse to quit. Yes, that's a fine turn of phrase. The old knight smiled wryly. I, who have lived a century longer than you, should be teaching you. Yet I received the lesson instead. Learning knows no age limit. Indeed, thank you for listening to an old knight's grumbling. It eases my heart somewhat. May I ask one last question? As many as you like. Sir Najin, free knight among knights, do you still think I have the right to call myself a knight? The fire flared. Its light danced in Jowl's eyes as Najin smiled. Of course, you are every inch a knight. Ha ha ha, my hero himself acknowledges me. Thank you. My heart is lighter already. Jowl laughed heartily. I'm ashamed to take up so much of your precious time. I should pack up and— Sir Jowl. Najin stopped him, the youth's platinum eyes fixed on him. You said you feared what comes after death. Yes, becoming a forgotten one, losing myself, turning into a beast that terrifies me. I can ease that fear a little. How? Najin clenched a fist, then opened it. 5 stars orbited his palm: challenge, dragon-slaying, breakthrough, indomitable, and Requiem, the star of Requiem. It's my star. Requiem, guiding the dead to their graves. Yes, showing the departed the path they ought to walk. Ha ha, like the ferryman of the afterlife. Something like that, though I would say I decorate the final moment. The star of Requiem glowed softly in his hand. Jowl stared, entranced by its warm, gentle, restful light. Sir Jowl. Jowl remained silent in thought. Jowl of Drevi. Why, yes, you called. I intend to move you. Move me. Where? To the place where you ought to close your eyes. Jowl tried to grasp his words. Move me. Why? Something didn't fit. The gears felt misaligned, and something else was odd. 5 stars. Why wasn't it 2? He had only heard a few days ago that the youth bore 2 stars. A vague unease prickled him. Frowning, he looked at his own hand, and his eyes flew wide. The hand was rotten, crumbling, not the hand of the living. His gaze shook. Blinking, he looked up at Najin. The youth held the Requiem star in one hand and pointed at Jowl's face with the other. You can take off the mask now. Jowl felt his own face. You needn't hide behind that. A clown's mask, grotesque, clung there, not yet fully fused to his flesh. Touching it, Jowl let out a shaky laugh. So that's how it is. He smiled bitterly. Chapter 198. The Free Night. 3. A single glance around was enough for Jowl to know he was not at the northern frontier line. Rather, he stood far deeper in the outland, an inner land he had never seen before. He next saw the Forgotten Ones previously pursuing him. Yes, they had been chasing him, but that was not the whole story. Jowl just grasped that he had been leading them. Pierce, Orante, Baz. Peering more closely, he recognized his sub-commanders and comrades mingled among the horde. Finally, the truth struck him. He was already dead. He, who had so feared becoming a forgotten one, or worse, had been roaming the outland as that very thing. He closed his eyes and opened them again. There were the withered, rotting fingers of a swollen corpse, a wraith that should have died yet could not. A dry laugh leaked between his cracked lips. So that's how it is. He fixed his gaze on the star glowing in Najin's hand, the star of Requiem. The star allowed him to still feel like himself. Memories rose as the fog in his mind cleared, and he gave a bitter smile. I was never among the living. That day, he had sacrificed himself to buy his comrades time to flee. The sacrifice was futile, since a grotesque clown in a warped mask had slaughtered them all anyway. They creaked and shuffled. Comrades turned forgotten ones. His hollow laughter echoed in his ears as he stared at them. The last thing he remembered was the clown stepping toward him. Surely, his life had ended there. How long has it been? Roughly half a year. Half a year, 6 months. Ha, Sir Najin, you are astounding. 3 more stars in merely 6 months. He slapped his knee and laughed. Small mercy. That, when I saw you had gained 3 stars, I feared a dozen years had gone by, but half a year. Merciful indeed. Merciful, Najin stood in silence. Don't look at me like that, I'm fine. Can you remove the mask? Of course, I was about to. This damned thing is stifling. He touched his face. A moment prior, the mask had seemed fused to his skin. The instant his memories returned, it peeled away as if it had never stuck. Sir Najin, do you know what this mask is? I do. Najin explained the festival of revelry, the clowns, and the puppets. Jowl let out a long breath. So I really had become a devil's marionette. How disgraceful. He exhaled slowly and met Najin's eyes. What happens to me now? You have 2 paths. Najin raised 2 fingers. 1. Remain as you are and wander the outland as a clown. I would then treat you as such and hunt you. And the other, I perform your funeral so that you may meet the end you wish. Why give me the choice? You know which I'll pick. Because the choice only matters if you're the one making it. Najin smiled. At the final moment, I ask you all one question. Star of Requiem in one hand. He looked into the eyes of the undying knight. Were you a knight? Every knight knew the line, the words King Arthur had left behind. Najin added a single sentence. What do you wish to remain as? Jowl bowed his head, raised a withered hand, and swept it over his ghastly face. His fingers trembled. I became a squire at 17 and lived more than a century as a knight. I cannot claim I was a knight every instant, but I strove to be one in every moment. The 122-year-old knight spoke through a sob. I wished to be a hero. That was beyond me. Then I wished at least to be a competent knight whose name rang on the battlefield. That, too, proved difficult. Nothing ever went as I hoped. Such had been his life. From the moment I set foot in the outland, it worsened. Nothing bowed to my will. Countless forces out here tossed me about. He slowly lifted his head. If nothing else, for the very last time, I would have it my way. His dead body was shriveled and broken. His unmasked face was hideous, yet his eyes shone. I wish to die as a knight. Jowl rose, Najin rose with him. I am Jowl, knight of House Drevi. I am Najin, free knight. After a brief sword salute, both drew their blades. Sir Jowl, you know the saying that honor and pride are like harsh liquor. Of course, famous words in the outland. Fine to drink, yet brutal when the stupor breaks. Then, shall we share one last cup? To a man who wished to die while still dreaming. Najin was gladly willing to pour that liquor. The sword holding the star of Requiem glimmered. Jowl burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! To be offered a drink by a hero like you, an honor. How could I refuse? He lifted his sword. Aura spilled in soft light, paltry beside Najin's, but glowing in its own hue. I am prepared. As am I. The duel was brief. With how massive the gulf between Najin and Jowl was, it was more a right than a contest. Steel met steel a handful of times, more in exchange, each accepting the other's technique. Then it ended. Najin's blade slipped into Jowl's heart, gentle but sure. Though pierced, Jowl smiled. He was a man who had set down every burden. Thank you, those were his final words. Thank you, Sir Najin. In his last breath he had died a knight. Grateful, he closed his eyes. His body crumbled to powder. Had he remained a clown of the festival, his end would have been wretched, and even a heart-piercing blow would not have granted release, as was the nature of clowns. The star of Requiem in Najin's hand leaped over the festival's power and bestowed a complete death. Thus, Jowl found rest. Najin lowered his sword. Below lay Jowl's blade. The man left no corpse, yet he left his sword. Najin scooped earth with bare hands, heedless of the dirt staining his clothes, until he'd heaped up a small mound and planted the sword atop it. Jowl's grave, a mound with a sword. With a short salute before the grave, Najin finished the requiem. In its own way, it was a funeral. Only then did Merlin, silent during the ordeal, speak. Requiem indeed, in every sense. As though seeing Najin anew, she prodded his side with a grin. Tell me, how much do you know about free knights? I know they were the honorable knights who served beside King Arthur, owing allegiance to none but their own creed. Right. And let me add one more thing. They're the origin of the Knights of Atanga. Knights among knights, they were guardians of honor, pride, and the very code that gave the word knight its meaning. Did you know Atanga was actually a free knight? Pardon. The name grew so famous it became a byword, but it all started from a single person. That I'd never heard. Hardly common law. The first free knight, Atanga, so Merlin said. He was a knight who made other knights truly knightly. If Arthur, the king of knights, pointed the way forward, Atanga was the pillar that kept them standing. Those who fell chasing Arthur, those who surrendered, those who broke, Atanga lifted them all, offering them the chance to be knights again. You are a knight. Rise, this place is too paltry to end your journey. So he said, and raised them. Perhaps that is why, though no unparalleled fighter, Atanga was called the knightliest knight, outshining even the famed Round Table. Merlin clapped Najin's shoulder. If Atanga could see you now, he'd be proud. You are the very image of the ideal knight he dreamed of. Najin let out an involuntary laugh. If so, I'm glad. Come to think of it, how was Sir Jowl still lucid? Usually, once you're turned into a clown, that's it. The question had just occurred to him. Even as a forgotten one wearing a mask, Jowl had conversed naturally, and Najin had felt no strangeness. Normally, you'd be right. Haven't you guessed? Najin nodded. He had a notion. Because of the star of Requiem. Exactly. From the start. Your fifth star was deeply entwined with the festival. So it was. The star had nearly been completed during his journey with Helmet Knight. Finished when he gave those who had forgotten themselves the end they once longed for. The story inside that star, its very meaning runs counter to the festival. Owning the star of Requiem is, in itself, a denial of the festival's existence. The festival jeered at others' last moments and insisted the play never ended, even in death, condemning its victims to dance forever as clowns. Najin's fifth star said otherwise. A hero deserved a death befitting a hero. The fallen must be laid to rest where they belonged, not wander the outland as the walking dead. They were stars in opposition. Utterly contrary, Najin felt it in his bones. Requiem would be the secret move to cast down the festival. He tightened his fist around the star and stepped forward. For some reason, he murmured, narrowing his eyes, when I hold this star, I can see something. What a coincidence. I was about to say the same. Merlin shared his sight. Nadjin's eyes were hers, peering through them. She discerned a faint current. What current? Both could hazily tell. When Nadjin grasped the star of Requiem, he saw the stream woven by those who yearned for Requiem, interlaced, twisted this way and that. Following it was difficult for him. This way. Merlin knew how to snatch that flow. She was a guide, a mage who could seize the current and carve a path. Come on. To the next. Merlin pointed Nadjin down the road ahead. Chapter 199, He Who Forgot. 1. A constellation could sense the wishes of mankind. Merlin had said that fierce winds, desires, and even resentments could be perceived as a kind of current. It's neither a clear nor an absolute phenomenon. It just happens now and then. Right now. There are two of them. Nadjin looked around to see a wasteland, within a radius of at least several hundred meters. The only sentient beings were Merlin and he. Merlin chuckled at the way Nadjin craned his neck. Someone once said it, Arthur was a man who rode the winds of his age. Nadjin flinched, giving a slight shiver. Merlin shot him a sullen sideways glance. That was what you shouted up at the sky, remember? Well, that was because, I know, you didn't mean it. Still, it counted as a way a wish was heard, didn't it? When you cried out, you wanted to leave the underground city and head outside, didn't you? You wanted to become a hero. I did, yes. So that wish reached the ears of a star whose concepts cover heroes, roads, the outside world, journeys, and the like. Your outstanding aptitude helped, of course. Merlin added that because everything, the concept held by the star, the rank of the constellation that wields it, the aptitude and circumstances of the petitioner, and so on intertwined, it was impossible to define in what situation, through what steps, what result will occur. In your case, the star of Requiem shows you the wishes of those who want a death they can accept. That was what appeared before Nadjin's eyes, starlight running like a thin brook. He had been walking with that flow as his signpost, and by tracking it, he had managed to meet Jowl. It'll benefit you as well. It lets you strengthen your star's concept and expand its size. It's not like I'm doing it for a reward. It's nice to gain something anyway, isn't it? At any rate, I don't think this kind of work is bad. Grinning, Merlin pointed. Ah, this way. Because Nadjin was still clumsy at reading the flow of starlight, Merlin guided the way. HNG. She even hummed a tune, hopping lightly beside him, a sign she was obviously in high spirits. The reason was clear enough. Ever since arriving in the Outland, she kept having her role as guide snatched away from her. She still remembered the days when even her role as advisor had been stolen by Helmet Knight, leaving her a useless spectator, days that had wounded her pride terribly and been downright painful. Things were different. From that moment on, she intended to prove her usefulness so that he could not live without her. Her eyes narrowed as she glanced sidelong at Nadjin. Heh! While she was chuckling wickedly over such thoughts, Nadjin simply moved on. There she goes again. He had two major objectives. 1. Grow strong enough to confront the Carnival King. 2. Locate La Mancha. On a grand scale, the aim was to slay the Carnival King. On a smaller scale, to pave the road that led to her. For that alone, at least, he had to become stronger, far stronger. With a clear goal, his pace naturally quickened. Following the river of stars, he met forgotten ones, and sometimes knights, and of each he asked two questions. Do you know anything about La Mancha? And who are you? The questions were intended to help him find La Mancha and adorn their final moments. Uric, the hunter of Aklam, ascetic Aurum, remember me as such. I am Baalam, knight of Lucanov, Baalam the brave. Sets the piercing. Each declared his name, crying out the self they wanted remembered or wanted to be. They met their end. Granting death to those who could not die, Nadjin traveled the outland. Then one day, as he was roaming, he came to a halt. He had no choice. A fierce, Violent current entered his field of vision in a raging flow he could not possibly ignore. He walked toward where that flow gathered and soon arrived at a vast desert. A tawny wind laden with sand blew past him. That was no natural wind. Someone was making it. Far off, he heard a whoosh as something cleaved the air, likely the source of the wind. The star of Requiem pointed toward the sound. If he walked that way, if he crossed the small rise and followed the wind, there, in the middle of the desert, a young man brandished a spear. The youth swung the spear in a wide arc. His eyes met Najin's. Najin spoke first. "Who are you that you swing a spear out here in the desert?" Giving an awkward laugh, the youth answered, "I forgot long ago." With that, the youth left Najin alone and went back to what he had been doing, swinging the spear in the middle of the desert. Watching the stance and the current the spear produced, Najin thought to himself, "That fellow is a transcendent." The basis for the judgment was simple. After watching him at close range several times, Najin felt sure he could not imitate the man's movements. Any movement he could not imitate belonged to a transcendent, so the man before him had to be one. What kind of criterion is that? Merlin exhaled in disbelief, yet she did not deny it. More precisely, Najin narrowed his eyes. He's a transcendent who has fallen. His technique was flawless, yet something essential seemed missing, much like with Helmet Knight. It felt like the aura of someone who had once been a transcendent but lost his star and fallen. The spear's shaft sliced the wind, the spearhead sheared the air. Each swing carved marks in the sand, but the blowing wind filled them at once. Phew! After swinging for quite some time, the man lowered the spear and looked at Najin. "My apologies. Even with a visitor, I cannot skip my routine." "Your daily routine." "Ah, yes, swinging the spear is my routine, one I must never neglect." Caressing the worn shaft, he let his gaze drop as though counting time. In the outland, time held no meaning, but he was nevertheless keeping track. The sun will be setting soon. There was no rising sun there. With the sky shattered open to night, the sun had no place. Yet he looked up as though he could see it. "The desert at night is dangerous. Would you care to rest a while before you go?" The color of the world shifted. When Najin lifted his head, the sky above was no longer the broken night sky, but a sunset dyed scarlet. "How?" The desert blushing beneath the sunset, Najin's pupils narrowed. He had experienced something like that not long ago. He muttered inwardly, "A tomb, a star tomb." Something similar had happened inside Violet's dream. Had he slipped, without knowing, into another such tomb? "I don't think so." Merlin shook her head. "The fact that I don't have a physical body right now proves it. Still, it does feel similar." She pointed at the desert. "This entire desert is a forbidden zone. A forbidden zone is supposed to turn people away, isn't it? Most of them, yes. This one is the opposite. It's made so that the one inside cannot leave, and that one is a single person." It was obvious who that single person was. Najin looked at the youth, who was smiling pleasantly while kindling a campfire on the sand. "Then this entire desert is a forbidden zone built to imprison that man. By whom? I don't know. Did that mean he was that dangerous?" Najin let his hand rest naturally on his hilt, ready to draw at a moment's notice, and spoke. "Very well, may I rest here a while?" "Of course, please sit." The sun set, and night came to the desert. In the cool wind, the man erected a small lean-to and retrieved a diary from inside, held it in his hands, and faced Najin. "May I ask my guest's name?" "Najin, Free Knight Najin." "Najin, is this how I should write it?" He showed Najin the diary. Najin could not decipher the letters written there. They were not the Imperial Common script he knew. "It's right. He wrote it properly." Merlin recognized it. When Najin looked at her, she shrugged as if to say she simply knew many things. "That seems correct." "Very well. Najin. Free Knight is, please wait a moment." The man flipped rapidly through the diary, then stopped at a page and read it aloud. "Free Knight. A knight who serves no master and who acts upon what he believes is right. A knight among knights. My, you are an admirable person. He spoke in genuine admiration, as if he meant every word. I envy you. Introducing oneself with such confidence is truly splendid. I would like to introduce myself too, but I sadly don't know much about myself. Have you lost your memory? It seems I have. Pardon. He scratched the back of his neck and laughed sheepishly. I would love to talk with you for a long time, but with the sun down, we cannot. What a shame. I must pass the joy of speaking with you to tomorrow's me. What do you mean by that? You better ask tomorrow's me. Just a moment. The time that remains, yes. This should be enough. Even while speaking with Najin, the man kept glancing at the hourglass set beside him. The grains within were falling fast. I do not know my name. What I know is that I was a knight. It is written here. He tapped the diary. On the very first page, it says that, when others ask about me, I am to answer like this. Tracing the diary's pages, he said, Knight of Londonal. Yes, I was a Knight of Londonal. Whether I still am, I cannot say. Londonal was a name Najin knew as well. It was the homeland of Sword Master Kirchhoff, and a nation erased from history by a star whose authority was forgetting. Chapter 200. He who forgot, too, after jotting in the diary for a while. The man snapped it shut with a quiet tap and left it resting on his knees, drawing in a long breath as though bracing himself for something. Then, Najin. He looked at Najin and forced a smile of both fear and regret. I shall see you tomorrow. The instant he said it, the final grain of sand in the hourglass slid down with a faint hiss. The upper bulb emptied, and his body went slack. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he did not so much as twitch. He wasn't dead. A faint breathing could still be heard. It looked like sleep, yet even when Najin shook his shoulder, the man showed no sign of waking. Something's off. Indeed, by nature, a transcendent needed no sleep, least of all there in the outland. Najin was the same. After living that way for nearly 20 years, he slept only from habit, and even if he skipped an entire month, his body would not suffer. And when I do sleep, an hour or two is plenty. That was more than enough to clear fatigue. In a land crawling with dangers, spending long hours asleep was akin to suicide, so one naturally slept less. Yet the man before him had fallen into a slumber like the dead. Najin wandered the desert while the man slept and did not awaken until the sun was rising. In the grey of dawn, his eyelids slowly lifted, eyes so vacant they bordered on hollow. He looked down at the diary in his hands to see 2 lines written on the cover. Turn the hourglass. Read pages 1-10 of the diary. He flipped the hourglass. After the sand began its slow descent, he leafed through the diary 1 page at a time. Having finished page 10, he raised his head to Najin. Do you know me? We spoke briefly last night. I see. Did yesterday's me leave a message? He said to open page 781. 781, muttering the number. The man turned to the page and gave a nod. Najin, is that your name? Yes. It says here I am to begin by presenting what is written on page 1. It seems I wish to converse with you. He handed the diary to Najin. Merlin, seeing that Najin could not read the ancient script, obligingly interpreted. I lose my memories every day. The time allotted to me lasts from sunrise to sunset, a turn of the hourglass. When the sand runs out, I fall asleep. When I wake, I shall remember nothing. Though I write this diary to leave words for myself, the future me feels like a stranger. Even so, I hope that each day will be worthwhile. Najin's eyes narrowed. You mean you forget everything each day? Yes. The only memories I keep are how to read and write, and that I must address all people with respect. Respect, because I appear to believe there is nothing in this world that deserves to be called lowly. That is the sole memory I possess. His face showed no expression as he spoke. After asking Najin to wait a moment, he swiftly read through the diary. His features shifted bit by bit. I understand. When some time had passed, he closed the book and let out a long breath. It says I was a knight of Londonal. My epithet was Azure Hydrangea, though in earlier days they called me the Azure Spear. Though it was his own story, he spoke of it as if it concerned another. Pleased to meet you, Najin. Grains of sand whispered down the hourglass. Seeing it, the Azure Spear smiled. As I said, I lose every memory with each new day. I do not know who I am, nor what I spoke about with you yesterday, but he stretched out his hand for a shake. Allow me to introduce myself for the first time. I am the Azure Spear, Knight of Londonal. Najin, Free Knight Najin. For Najin, it was their second introduction, for the Azure Spear, the first. I have a daily routine that must be kept, commands my former self left me again and again. Will you wait a moment? That routine was simple. Stand in the heart of the desert and swing the spear. He might have lost all memories, but while the spear moved, he did not look like a man who had forgotten anything. Angle, motion, breath, footwork, every piece was nigh perfect, movements even Najin could not easily imitate. Did you not say you lose your memories? I do, each and every day. To my eye, your technique doesn't look forgotten at all. There isn't an ounce of waste. You hardly seem to be a man gripping a spear for the first time. Ha ha, thank you for saying so. But the Azure Spear gave an awkward laugh. This differs from knowing the forms precisely and recalling them. It feels closer to instinct. The moment I take the spear in hand, I somehow sense how to swing it. The mind forgot, but the body remembered. Just as one never forgot how to breathe or stretch a leg to walk, he could not forget how to wield the spear, actions engraved through endless repetition. Unfurling those actions one by one, he seemed to grope for memories that were no longer there. Probing a past that did not exist, he said, "The diary notes that I was a knight of Londonal, the only one who still knows the ancient spear art that bore the kingdom's long history. It says that this spear art must not be lost." Najin listened in silence. Through the tip of my spear, Londonal breathes. The history of a nation hangs upon my spear point. If I do not remember, it will vanish. Therefore, I must remember. Najin had heard such things somewhere before, so I must repeat it again and again, so it is not forgotten, so my body may hold the memory fast. Right, he had heard almost the same from Kirchhoff, the sword master of the fallen kingdom. At the point of my blade, Londonal lives and breathes. I am proof that Londonal truly existed. Kirchhoff had said that as he swung his sword, trying to prove through steel that Londonal had once been real. Recalling it, Najin asked carefully, "Do you know Kirchhoff?" "Yes, it is in the diary. Sir Kirchhoff the false knight, and yet truer than any knight. Few records remain, but it seems that I held him in high regard. Then Londonal. I know that Londonal fell, and that it was erased from history. The diary records that as well." The Azure Spear exhaled a long breath. It appears that my former self, possessed of sound memory and mind, made a decision. When Najin asked what decision, he answered, to devote everything to Londonal. If I could leave even a single line about the land where I was born and raised, I deemed life itself a price worth paying. The result is what you see now. He smiled as he said it. Seeing that you remember Londonal and know of Sir Kirchhoff, I judge that my choice had worth. I am glad. Do you not regret that choice? Regret? I cannot say. I cannot sympathize with what my former self felt. Then do you bear no resentment? That also I do not know. From the entries between pages 100 and 600, it seems I did resent myself. He opened the book. Their letters had been scrawled so violently the paper was nearly torn, the characters twisted beyond even Merlin's sure reading. Perhaps, in those days, I did regret and resent my fate. He gave a bitter smile. But the me of now feels nothing. Having lost all memory, I can neither resent nor regret. I do not know how. Still, I do wonder. Wonder about what? Whether what I preserved was truly worth so much. and whether my life was worth so little that I could cast it aside. He could no longer tell what it was he had thrown away. I must have had a life too. The azure spear swung his weapon. There must have been things I treasured, people I cherished, belongings I held dear, memories I never wanted to forget, surely so. The spear cleaved the air, raising wind that scattered sand. Beneath the blazing desert sun, he swung ceaselessly. Yet I discarded it all. The me of now thinks all that my former self abandoned was precious. He gave a small, rueful laugh. Though, of course, I do not know what any of it was. Najin watched the azure spear's dance of steel and pondered. If a man lost every memory each day, could he still be called the same person the next day? I've met plenty who had lost certain memories. The outland held many such souls. The forgotten, who no longer knew what they once were, had not lost everything, only scattered fragments. Helmet Knight was one of those. In the slow drift toward becoming a forgotten one, Helmet Knight had shed memory after memory. His name, his order, even his sword, and at last nearly himself, though Najin had prevented that. What stood before him might have been one of the endings awaiting Helmet Knight, a man who had forgotten all. To Najin, it seemed no different from dying each day and being born anew. The azure spear died every day and was born again every day. The span granted him lasted only until the sand in the glass ran out from sunrise to sunset. He spent most of those hours swinging the spear. In Najin's eyes, that was a keepsake, a testament. It was the legacy and the will the azure spear left behind. When death approached, humans strove to leave something, proof they lived, giving their life meaning. Huff, huff, ha, drawing harsh breaths, sweat pouring, the azure spear swung under the pitiless sun. Each time a fist of sand fell from the hourglass, his pupils trembled, as if in fear, fear of death. As though to fight that fear, he brandished the spear. In the sand, he carved the spear's path with desperate vigor, marks that would be buried by wind come morning. A man who loses his memories each day, the azure spear was a mayfly. There was a saying that warriors speak through their chosen weapon. If so, the azure spear's act of swinging his weapon was little different from leaving behind a will that he had lived this day. The spear dance was a testament, the diary, a written last will. Thus, he lived one day and died again. Najin thought he understood why the star of requiem had pointed him toward the azure spear and where the man's funeral march should lead. The sun set. The last grain slipped away. Then, azure spear. After conversing a while longer, Najin said to him, I shall see you tomorrow. Clutching the star of requiem, he rose to his feet.